Welcome to Fantasy Audiobook, The Ancient Giant Turtle. His understanding is incredible, join the chat group. Chapter 61. In an instant, Zhang Sanfang gathered all his energy, and the martial soul and soul ring behind him disappeared. The old Taoist knows why Zhang Wuji can't awaken his martial spirit. Why? There should be no world laws of this world in his body. Feng Shaoshan naturally knows what the laws of the world are, then why can Zhenren Zhang do it? Have you forgotten what is in Lao Dao's body? There was actually no reaction when I touched the crystal just now, but the power hidden in my body by the group leader caused my true energy to enter the awakening stone. The martial spirit was born. In fact, this is my own strength. Quote. Zhang Sanfang smiled slightly and said, "It's a good experience." Feng Shaoshan nodded, "You can ask the group leader for advice when the time comes. For this detailed chat later, I have already asked someone to prepare the meal. Let's chat while we eat. You don't have to be so polite, do you? In my territory, I must provide enough for you and your disciples. Those are soul beast meats. I specially hunt them for you. I guarantee that the taste will be excellent." On the dinner table, Zhang Sanfang picked up a piece of meat and took a bite. "Does it taste good?" Feng Shaoshan was shocked when he saw Zhang Sanfang's expression suddenly changed. Could it be that there was something wrong with his eating? There is something wrong. There is a lot of essence in this soul beast meat. If a cultivator eats it, I am afraid that his cultivation will be faster. When Feng Shaoshan heard this, his eyes lit up, so there is still such an effect. Then you said that it is okay to use Liu Shen's foundation building method and use soul beasts to build the foundation. It should be possible. Zhang Sanfang nodded. Okay. Feng Shaoshan smiled and said, "We can discuss it at that time." After all, the group leader opened up our two worlds for better cooperation in the development of our worlds. I have some ideas at the moment, and we will discuss them together when they are completed. Quote. You can just ask my senior disciple for this, Shaoshan. I don't understand this either. Song Yuanchao, who was eating, heard his master's words and quickly stood up and nodded. "I'm sorry to bother Master Feng. My family, don't be so polite." Feng Shaoshan smiled and said, "I heard that you are planning to support Zhu Yuanzhang recently. Do you need me to send someone to help you? With the current power of the Turtle Temple, it should not be a problem to overthrow the Yuan dynasty on your side. Just let them take their time. Zhu Yuanzhang is still growing up. After all, he has experienced a lot before he became the Emperor of the Ages." That's true. At the dinner table, both the host and the guest were happy. After eating, Feng Shaoshan took Zhang Sanfang and the Wudang 7 heroes to visit the Turtle Temple. On the way, Feng Shaoshan also used the group chat function to take several photos of him and Zhang Sanfang. He also went to the Stardow Forest to see the spirit beasts, and asked Zhang Sanfang to take a few back as souvenirs. Originally, it was planned to let the hunting team take action, but Zhang Sanfang said that it was just right for his disciples to deal with these soul beasts. The 7 heroes of Wudang were naturally a little happy when they saw such a strange animal. After all, their enemies in the past were all humans. Everyone in the Turtle Temple who originally looked down upon the Wudang 7 heroes saw that the Wudang 7 heroes could kill 10,000-year soul beasts with one sword and one person. Their movements were extremely agile, and they also had methods similar to martial soul fusion techniques. With the 7 people joining forces, the 10,000-year soul beasts were killed at will. Everyone in the Turtle Temple put away their contempt for this visitor from another world. They just didn't have martial arts spirits, but they were very powerful. I remember there are 200,000-year soul beasts in the depths, right? Do you want to take them back and let the disciples of Zhenren have a taste? Feng Shaoshan looked at the depths of the Stardow Forest. There was a snake and an orangutan there. These are enough. God has the virtue of good life. Even if you really want to kill, it is not for tasting. Aren't you building the foundation? Using a 100,000-year-old soul beast to build the foundation might be able to create a good Tao foundation. Quote. That's true. Feng Shaoshan nodded. After staying for a few days, Zhang Sanfang and others returned to the Turtle Temple and said with a smile, "I originally said that I would let you be a guest, but recently it seems that you are still at war with the Star Luo Empire. Then wait until you finish handling the affairs here." Quote. Okay, I'll tell you in the group before I go. Feng Shaoshan nodded. He originally wanted to see Zhang Sanfeng's world, but now he can't get away for the time being. So we agreed to discuss it next time. Farewell, Zhang Sanfeng said with clasped fists. The 7 heroes of Wudang also clasped their fists and said, "Farewell, Uncle Feng. This trip to another world has opened up a lot of horizons for them. It turns out that there is such a magical world in the infinite world. He can actually summon the so-called martial soul to fight, but the limitations are too great. He originally had great power, but he could only use a few limited skills, and he had to be divided into various categories based on martial arts. It looked good, but it was too rigid. Farewell, Uncle Feng Master." Zhang Wuji also followed suit. "Farewell, Xiao Wuji, come and play often when you have time," Feng Xiaoshan said with a smile, then looked at Song Yuanchao, "Senior nephew Yuanchao, I will have someone discuss cooperation with you in a while. It's mainly because there has been a lot of turmoil here recently." Clear, comma. In group chat, Feng Xiaoshan, the lackey of the group leader, uploads group files. Feng Xiaoshan, the group leader's lackey, photo.jpg. "Ha ha ha, I finally had with Mr. Zhang. As expected, he looks similar to the one I saw in the chat room. We are also the first to have love with each other in the group. Huang Rong, I'm envious. I also want to meet Master Zhang to see what the first person in the Taoist sect looks like." Feng Xiaoshan, group leader's lackey, at Huang Rong, "Don't you want to have love with me? I am a god now." Huang Rong, climb. Zhang Sanfeng, "The world of Xiaoshan is indeed magical. I even tried to awaken the martial spirit." Peter, "Master Zhang also has a martial spirit. What is it? I was wondering if I awakened my martial spirit, would it be a spider?" Huang Rong, "Do you also want to be Bibi Dong?" Zhang Sanfeng, "It can be called Tai Chi Xuanwu. Wuhun is indeed a more convenient way to use abilities." Feng Xiaoshan, group leader's lackey, "By the way, the group leader is great. Why can't Zhang Wuji and the others awaken their martial soul?" Ancient Giant Turtle, "The law of the world, your world can awaken the martial soul because you are creatures of the Duluo world, and you have the Duluo law in your body when you were born. But Wuhun is essentially just a manifestation of power. After the passage between Yishan world and Duluo world has been established for a long time, people in Yishan world will adapt to the laws of Duluo world and be able to produce martial spirits." Feng Xiaoshan, group leader's lackey, "It turns out it's really the law of the world." Thunder God, "By the way, the worlds of Feng Xiaoshan and Zhenren Zhang are connected, what are you going to do next?" Feng Xiaoshan, group leader's lackey, "My current view is that we exchange resources first, because Master Zhang discovered that soul beasts are a bit like supplements, and having a relatively large amount of energy is of great benefit to those who practice martial arts. The martial arts in Yishan world is a better way to build a foundation for those who have not yet awakened their martial souls, and soul masters can also increase their soul power levels through exercises. With this mutual promotion, the strength of both sides should increase. Ace, I'm envious. I don't know when the group leader will be able to take over our world. I also want to awaken my martial spirit and see." Peter, "Don't you already have the Xiao Xiao fruit, but you also want to awaken the martial spirit?" Ace, "You don't have too many abilities. What if I awaken another powerful martial spirit?" After Shen Fei opened the channel, he was naturally paying attention to the first contact between the two worlds. It seemed pretty good so far. After opening the world channel, there was also a thin line between the Duluo world and the Yishan world. The world laws of the two began to be exchanged through this channel. Soon people in Yishan world should be able to awaken their martial spirits. Shen Fei's eyes fell on the Duluo god realm, and soon he discovered a strange energy, which did not cause any harm, but was a bit like a mark. Abyss, this world actually came to your door. Shen Fei raised his eyebrows, is this abyss looking for death? He actually came to the door along the aura of the previous world. If he really came to the door, he would be accepted as a subordinate world. Pirate, Condor, Swordsman, Naruto, Rainbow Cat and Blue Rabbit. The last person who had never shown up before, Shen Fei, looked at the group nickname and knew who it was. Deidara, among the Hokages, is a person who pursues art and is obsessed with art. But he never showed up, and Shen Fei didn't bother to care about him. Shen Fei withdrew his gaze from the core of the Duluo god realm. He could just deal with it when the time comes. He even said that when the Abyss World came to him, even Feng Xiaoshan could handle it. On the contrary, Feng Xiaoshan built the foundation. The Great Turtle of the Ancients uploaded, The Tragic History of the Son-in-Law of the Tang Family. Ancient Giant Turtle. At Feng Xiaoshan, the lackey of the group leader, you can take a look, this is the second plot development of your world. When the time comes, just use Guiyuina and Dishan as foundation building materials. Now that Duluo and Yishan have returned to the inner world, the next target is these worlds. Currently, the pirate's secret fruit is in his hands. He can come at any time. The combat power of the pirate world is still good, and it can be considered a relatively high-end Chinese martial arts world. When Shen Fei returned to Janao Island, nothing happened along the way. However, on the way back, the most common thing he saw was the Wu clan and the monster clan fighting. Moreover, the prehistoric continent also began to slowly produce wisps of calamity energy. When accumulated to a certain extent, it would directly erupt and cause calamity. In the calamity, even a quasi-sage may fall. He has to hurry up. He needs to reach the Duluo Dalguo of his world, at least to the peak of Duluo Golden Immortal, and comprehend the Hunyuan. Only by entering the Hunyuan Golden Immortal can he survive the catastrophe, lay out chess pieces, and reap benefits. It is very likely that he will have to deal with the saint at the end of the catastrophe. At the very least, there must be an undefeated foundation. Shen Fei turned his hand and took out the dark fruit. The dark fruit instantly shattered. The law of devouring and the law of darkness inside were revealed in front of Shen Fei's eyes. There was also a little bit of the origin of the world and some other kind of power. This ray of power. Shen Fei raised his eyebrows. This power was too familiar. Incense. Shen Fei didn't expect that the devil fruit was the same as the god in the Duluo world, and was also composed of the origin of the world, the power of laws and incense. But this incense is a bit special. If Duluo's incense is like the reverence and awe of living beings for a specific existence, this kind of incense often has a designated target. You can feel who this target is in the incense. Like the previous Poseidon trident. But the incense in the devil fruit had no target. In this incense, Shen Feiji felt a feeling. Want. Single quote. It's very mixed and very pure. Mixed because it comes from too many people, but pure because the feeling expressed by this thought is unified, that is, the desire to become stronger. So devil fruit is an entity that combines the desire and thoughts of humans in the pirate world to become stronger. The wisp of incense appeared on Shen Fei's palm. This kind of incense was really strange and had no specific target. It's more like a concept, such as this dark fruit. It is the desire to master the dark power in the incense combined with the world's dark laws and devouring laws, plus a little bit of the origin of the world. Eventually the devil fruit was formed. So the human world is really strange. In some special worlds, special things like devil fruits can be produced. Dang, the second sermon will be held in 100 years. At this time, a huge sound sounded in the sky and the earth, and on the ancient continent, streams of light flew towards chaos. Shen Fei looked at a certain place where he felt the North Sea, and there was also a figure flying towards chaos. Needless to say, it's Kunpeng. After this time, the way to kill 3 corpses should be revealed, and quasi-sages will continue to appear like bamboo shoots after a rain. At that time, there were signs of the great catastrophe of the ancient times. 3,000 guests in the world of mortals have died one after another, and the fight between the Witch Clan and the Demon Clan is gradually intensifying, and a great disaster is about to begin. Forget it, as long as no one comes to mess with me. I just stay in Beihai and slowly increase my strength. Chen Fei muttered to himself, closing his mind tightly to understand the dark law in this dark fruit. He didn't know how much deeper he understood the law of swallowing and the strange incense. This suddenly made him interested in the laws of the pirate world. If this is the case, with the help of the rules of birth of the pirate devil fruit, various special products of the star god sequence can be spawned. Pirate world. The Whitebeard pirates, who had already joined the dragon, now used their own strength to become the Eastern Army in the Dragon's army, and even Whitebeard became the deputy commander-in-chief. When Edward was planning how to liberate the other kingdoms, Ace suddenly told him that the mysterious leader had arrived. Edward quickly put down what he was doing. Ace told him last time that the glimmer of light that restored his youth was actually a little bit of the group leader's power. There were 840 million group leaders with that kind of power. After Edward knew about it, he was even more in awe of this mysterious group leader. To this day, he still feels that power is constantly exuding from within his body. Now that the group of lords has arrived, he will naturally go there in person. As soon as Edward followed Ace out of the door, he met Dragon and Sabo. "Edward, where are you going so late?" Long saw Edward and Ace leaving in a hurry. "I also wanted to discuss with you what to do next." Long could only sigh that the addition of Whitebeard made him even more powerful. You must know that Edward was a legendary pirate of the same era as his father Garp, and he once had dealings with the Pirate King. He holds the powerful shock fruit and is known as the strongest man in the world, but he can't make it public yet, otherwise it will cause the Navy to vigorously encircle and suppress them. Otherwise, as soon as word spreads, with Whitebeard's prestige, almost countless people will follow. So he also respects Edward very much. Meet a benefactor. Edward laughed. This period of investigation showed that he did have a good sense about dragons, and he was not the most vicious criminal in the world as the world government said. His purpose was to liberate the kingdoms that oppressed the rest of the people. Benefactor. Long was actually a little curious when he saw the young Whitebeard. If Edward hadn't used the power of the shock fruit in front of him, when he saw the extremely young middle-aged man, he really didn't think it was Whitebeard. After all, Whitebeard is called Whitebeard because of his beard. But now Whitebeard doesn't have any beard, and he is from the same era as his father. His father is so old, how can Whitebeard still be so young? Edward didn't hide it, he just said that someone helped him regain his youth. Could it be this benefactor? Can we go and have a look? Long couldn't help but said. He was also curious about this benefactor, and she guessed that it was probably because of this benefactor that the Whitebeard pirates decided to join them. Ryu, Sabo, and everyone in the Whitebeard pirates stood on the shore. Most of them had devil fruits and did not dare to approach the beach. Coming. The power in Edward's body suddenly throbbed, and he couldn't help but say. In an instant, a huge black hole seemed to appear on the sea. Countless dark energies began to gather from all directions and rolled up huge waves on the sea, as if there were countless Neptunes stirring on the bottom of the sea. The dark power began to outline lines on the sea, and everyone swallowed their saliva. Even the calmest Long and Edward looked at the sea in the distance with surprise. What kind of existence is that? A giant turtle that was larger than the sea kings they had ever seen appeared on the sea. Its limbs were like giant pillars supporting the sky. The lines on the turtle shell were clear, and a huge head poked out from the sea. The slightest movement of this giant turtle set off waves of more than 10 meters high and rolled towards the seaside. Edward took a step forward and punched out. The waves that were directly hit by the concussive force rolled back, and then gradually subsided. But an extremely oppressive atmosphere made everyone present unable to help but begin to gasp for air, fearing that they would suffocate and die. Is this the group leader? Edward took a deep breath. This was too huge, and he had never felt the extremely oppressive aura before. Ace shook his head. This is only a very, very, very small part of the group leader's power. Long couldn't help but ask, this is your benefactor, are you sure he's not a Neptune? This is too huge. The island they are on, the White Earth Island, is not as big as this giant turtle. Is this a giant turtle comparable to the island? Lord, Ace quickly waved his hand. He had only seen Shen Fei's hugeness in videos before, but now that he saw it with his own eyes, the impact was definitely different. I saw that the power of a dark fruit is too weak. It can't even hold as much power as Feng Shaoshan's trident. I will first find all the devil fruits hidden under the sea. The power of Shen Fei's soul began to use the law of water and began to spread across the ocean. The devil fruit was born in the ocean, but people who took the devil fruit were afraid of sea water. Natural. As soon as Shen Fei's soul power entered this sea of pirates, he felt that the power of his soul began to be suppressed, the avenue of heaven and earth, the power of laws. Feel the power filling this ocean. This is the power of nature. If you put it in prehistoric terms, it is the power of heaven and earth. There are 3 realms of heaven, earth, and man. Heaven is permanent, earth is steady, and man is changeable. That's it, the sea of laws. It's really an interesting world. Shen Fei soon realized that this pirate world was special. It was different from other worlds. The heaven and earth of other worlds were the entire world, so the laws filled the heaven and earth. But in this pirate world, the real heaven and earth is in the ocean. There is only one law in the rest of the world, which is the law of space, and in the ocean, the laws of heaven and earth are all there. Therefore, those who eat devil fruit will lose all their abilities when entering the ocean. Because devil fruit is a product of human nature, how can one resist the world with one's own strength? Unless one has reached a certain level of strength, the changeable nature of man will definitely be suppressed by the constant tranquility of heaven and earth. You have realized that heaven and earth are one, and you use the tranquility of heaven and earth to control the movement of humanity. You combine the heavenly Tao of Yishan and the heavenly Tao of Duluo to gain insight into magical powers. You have realized the great supernatural power, the world is always quiet. Many insights burst out in Shen Fei's mind, especially the perception that he acted as the way of heaven between the two worlds, that it is unchanging and the world is always quiet, coupled with his own great magical power, eternal immortality. Break with stillness, respond to ever-changing changes with stability. Edward and others at the beach were stunned when they heard Shen Fei's words. They couldn't help but look at Ace. Edward asked in a low voice, "So what is the mysterious group leader doing now?" "Looking for devil fruits." "Devil fruits are not that easy to find," Marco said. If devil fruits were really that easy to find, Marshall wouldn't have wanted to kill Sage for a devil fruit, because a devil fruit is indeed so precious that many people would take risks. Long and others also nodded. Although many of them have eaten devil fruit, it does not mean that devil fruit can be found everywhere, especially around here. If there had been, they would have salvaged it long ago. Ace watched quietly. "Well, you will know the power of the group leader later." Suddenly, fruits of different shapes suddenly floated in the air from the water, and the outer skin of each fruit was covered with, tangsao-like, spiral patterns. Is this a devil fruit? Even as calm as a dragon, he was full of shock at this moment, because what was floating on the sea was the devil fruit that everyone longed for. After all, its peculiar appearance makes it easy to tell what it is. Everyone at the beach was filled with shock. The hard-to-find devil fruit appeared in front of them like stars. Those who don't have devil fruits are full of desire and covet, but they don't dare to make the slightest move. The giant turtle like an island is still there. Everyone saw the huge head protruding from the seawater open its mouth and swallow it, as if it was going to bite off the entire world. All the devil fruits floating on the sea like stars were swallowed by the big mouth. Those who don't have devil fruits feel a pinch in their hearts. The devil fruits once floated in front of him, but he didn't make the slightest move. The devil fruits that were extremely precious outside were now swallowed by Shen Fei like ordinary fruits. As for why devil fruits are extremely unpalatable, it's just that people's desires are too complicated, and when they are transformed into physical objects, the taste is extremely complex, even worse than shit. He felt that the origin of the world in his body was constantly increasing, and the power projected from his body was also increasing. Shen Fei's power of soul continued to spread, and the great root was before his eyes. In his sight, Wano Country, Fishman Island, and even the so-called Holy Land Marihoa appeared, as well as the new world beyond and so on. Even saw the end of the Grand Line. Shen Fei doesn't have much interest in the so-called One Piece. It's just something that people in this world pursue. As Shen Fei's power continues to erode this ocean, most of this ocean is like Duluo world. All became his body. But because the ocean of this pirate world represents the heaven and earth of this world, once the erosion is completed, Shen Fei will instantly become the heaven of this world, instead of having to go to the god realm to use his soul to ban it like the Duluo world. It will only get faster. Ace, I need some time to analyze the laws of this world, so take this thing. Suddenly, stones flew out from the sea and all fell on Ace. In the future, demonic power owners who wear this thing will not be cursed by the ocean. He can use his power even in the ocean. Quote, after finishing speaking, everyone saw the giant turtle diving into the seawater and disappearing in front of everyone. As if what happened just now was just an illusion, Ace looked at the stone in his hand. It looked like pieces of tortoise shell, with a small hole on it. This thing can really remove the curse of the ocean. Marco looked at the stone in Ace's hand and couldn't help but ask. If other people told him, it would only make Marco burst out laughing, eating the devil fruit and being disgusted by the sea. Once entering the sea, the devil fruit user will only lose all his abilities, his physical strength will gradually disappear, and finally drown in the sea water. But the scene just now allowed them to see a power that did not belong to this world. Should be. Ace handed all the stones in his hand to Edward, keeping one for himself. I'll try. Ace held it in his hand, looked at the ocean that he had not touched since eating the devil fruit, and walked down. The cold seawater submerged his calves. Edward stared at Ace closely. If anything went wrong, he would immediately use the shock fruit to shock Ace back, and Marco would turn into a phoenix and fly in the air. It's okay. Ha ha ha, Ace yelled, and in front of everyone's eyes, a huge fireball suddenly appeared in his hand and blasted towards the sea instantly. The instant explosion caused a large crater to appear on the sea in front of him, and the seawater exploded in all directions. Edward couldn't help lowering his head and looking at the stone in his hand. Is this the power of the group leader? I never thought that one day someone would be able to break the curse of the ocean. I'm afraid this thing will become a weapon for us to deal with the Navy. Long took a deep breath. Just now he briefly tried the all things listen, but at that moment he restrained himself. Because at that moment he felt that if he listened to the voice of the giant turtle, he would die instantly. It turns out that Whitebeard's benefactor is actually such a powerful being. With just one hand, he can pull out all the devil fruits that exist in the seabed. This single hand is enough to see that this giant turtle is an existence that they can't even imagine. Ace. Today I finally saw the true appearance of the group leader. It's really big, bigger than our White Earth land. Feng Shaoshan, the group leader's lackey, the group leader has also come to your world. It seems that soon our worlds will be connected again. Now our world and Yishan world have initially established communication channels. Zhang Sanfang. Well, now with the help of the soul beasts in Duluo world, the strength of our disciples has grown quite quickly. Ace. Ha ha ha, when the time comes to open up the world, I will take you to find the legendary One Piece. Alger. I have mastered Xuanwu Kung Fu now. This Kung Fu is indeed magical. Even I feel that the pollution in my body has been suppressed a lot. Huang Rong. How do you learn so fast? Zhang Sanfang. Their world is quite special, and Alger's sequence allows him to maintain balance and increase body coordination, which makes him relatively talented in martial arts. Furukawa. It's bad, it's bad. Only then did I realize that the spirit fighting pill that I asked Nolan Yanran to give to the Shao family as compensation was stolen by the elder who went there. The most classic saying. 30 years to Hedong, 30 years to Hexi, don't bully young people into poverty. Already appeared. What should I do now? Fight to break the world. In the courtyard of Yunlin sect. Furukawa's face was full of anxiety. The good guy had offended Xiao Yan. At that time, he specifically asked about the time when Nolan Yanran was going to break off the engagement, and asked the elders who followed him not to use their power to overwhelm others. He also specially refined a spirit fighting pill to do so. Compensation. Explain nicely why you want to break off the engagement. He thought the matter was settled just like that. After refining the elixir today and planning to chat with Yun Yun, he specifically mentioned this matter. Nolan Yanran hesitated and told what had happened, but nothing had changed. He asked about the spirit fighting pill, but Nolan Yanran didn't know about it either. What a good guy, he was actually embezzled by that elder. Elder Gu, isn't it just a spirit fighting pill? Nolan Yanran saw the anxious look on Ji Yuhi's face, and this time it was Xiao Yan who made such bold statements to cancel my engagement. I didn't do anything wrong. Yun Yun's face was a bit sad. She had supported Nolan Yanran in breaking off the engagement, mainly because she was training Nolan Yanran as the next sect leader, so it was impossible for her to get married. Moreover, she is marrying a person who cannot cultivate. Unable to practice, even if he was willing to join the Yunlin sect for Yanran. But she also said at that time that she should speak politely. Who would have thought that Nolan Yanran was used to being indulged by her, speaking rubbish and keeping her mouth shut? Ji Yuhi sighed. Originally, he really didn't plan to have much contact with Xiao Yan. He just wanted to develop in secret. But now it seemed that it was no longer possible. He looked at Nolan Yanran and said, don't take the 3-year agreement lightly. Based on what Xiao Yan said, I'm afraid he has something to rely on. When the time comes, I will go to the Warcraft Mountains to visit the Amethyst-Winged Lion King in the Eastern Mountains and exchange some purple spirit crystal with him. Then I will ask the Pill King to help Yanran refine a purple spirit pill. That shouldn't be a problem. Yun Yun sighed. That's what happened. She didn't think much of the young man during the 3-year appointment, but it just happened to be the motivation for Yanran's cultivation. No, purple spirit pill is not suitable for Yanran. When Ji Yuhi heard the purple spirit pill, he subconsciously retorted. After watching Dookie Continent, he had already refuted the name. It was in that plot that Yun Yun was completely dissatisfied by Xiao Yan, and even fell in love with Xiao Yan during the subsequent crisis. Although to be honest, according to Brother Thor's analysis, this is actually just a strong woman who fell into a completely insecure situation and someone who could provide a sense of security happened to appear. It doesn't matter whether he is Xiao Yan, Furukawa or even Han Feng. This situation is also called the suspension bridge effect. Anyway, this is how Brother Thor explained it. Later, due to fate, they came into contact many times, each with their own reasons, which made Yun Yun fall in love with Xiao Yan. Thor told him that it was best not to let Yun Yun go to the Warcraft Mountains. Only Furukawa would be so opposed. The key is that if Xiao Yan and Yun Yun truly love each other in the end, Furukawa will not stop them, and he also hopes that Yun Yun will be happy. But the problem is that Xiao Yan didn't choose Yun Yun in the end. This is what Furukawa is most angry about. Xiao Yan doesn't care about the people he regards as treasures. Obviously Yun Yun did nothing wrong, and Yun Yun saved Xiao Yan many times. Why can Xiao Yan accept Medusa but not Yun Yun? Yun Yun was a little confused, but didn't the elder say before that the purple spirit pill is the most suitable for Yanran now? I have recently researched something new, so just don't go anyway. Yanran is your disciple, and naturally she is also mine. I will handle this matter well. Furukawa stood up and was about to leave the yard. He turned around again and reminded, don't go. If you really want to go, you must call me. I know, it's weird. Yun Yun nodded. After Ji Yuhi left, Nalan Yanran couldn't help but smile and said, speaking of master, Elder Ji Yu has been pursuing you for a long time, why don't you accept it? Elder Ji Yu has a good character, good alchemy skills, and looks not bad either. And I have been treating you well for more than 10 years. Yun Yun lightly slapped Nalan Yanran. You girl, are you talking about me? What you did this time was really inappropriate, but since it has become a fact, you should hurry up and practice in the past 3 years. If Xiao Yan really catches up with you, you will be making a fool of yourself. Quote. Do not worry. Yun Yun glanced at the direction Furukawa left and sighed in her heart. She naturally knew what Furukawa was thinking about her, but she only regarded Furukawa as her brother and had no feeling of heartbeat. After Ko returned to his room, he hurriedly sent a message to the group to ask for help. Hey Xiaohu, my suggestion is to kill Xiao Yan directly. If there is a chat group, are you afraid that you will not become the Do Emperor? Just come and save the world. Huang Rong. Well, Xiao Yan is a time traveler. What if he has some connection with the group owner? Hey Xiaohu. Feng Xiaoshan, the group leader's lackey, my suggestion is to collect the origin of the world, and exchange black turtle particles with the group leader. What kind of soul emperor can be destroyed with one punch? Furukawa looked at Feng Xiaoshan's suggestion. Furukawa. So now I'm going to get the Qinglian Earth Core Fire. What if Yun Yun went to the Warcraft Mountains during this period? Feng Xiaoshan, the lackey of the group leader, just ask Yun Yun and the others to accompany you. They said they would help Yan Ran refine new elixirs. Furukawa. That's right. Furukawa saw the opinions given by people in the group, and it was true that he was a little timid during this period. The main reason was that he had read the original work and thought that if there was no Xiao Yan, who would stop the Soul Emperor, but he seemed to be thinking too much. As long as I can collect the original objects, get the black turtle particles from the group leader, plus the points I uploaded during this period. He felt that his growth should not be slower than Xiao Yan. The easiest thing to obtain from the source should be Qinglian's Earth Heart Fire. Okay, the next target is Qinglian Earth Core Fire. Furukawa reread the original work. He did have information about Qinglian's Earth Core Fire, but the specific location was still being found, and the only one who had the exact location was that old boy Hai Bodong. In order to protect Yun Yun, and also to protect the world, Furukawa felt that he had to use the chat group to quickly become stronger, like Feng Xiaoshan, who became the second star of all realms after a short time, and he was only the second star of all realms. But refining Power Dan requires detailed prescriptions and strange fire. So we can only go to Haebadong first. But according to Feng Xiaoshan, Yun must be informed first, at least to ask her not to go out during this period. She will be needed at any time, just in case something goes wrong. Yun ran to the Warcraft Mountains, and he didn't know why he cried. Furukawa, who had just returned to his yard and got ideas from the group chat, hurried to Yun's yard. Yun saw Furukawa turning back and thought of what she had just talked about with her disciple. I couldn't help but blush. But she hurriedly covered it up, looked at Ji Yuhi and asked, Elder Ji Yu, do you have any other questions? I got news about Qinglian's earth core fire some time ago. I may need you to help me then. With the strange fire, I will be more confident in refining new elixirs for Yanran. Good. Yun nodded, and was aware of Furukawa's sudden return. No wonder Furukawa is so excited. You must know that the strange fire is a magical weapon for the alchemist, and now that Furukawa is the honorary elder of their Yunlin sect, his level of refining pills has reached a high level. It is also good for Yunlin sect. Ancient times. Shen Fei glanced at the news in the group and it seemed that Dopo would be coming soon. Moreover, in Do-Chi continent, alien fire must be the origin of the world, and alien fire is the origin. Needless to say, the law of fire is the strongest. With the laws of the entire Do-Chi continent, his law of fire should be able to go further. However, there should be worlds around Dopo just like Duluo, and even Dopo's subordinates have a vast world. It may take a long time to really pull him over. But there is no rush, it is enough that his strength is steadily improving. He quietly felt the atmosphere of the pirate world and comprehended the magical powers he had just learned, and the world was always quiet. The way of heaven is constant, and the way of earth is eternal and quiet. This magical power is based on these 8 characters and can regulate many magical powers. In other words, its essence should make all the power of change remain unchanged. In short, it can regulate many magical powers, including earth, wind, water, and fire. It can be regarded as a defensive magical power, but it can also be regarded as a fighting magical power. Now his armor is layered one more layer, and the security in his heart is one layer higher. Unfortunately, the 5 innate flags should have been taken by Hongjun. The Xuanwang Pagoda of Heaven and Earth is in the hands of Taiching, and the many innate treasure lotuses also have their own owners. The famous defensive treasures already have owners, otherwise he would just want to keep adding to them. Shen Fei opened his eyes because he felt that there were creatures wandering outside Janao Island. At first, he thought that there were creatures that had glimpsed the innate formation. But soon he frowned, this breath was very familiar. Turtle Clan, that's right, they are his fellow tribe, the Turtle Clan. They are of the same origin as him. He is only the first turtle in the world, not the only one in the world. The one who merged with the ancestral dragon and gave birth to the hegemon is the first black turtle in the world and the ancestor of the black turtle family. Later, other turtle clans were born, but the black turtle clan and the dragon clan supported each other, making it the largest clan among the turtle clan. The ones outside are the black turtles. Shen Fei ducked out, and a giant turtle that was wandering outside felt Shen Fei's aura, and quickly transformed into a Taoist body and knelt on the sea. I've seen the ancestor. Excuse me, Prime Minister Turtle, could it be that the Dragon King has something to do with me? The person who came was none other than Prime Minister Turtle of the Dragon King of the North Sea. No wonder he knew where Janao Island was. Otherwise, almost no one would be able to discover it given the innate formation currently covering Janao Island. He was just wondering why Prime Minister Turtle came to him. Ancestor, save the Turtle Clan. Prime Minister Turtle couldn't help crying. First tell me what's wrong, you're crying here. Shen Fei frowned. Although the Shuangui clan was not his race, the Xuanzhong tablet in his hand was Ba Sha's accompanying spiritual treasure. Ba Sha can be regarded as the ancestor of the Black Turtle Clan, and he and the Black Turtle Clan are related to each other. In addition, he is also considered to be a Turtle Clan. The Turtle Clan is powerful and his luck is even better. Tell me about it. We, the Black Turtle Clan in the North Sea, have lived in the sea near the shore all year round. We usually do not fight for it, but during this time, the Changchi clan appeared nearby, and they specifically hunted the Black Turtle clan for food. Changchi. Does Changchi still exist now? Changchi is one of the ferocious beasts that appeared during the Great Tribulation of fierce beasts. It does not understand spirituality, but is extremely powerful. But according to his understanding, he should have been killed. Prime Minister Gui explained. It is Changchi who has the bloodline of the ancient ferocious beast Changchi. You black turtles should be protected by the Dragon Clan, but the Dragon King doesn't care. The Dragon King said that it is not convenient for them to get involved with the Dragon Clan, the race behind the Changchi. Who? Shen Fei was a little confused. Even the Dragon Clan was inconvenient to contaminate him. The skinny real dragon is bigger than a snake. Anyone with some background knows that although the Dragon Clan is now hiding in the world and combing the water veins, it is not really powerful in death. This Changchi clan is kept here by the Wu clan, and these are their mounts. When Shen Fei heard this word, he realized that the Wu clan was now powerful and had good luck. The key was that the Dragon Clan had experience. It goes without saying that this race is the protagonist of the world. The Dragon Clan is now full of karma, and if one of them is bad, he will be involved in a great disaster and be punished by heaven and earth. No wonder the Dragon King said it was not easy to get involved. Come on, take me to see it. Shen Fei didn't have a good impression of the witch clan either. It was normal for the 12 ancestral witches to have only one how-to, and the rest were just stupid, especially Zhu Rong and Gong Gong, who had the whole world buried with them if they didn't agree with each other. Can't you use another method for burial? He also crashed Buzhou Mountain, causing him to be implicated. The funniest thing is that each of them claims to be a descendant of Pengu, and then Gong Gong breaks his father's spine before he dies. It can be said that he is a filial son from the beginning. One by one, they self-destructed and destroyed the ancient earth. Shen Fei could only give him a thumbs up. Pengu was unlucky to have descendants like you. Shen Fei transformed into his true form and followed behind Prime Minister Turtle. Prime Minister Turtle once again looked at Shen Fei's huge body. He was also considered the ancestor of the Black Turtle clan, and his status in the Turtle clan was second only to the current leader of the Turtle clan. Also responsible for governing the Northern Turtle clan. The Turtle clan has always been characterized by hard shells and huge bodies. The higher the cultivation level, the harder the shell and the larger the body. But his true body in front of Shen Fei was like a little turtle meeting a giant turtle. Ancestor, this way, the ancestral land of the Beihai Black Turtle clan. The old men who had transformed into Dao bodies had sad faces, and the dogs of the Changchi clan were specifically focused on catching their newborn turtles. The main reason is that the Turtle clan was born. If they want to develop well, they must lay their eggs on a shore full of spiritual sand. Sometimes those Changchi take advantage of this moment to swoop down from the sky, and the hatchlings need to return to the sea from the shore, which also takes a while. It was fine before. After all, this is the territory of their Black Turtle clan. Even if there are some birds with malicious intentions, they can't eat much. This can be considered a disaster and an experience. But the Changchi clan is completely heading towards annihilation. Has the ancestor not come back yet? One of the old men with a turtle shell on his back couldn't help but ask. What they can rely on is the ancestors in the Dragon Palace. They have been passing on messages for a while, mainly the leader of the Changchi clan or Da Luo. Their Beihai Black Turtle, that is, their ancestor is Tai Golden Immortal Consummation. If it weren't for the Dragon clan behind the Black Turtle, the Changchi clan would have eaten them all long ago. They even called them the mounts of the Wu clan, and the Wu clan was the overlord of the ancient world, and the resources of the ancient world were naturally allowed to be seized by them. Don't worry, I'm back. Soon, a faint voice came, and the turtles' eyes lit up with joy. Ancestor. They saw the true form of Prime Minister Turtle swimming towards this side, and suddenly their hearts suffocated, because they saw the existence behind the ancestor that looked like a fairy mountain, which could not be described by tens of thousands of feet. Why don't you meet the ancestor soon? We have met the ancestor. All the turtles knelt down one by one, all happy in their hearts. In the desolate and cold Beihai, originally their turtle clan only had their ancestor, the turtle prime minister of Beihai Dragon Palace, a powerful turtle clan, but they also learned that there was another extremely powerful existence. Before that, He appeared in form and fought with Kunpeng, the overlord of the North Sea. They are also the powerful ones of the Turtle clan. Unexpectedly, the ancestor actually invited this ancestor to take action. Now it is stable. Let's go. Shen Fei said calmly that he had learned on the way that there was a Da Luo in the Changqi tribe, and Prime Minister Gui would only be Tai Jingxian Yuanzheng, even if he could invite Da Luo. But not all Da Luo are willing to offend the Witch clan for this cause and effect. It means that no one will take action against the Black Turtle to offend the Dragon clan just for some reason. Shen Fei followed Prime Minister Turtle and soon sensed a giant beast on the shore in the distance that looked like a tiger and had a pair of wings soaring in the sky. There is indeed some theory that the evil spirit is everywhere, but the spiritual intelligence is preserved. It should be the Witch clan who took action. Shen Fei saw that Changqi had a clear mind, and the only one who could have such wisdom in the evil and turbid air was the shaman. Changqi definitely doesn't have this means. I revised it a bit in Dupo, and I remembered some things wrongly. Soaring in the sky, Changqi stretches his body and talks in the air. The meat of this Black Turtle clan is really delicious, especially those little turtles. The turtle has a good shell that protects the meat inside. It was born to be eaten by us. Otherwise, why do you look so delicious? Quote, I heard that they have responded recently. They seem to have an ancestor who works in the Dragon Palace. I know that Tai Golden Immortal is perfect. Our clan leaders are still here. Even if they find Da Luo, it doesn't matter. They have masters. Who dares to offend the power of the Witch clan? Quote, the tigers roared, their voices full of ridicule and disdain. The next moment, the sky suddenly darkened, as if the sun was covered, and everyone thought it was going to rain. When they looked up, they saw a huge island-like monument that collapsed like a pillar in the sky and came crashing down. The terrifying pressure fell on them instantly, and they couldn't escape even if they wanted to. Puff 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 puff. Single quote. Waves of blood mist appeared under the giant monument in an instant, and the entire base camp of the Changqi tribe on the entire shore was about to be smashed down by the giant monument. Who dares to offend our Changqi clan? The monument crashed down, and under the giant monument, a huge ferocious beast roared, and the terrifying and boundless evil aura spread all around. A stream of dark evil aura mixed with a scarlet bloody aura was like a river, blocked by the falling giant monument. Even these two forces are still frantically invading the giant monument, trying to destroy its spirituality. The giant monument flew upside down, shrank in the wind, and fell into Shen Fei's hands. Shen Fei saw that Changqi was covered in karma, evil aura, and death aura all mixed together. The Wu clan is also very powerful, and they actually dare to conquer the Changqi clan, which is related to ferocious beasts. It really all relies on the blessing of one's own merit, and it is the legacy of the great god Pangu. Otherwise, whoever gets entangled with the descendants of vicious beasts will really think that his life is too long. The ancestral witch was truly a filial son from the ancient times, and the ferocious beast was a creature formed from the residual thoughts and resentment of the chaos demon god who had been killed by Pangu. It can be said that they are the enemies of the ancient times, otherwise how could there have been such a catastrophe of ferocious beasts? It's good now, although it's not that these Changqi are still those ferocious beasts that don't understand spiritual intelligence, but they are also the bloodline derived from them. You devoured my Black Turtle clan, and now you ask who offended you Changqi? Shen Fei said calmly. Changqi stared at Shen Fei with a pair of tiger eyes. You don't have the aura of Zon Turtle on you, do you really want to meddle in this business? I am the mount of the Zon Ming ancestral witch, and I am protected by the Zon Ming tribe. The 12 ancestral witches of the Witch clan are connected with the same spirit. It's not something you can handle. Quote. But its eyes were also wary. This was obviously a Da Luo. According to what he knew, the black tortoises in the North Sea didn't have Da Luo golden immortals. There is only one backer, the Dragon clan. But he also has a backer, the Wu clan. How dare the Dragon clan in the sunset come to trouble the Wu clan in the zenith of the sun? Why are there so many words? When you were eating the Black Turtle clan, did you ever think that the Black Turtle clan was protected by the Dragon clan? Shen Fei suddenly realized that he was the Xuanming ancestral witch. He was the second to last among the 12 ancestral witches. He mastered the law of rain and the law of ice in his bloodline. The method of cultivation of the Wu clan is to tap into the power of their own bloodline. Their only pursuit is to return to Pangu's body, which is not like normal cultivation of immortality and understanding of the laws of the world. The Xuanming tribe all masters the law of ice and the law of rain, so it is normal for them to like to come to extremely cold places like the North Sea. The words are over. Throwing it over, the Xuanzhang monument in his hand turned into a large seal. The innate rustic energy in the heaven and earth gathered and piled up crazily, turning into a lifelike giant mountain, and the laws of billions of earth emerged. It crashed down towards Changqi. Seeing that Shen Fei had no regard for the reputation of the witch clan, Changqi took action directly. The terrifying evil spirit and bloody energy in his body spread for hundreds of millions of miles, and two scarlet swords emerged. They were his natal spiritual treasures refined with his own 2 teeth. Changqi's sword. Although he is a remnant of the ferocious beast, his own bloodline has been washed away by other blood pulses, and the evil spirit that confuses his mind has been absorbed by the witch clan. The soul is born and can refine magic weapons. The 2 swords flew across the sky, countless evil spirits, and the scarlet energy struck the giant monument like 2 scarlet rays. The evil energy confuses the gods. If you continue to fight against the enemy, your magic weapon will be useless. As long as we deal with you quickly. Shen Fei smiled and instantly connected with the water veins. This place is close to the water veins, and his escape speed can even be compared to the rainbow golden light. All I saw was a flash of blue light. Changqi reacted instantly and spread his wings behind his back to escape. Changqi had wings. In the wild, the true body born would not be useless. If the real body has wings, it means that he is good at speed. But Shen Fei's escape method was based on the golden light of the rainbow, and now the place was even closer to the water vapor. As soon as Changqi reacted, he saw a figure already in front of him. Punch out! The world shook, the laws shattered, and the surrounding seawater surged in front of this terrifying force. Seeing this, Changqi opened his mouth and vomited. A white lotus with 6 petals emerged, and the white light intertwined, evolving into countless Taoist rhymes, turning into a huge Taoist rhyme lotus and shrouding Changqi in it. PFF'd. Even though Changqi, who had sacrificed his defensive treasure, was blasted by the terrifying force, he vomited blood, and the blood mixed with evil spirit dyed the entire shore red. That's right, there is also a 6th grade white lotus. No wonder he can protect his mind by using evil energy so unscrupulously. It seems that Zanming is very good to you. When Shen Fei saw the lotus, his eyes lit up. It seemed like he had gained a good harvest this time. 6th grade white lotus, middle grade innate spiritual treasure. After he finished speaking, he punched out again, and the lotus flower that appeared in front of him swayed instantly. If I die, Xuanming ancestral witch will definitely avenge me. Let her come. Shen Fei punched out again, and there was no obstacle in front of his fist. Changqi could only resist with his own body, and like a hand that probed the clouds, he slammed towards Shen Fei's fist. He didn't believe that his beastly body was inferior to Shen Fei's. Next moment, roar! Changqi let out a scream, and his true body was instantly shattered by the huge force that overturned the world. The blood mist exploded, and the soul was shaken and eliminated by this force. A Deluo Dao fruit flew out, and the world Dao fruit intertwined with 9 laws emerged from Shen Fei's fist, turning into golden light and hitting the Deluo Dao fruit in an instant. Boom! Single quote. It was as if there was a vibration in the world, countless blood rains appeared out of thin air, and a roar exploded in the dark. This was the fall of Da Luo, whose laws were integrated into Dao. Shen Fei waved his hand and put away the Changqi sword and the 6th grade white lotus. Countless blood essences mixed with evil spirits fell into his hands. Even if he didn't have it, he would see which group member would be useful. However, he raised his eyebrows and said, "Is it Changqi's coercion or Baihu's cheating?" It turns out that there is white tiger's blood in his body, and the blood, magic weapon, and the help of the witch clan, no wonder he can create a ferocious beast with intelligence. After collecting the blood essence, he discovered that Changqi had white tiger blood in his body, which was no wonder. Good guy, Changqi just looks like a tiger, it doesn't mean it is a tiger. But Shen Fei thought about the dragon clan again. Well, Changqi had at least found someone similar to him. The dragon clan was really cold and unscrupulous. The poor people on the shore saw that the head of their family was killed so easily, and began to flee in all directions, but the next moment, the huge monument fell down like the sky was falling, and countless Changqi clan were smashed into pieces and turned into ashes. All the blood essence was collected by Shen Fei. This is solved. Many of the ancestors of the Black Turtle clan were stunned. The Chongqi clan, which was extremely difficult for them to deal with, all fell in an instant. Prime Minister Turtle was even more surprised. He actually didn't want to bother Guiyuan ancestor before. He has survived for so long. Although he has not broken through Daluo, the contacts he has accumulated in the past can still allow him to invite Daluo. But those Daluo were firstly afraid of the witch clan background behind Chongqi, and secondly, Chongqi, a ferocious beast from ancient times, actually gave birth to spiritual wisdom and became Daluo. The ability to control evil spirits with one hand. Evil spirits are something that only those of the Wu clan are not too afraid of, but like orthodox monks, evil spirits can easily pollute their souls, and can also kill the spirituality of their magic weapons. No one wants to deal with it. But Shen Fei solved it easily. Is this the ancestor? No wonder even the Dragon King treated him with courtesy, and was surprised and then ecstatic. From now on, they would have more support in Beihai. Solved. Shen Fei came to Prime Minister Gui and said, "Thank you ancestor for saving your life." Prime Minister Turtle and the ancestors of the Beihai Black Turtle clan all knelt down and saluted. "Excuse me, although you are not my blood clan, your ancestors can still be considered as having the same origin as me. If there is a witch clan looking for me, just let them come to me." Shen Fei said calmly. Regardless of whether he admits it or not, he is already a member of the Turtle clan. He certainly does not want to give birth to an heir, but the Black Turtle clan can still protect him. The main reason is that the Black Turtle clan is not the one causing trouble. If they were causing trouble, Shen Fei wouldn't bother to pay attention to them. For a race that doesn't cause trouble, he can still do it with the protection of Daluo. After finishing speaking, he was about to leave when Guisheng said hurriedly, "Ancestor, please stay." Shen Fei frowned. He could protect him, but if he was allowed to stay here, forget it, what's the matter? Thanks to the ancestor for taking action this time. In addition to the ancestor Ba Sha, the turtle ancestor also has the current 4C Black Turtle lineage. Among them, each of the 4Cs has an ancestor. Although my Beihai ancestor died in the war between the three clans, he still has his spiritual treasure left behind. We have not yet arrived in Daluo. If it is revealed, I am afraid that it will be robbed. A ball of spiritual light appeared in Prime Minister Turtle's hand and floated in front of Shen Fei. This is the heavy water spirit bead given by that ancestor to the turtle ancestor. It can refine all the water in the world and turn it into 1 yuan of heavy water. Please accept it, ancestor. Shen Fei raised his eyebrows. $1 heavy water. One drop has the weight of a river of water, and when it is refined, it is like a river of stars spilling out across the sky, and you may even be hit to death by the water droplet. I'm determined. This is indeed quite good for him. The key is that this thing can cooperate with his Dinghai Divine Pearl. The seawater in the Dinghai Divine Pearl flows into it, turns into 1 yuan of heavy water and then flows back, which can slowly increase the power of the Dinghai Divine Pearl. Power. He didn't refuse either. Prime Minister Turtle was even more happy when he saw Shen Fei put it away, which meant that Shen Fei was connected with their turtle clan. Fight to break the world. A group of men in black robes came to a huge yellow city. One of the men in black robes led by him raised his head. Above the city gate, 2 huge light red characters of Desert City were carved on the city wall. Looking from a distance, it's like it's been smeared with blood. We're finally here, Mochung. The person who came was naturally Furukawa, who brought Yun Yun here before he robbed some ice attribute treasures from his brother. The originally heavily guarded guards saw a group of men in black robes and were about to ask who these people were. Furukawa took out his alchemist badge and saw the mark on it. There was a look of fear on the guard's face. I've met the alchemist. A 6th grade alchemist actually came here. Single quote. He quickly waved off the guards who wanted to surround him. If word got out that he had led people to surround a 6th grade alchemist, the higher-ups might have ripped off his skin. The group of people was let in, and Yun Yun next to them asked in a low voice, "Are there any clues here?" "Yeah, find a shop called Gutu that sells desert maps. Don't say anything when you see it, just come back and let me know." Furukawa nodded. Fortunately, the store where Ice Emperor Haebadong is located appears in the original book. Otherwise, it would be really difficult to find it, mainly after Haebadong was sealed by Medusa. Be extremely cautious about any movement. It would be bad if a large-scale search was carried out to alert the enemy, and the rest of the people behind him began to scatter. Soon, someone reported that they had found it. Furukawa looked at Yun and said, "I may need to trouble you later." "Want to fight?" "It's not a fight, just a shock. I was once a strong fighter." The fighting emperor. Who? Yun didn't expect that a fighting emperor was involved. No wonder Furukawa asked her to come with him if he had definite information. Ice Emperor Haebadong. Yun followed Furukawa with some astonishment. She naturally knew that Ice Emperor Haebadong was a powerful Do Huang from the Jama Empire. He had extremely powerful ice attribute fighting energy and had once fought with her master. Just a little behind her master. But it actually disappeared more than 20 years ago, and I didn't expect it to be here. But why would Furukawa know? Yun looked at Furukawa walking in front. She didn't know why her senses had changed slightly since last time. In the past, she felt submissive in front of her. But these 2 times, she felt a great sense of confidence in Furukawa. Furukawa and Yun came to the Gutu map store. After walking in, they saw the old man drawing a map on the table. Furukawa did not say anything immediately, but walked to a simple wooden shelf full of holes in the corner of the store. There were some seemingly failed works piled on top, because he remembered that there were fragments of the pure lotus demon fire in them. He rummaged quietly, and soon he found a torn picture only the size of a palm. Furukawa picked up the fragment, walked to the old man who was drawing the map, put it in front of him, and asked with a smile, "How can I sell this thing?" The old man raised his eyes, glanced at them, narrowed his eyes and said calmly, "Not for sale." "Don't sell it. Why put it there if you don't want to sell it?" "I'm happy." The old man continued to raise his head and looked at Furukawa's face under the black robe. His eyes suddenly widened. He wanted to say something, but he still didn't. He just said, "Not for sale. Only these are for sale." He pointed at the detailed maps on the table, and his tone was no longer as bad as before. "The dignified Ice Emperor Haebadong has been reduced to this place, working as a map seller. Don't you feel aggrieved?" Furukawa asked with a smile. Haebadong stared at Ji-Yuhi and said coldly, "How did you recognize me?" "Ah, well, if I remember correctly, I should have met Ebi. It's just that more than 20 years have passed. Apart from losing a little weight, Ebi has not changed much." Ko had naturally seen Haebadong, but the Haebadong he saw at that time was high-spirited, and he had not yet become the alchemy king. Now he has become a 6th-grade alchemist, but the former Ice Emperor has become an old man living a miserable life. Could it be that King Dan is here to laugh at me, an old man? Haebadong sneered. I thought it was unintentional, but as King Dan, it seems that he recognized what it was. "The strange fire map," Furukawa said calmly. "The strange fire map." Haebadong frowned. "This thing must not be that simple, I won't sell it. Please also ask Lord Dan not to stay in the shop." "Really? Does Medusa's seal feel good?" As soon as Furukawa finished speaking, Haebadong tapped his palm somewhere on the table, and the open door closed with a bang. Haebadong stared at Furukawa with sharp eyes, and a cold and tyrannical aura spread from his body. "How do you know?" "He is the only one who knows about being sealed by Medusa. How could anyone else know about it, unless they are from Medusa? Don't worry about how I know this, but you should be looking for a 6th-grade alchemist to help you refine Power Dan." "I'm right. You said I would help you refine a Power Dan in exchange for this. Not bad." Suddenly, cold white mist appeared in the shop. Puff puff. With the slight sound of breaking wind, dozens of white ice spikes shot out from the mist, attacking all of Furukawa's vital points. In an instant, a thin sword deep next to him opened all the ice spikes. Yun took action. The cyan fighting spirit lingered on the rapier, swinging away all the ice thorns. She didn't expect that this was really Haebadong. When Haebadong saw the man in black robe next to Furukawa, he immediately took action. The lingering cyan fighting spirit, coupled with the pressure of fighting spirit erupting from his body, was not weaker than his previous fighting spirit. Yunlin sect. In the Jama Empire, only the Yunlin sect can have such intensity of fighting spirit. This kind of fighting spirit is definitely not that old guy from Yunshan. Needless to say, it is the new leader of the Yunlin sect, Yun. Ko smiled slightly and said, Ebi, there is no need to be so anxious to take action. In the entire Jama Empire, I should be the only one capable of refining it. Do you still want to try your luck here? Although I don't know where you learned these things, refining porton requires strange fire. As far as I know, you don't have it. Haebadong took a deep look at Yunyun next to Furukawa, and then looked at Furukawa. Don't you have accurate information about Qinglian's earth core fire? Koga had a smile on his face. Haebadong looked at Furukawa in shock for the first time, wondering why this guy knew so many things. If he was sealed by Medusa, only he and some important people in the snake tribe knew about it. But only he himself knew the specific information about Poerdan and Qinglian's earth core fire. So you plan to use my information to find the strange fire, and then use my medicinal materials to refine the elixir for me? Yes, but I am the most hopeful. I still want to continue to stay here until a person with strange fire appears, and is willing to help you refine Poerdan. But this is conflicting, because the alien fire can only absorb one kind. If the alchemist himself has alien fire, and the only bargaining chip in your hand is the alien fire. Do you think someone would offend Medusa for a precious treasure that they have no use for? Quote. Furukawa asked with a smile, this is the development of normal logic. Xiao Yan's situation was entirely because of the burning Jew and Haebadong's brain twitching for a while. Not everyone can forcibly control several types of strange fire without using the burning technique. Haebadong frowned, glanced at Furukawa and said, then how can I trust you? Old Hai, you can only believe it. You are the one asking me for help now, and if I must take it by force, do you think you can stop Sect Master Yun with your current strength? Haebadong glanced at Furukawa and said, I heard that King Dan is gentle and kind to others. I didn't expect that he could speak so smartly, vigorously and with sharp teeth. Forced by the situation, Furukawa sighed and couldn't help turning his head to look at Yunyun. It would be terrible if Yunyun's impression of him deteriorated because of this. Is it clear? He looked at Rob in front of him and said calmly. Although Haebadong's map was more detailed than what he knew, it still needed to be explored. Naturally, local snakes were needed to detect it. The local snakes here were nothing more than Xiaoding's Iron Desert Mercenary Group and Sand Mercenary Group. He thought about it and chose the Sand Mercenary Group. With his 6th grade alchemist calling the Sand Mercenary Group, Rob wanted to kneel on the ground and lick it. I know, sir. Rob was extremely happy. This was the king of alchemy. As long as there was a little connection, the ancestral graves would be filled with smoke. 2 or 3 days later, under the guidance of the map, he and the Sand Mercenary Group conducted a large-scale search and determined an area in the eastern part of Stone Desert City. The Sand Mercenary Group gathered a large number of manpower and began to search and dig. But after digging for 2 or 3 days, there was still no harvest. Such a big move naturally attracted the attention of the Modi mercenary group and wanted to stop them, but Furukawa went to find the Xiaoding brothers in the middle of the night and told them that he was hiring a mercenary group to look for them. Xiaoding saw that the Sand Mercenary Group actually had a 6th grade alchemist. In the Jama Empire, the only 6th grade alchemist was Dan King Furukawa, who was the top figure in the entire empire. We must seize the opportunity. Xiaoding said that Motai can also help. Furukawa asked 2 mercenary groups to find someone together. In addition to the promised Doling Dan, they could also refine a 6th grade or lower elixir for free. After this promise was made, the Modi mercenary group also went out with all its strength. A few days later, Xiaoding looked at Rob with a smile. I gave you 2 days to find it, but we found it. It seems you still can't do it. Rob took a deep breath, but Furukawa didn't dare to have an attack here. Furukawa looked at the dark cave entrance in front of him. As an alchemist, his skills were naturally fire-based skills, and he could feel the extremely hot breath coming from inside. Found it. Yunyun glanced at Furukawa. This guy can do it. I'll bother you later, Master Yun. You're welcome. Yunyun glanced at her pretty brows, but how did you know there would be a monster inside? My master told me, among the spiritual creatures in the world, there must be monsters to protect you. Furukawa had already thought of his words. Yunyun's eyes were full of doubt. Did your master tell you that Haebadong is here? Some gossip. Furukawa knew that he would definitely be suspected by Yunyun, and he couldn't confess to Whitebeard like Ace or Thor confessed to Hong. What if Yun Yun becomes curious about Xiao Yan after confessing? There was no one he could tell. Yun Yun muttered a few words, gods and ghosts. Let's go, get down, get it done quickly and leave immediately. Good. Furukawa looked at the others and said, you guys just stay here. After finishing speaking, Furukawa and Yun Yun headed down the cave entrance. Soon, criss-crossing passages appeared in front of Furukawa and the two of them. Furukawa's mental power spread out, and he judged the correct path based on the temperature. That's where the magma of the Togogan Desert lies. Soon the two of them saw the looming fiery world ahead and reached the end of the passage. In the huge cave, fiery red magma slowly flows inside, and the terrifying heat wave distorts the air. The Qinglian earth core fire is down here. Ji-yu, he said. A flash of relief flashed through his eyes, and he finally found it. So we want to go down. Yun Yun looked at the magma that was emitting terrifying high temperatures. It was indeed possible for strange fires to be born. Furukawa covered his body with fighting spirit, and then leapt towards the fiery red magma. Fighting energy also began to wrap around Yun Yun's body, and the two of them jumped down. Not long after they jumped, suddenly a huge shadow swept over. Yun Yun drew out her long sword and whispered, you go get it first, I will deal with it. She had already seen that it was a two-headed giant python, exactly like what Furukawa said, a two-headed fire spirit snake, but it was only at the fighting spirit level. She just said that in the magma world, she needed to save her fighting spirit and spend a little time. Okay, good job. Furukawa continued to dive deeper into the magma. When the surrounding magma turned green, even Furukawa felt a little hot under the protection of many layers of fighting energy. Really, if there wasn't Yao Lao, it would be strange that Xiao Yan could get it. Ji-yu, he felt the fighting energy consumed outside the body intensify, took out a small ball from the ring, crushed it, and a cold breath came out covering his whole body. He got it from his brother. After that, he dived down. Soon the color of the surrounding magma completely turned into cyan, and the terrifying temperature seeped through the protective layer again, and he began to sweat. The cold breath offset the heat of the magma, allowing Furukawa to stay awake. Seeing the blue magma, Furukawa was overjoyed. The magma completely turned green, proving that Qinglian's inner fire was not far away. Thinking that the strange fire was ahead, Furukawa accelerated his dive speed and rushed deeper into the blue magma. Soon, a cyan light appeared not far below, shrouded in the magma. If you look closely, you can faintly see that in the cyan light, a cyan lotus is floating in the center. Finally found. After saying that, he rushed into the envelope of cyan light. When his body entered the cyan light, the temperature of his whole body dropped a lot. Furukawa looked at the blue lotus in the center. The lotus was completely natural, and at first glance, it looked as crystal clear as sapphire. Among the lotus flowers, there is a small lotus platform about 2 or 3 feet tall. Under the blue lotus flower, there is an extremely slender rhizome, greedily absorbing the violent fire energy in the surrounding magma. Furukawa looked at the center of the small lotus platform among the lotus flowers, where a green flame was burning quietly. This was Qinglian's inner fire. Furukawa quietly looked at Qinglian's inner fire. He was hesitating. He could actually try to absorb it because he still had the ice spirit cold spring in his hand. With the strange fire, he could help Haebadong refine Poerden, and it wouldn't be considered as deceiving Yun Yun. But if it is packaged to the group leader, Haebadong's Poerden can only be postponed. Although he knows that there are strange fires in other places, it is not him who took other people's information and promised other people's things to lie for his own gain. Original intention. How about giving it to the group leader next time? An idea came to Furukawa's mind. At worst, he would kill Han Feng and give his Hai Shin Yan to the group leader. Besides, Hai Zhonghuo might be liked by the group leader more. Absorb this yourself. Just as Ji-yu he made up his mind, he suddenly raised his head, and there were violent sounds of fighting and fluctuations of fighting spirit above his head, both of which were much more terrifying than he was now. Medusa is here. Furukawa's eyes were cloudy and uncertain. Medusa was the 9-star fighting emperor, and Yun Yun would definitely not be able to defeat her. The plan cannot keep up with the changes. This is the territory of the snake people. A woman with a face so beautiful that it almost reached the level of coquettishness stared at Yun Yun, with a pair of narrow lavender eyes. Her eyes were moving and charming, but at this moment, her eyes were full of murderous intent. The strange fire he discovered was actually discovered by others. This involves the very foundation of her evolution. Yun Yun raised her eyebrows and said coldly, Queen Medusa, when did the desert become the territory of your snake people? This is the territory of our snake people. No, you are stalling for time. Medusa said coldly, and the fighting energy in her body suddenly turned into a terrifying giant python, biting towards Yun Yun. The fighting energy in this guy was of the wind attribute, so it was impossible for her to come looking for the strange fire. That means there are others. It could only have gone down. Yun Yun whispered softly, the extreme wind. The dazzling blue light flashed in the rapier in her hand, turning into a bright blue light and spitting towards the giant python. Her eyes were full of worry when she looked into the depths of the magma. It was not easy to absorb the strange fire. I can only delay as much time as possible. The giant python swallowed up the green light in an instant and became much illusory, but the remaining phantom was still killing Yun Yun. Yun Yun could only keep resisting. After a few moves, Yun Yun was instantly at a disadvantage. Medusa was even stronger than the Ice King at his peak, and the Ice King was second only to her master. Now Yun Yun was naturally not as good as Medusa, but if she left, Furukawa would be dead. She could only grit her teeth and persist, as the fighting energy in her body was consumed crazily by the dual effects of Medusa and magma. You are seeking death. Medusa saw that Yun Yun was still stalling for time. This strange fire was related to the future development of her tribe and her own strength. She had to get it. Since this human woman was ignorant, she would just kill her. Medusa instantly transformed into a giant purple snake about 10 feet tall, standing suspended in the air. The giant purple snake's body was slender and powerful, with a vague sense of elegance and beauty. Its lavender pupils stared at Yun Yun, then you go to hell. This snake is the trump card of their snake tribe. After turning into a snake, it will have extremely strong power. The purple snake bit towards Yun Yun. The terrifying power caused the surrounding magma to shake. Yun Yun's eyes flashed with determination. He turned over his hand and took out a pill, about to swallow it. Next moment, a terrifying aura came from under the magma, and a figure instantly appeared in front of her. She resisted Medusa's impact with one hand. Yun Yun saw that the figure blocking her was Furukawa. When did Furukawa become so strong? A giant turtle suddenly appeared in this huge magma world. The originally extremely wide magma world became extremely crowded after the giant turtle appeared. Vast waves appeared in the magma, and endless water vapor appeared out of thin air. Boom. Single quote. It was as if the water vapor falling from the sea collided with the magma. The magma was instantly cooled into hard black stone. The terrifying steam filled the entire magma world overwhelmingly. Medusa, who was blocked by the ancient river, stared at the gentleman in front of her. You took my strange fire. The strange fire is a thing of heaven and earth. It has no owner. Whoever gets it can get it. Furukawa felt the terrifying power in his body, and was still frantically increasing the fighting spirit and physical strength in his body. It seemed that he made the right decision. Go out first and then talk. Furukawa released his fighting spirit and enveloped Yun Yun, spread his wings behind his back, and rushed outside with Yun Yun, whose fighting spirit was almost exhausted. Just now, the overflowing breath of the group leader's black turtle particles actually caused the water vapor between heaven and earth to condense. The collision of this boundless water vapor with the magma caused a destructive force no less than a disaster. Stop it! Medusa roared, her snake body transformed into a human body again and followed Furukawa. She attacked Furukawa in front of her wildly, but behind Furukawa appeared a giant turtle that had just appeared in the magma world, but it was much smaller and directly blocked all the attacks. Down. Several figures rushed out of the passage in an instant, and terrifying hot air also spurted out along with the passage. Jet-like air columns appeared in the desert to form a magnificent landscape. Put me down. Yun Yun, who was in Ji Yuhi's arms, turned red with shame. After hearing this, Ji Yuhi quickly put Yun Yun down and said, I'm sorry, the situation was a bit urgent just now. It doesn't matter. Ko stared at Medusa who came out, and whispered, Queen Medusa, do you really want to kill them all? After saying that, the aura in his body burst out and increased crazily. 6-star Do Huang, 7-star Do Emperor, 8-star, 9-star. Medusa looked at Furukawa, whose aura was rising crazily, and instantly became equal to her, and before she stopped, she directly broke through the bottleneck she dreamed of, the Duzong realm. How is that possible? Even strange fire can't make you a Duzong. Medusa was stunned. Yun Yun was even more surprised. What on earth was going on? How did he absorb such a strange fire? Furukawa changed from a fighting king to a fighting sect. Medusa said coldly. And you don't have any aura of strange fire on your body, you didn't absorb the strange fire. Yeah, if it weren't for you, I would have originally planned to absorb it. Furukawa's mind fell into the group chat and saw what Shen Fifa said. The next moment, cyan energy emerged from the void and intertwined wildly in the sky. Infinite Taoism emerged in the desert, turning into a huge thing like a giant mountain. The moment this behemoth appeared, terrifying pressure instantly fell on everyone's hearts. Medusa couldn't help but look at the giant turtle that appeared in the magma world. Now it appeared in the air and was even bigger. Her blood was trembling crazily, as if she had encountered a supreme being, and her whole body began to tremble crazily unconsciously. Koga, the giant turtle, looked down. Furukawa clasped his fists and saluted, Lord of the group. Lord, is there any powerful person called the leader of the group? Medusa looked at the giant turtle, not even daring to make the slightest move. Her body told her that this existence could crush her to death at any time. I couldn't help but look at Furukawa. It turned out that there was such a powerful existence behind this guy, and it was probably the giant turtle's handiwork that made him instantly enter the Duzong. Shen Fei glanced at everyone present, and then looked at Furukawa. This is my first time to use something with fire attributes to descend, which is a relatively novel experience. This is the sub-fire of Qinglian's earth core fire, which is enough for you to even refine the power Dan you need to refine Haibo. During this time, I will be here analyzing the laws of heaven and earth. If there is anything that cannot be solved, just call me in the group. Quote. After finishing speaking, a green light flew out of the giant green turtle's body, flashing with extremely explosive power. Thank you, group leader. Furukawa felt that the explosive sub-fire of Qinglian's earth core fire entered his body and became extremely docile. The power of the group leader was really great, and he suppressed Qinglian's earth core fire easily. In an instant, the giant tortoise seemed to dive into the ocean and dive into the Togogan Desert, but it did not cause the slightest shock. The arrival of this strange fire was originally a body condensed by flames. It submerged into the hot desert and intertwined with the fire ability, just like it was emptied, and then condensed into essence. The pressure that suppressed everyone's hearts disappeared instantly. Everyone except Furukawa was gasping for air because they didn't dare to breathe just now for fear of attracting the attention of the giant turtle. Yun Yun secretly breathed a sigh of relief, looked at Furukawa with her beautiful eyes, and said teasingly, "Is this your master? I didn't remember that your master was a magical turtle." It seems that the information about Qinglian's earth core fire was told to Furukawa by the giant turtle that appeared just now. It was obvious that Furukawa was helping this mysterious group leader, exchanging Qinglian's earth core fire for the power to enter the Duzong. Well, I'll explain it to you when I get back. He knew that he couldn't hide it from Yun Yun. Now that he wanted to make changes, he was not afraid that it would change Xiao Yan's fate. When the time came, he would be the one to take care of Emperor Hun Tian. Good. Furukawa turned around and was about to leave when Medusa said coldly, "So you are Alchemy King Furukawa. Could it be that you just turned around and left?" Yun Yun turned around and frowned at the woman who could drive men all over the world crazy. What? You didn't speak just now, and now you speak again. Furukawa turned his head and sighed and said, "I will try my best to make up for the queen. How about 10 spirit fighting pills and 1 transformation pill?" After all, he did steal Medusa's chance to evolve this time. Given his temperament, it would be very against his will if he didn't compensate for it. When the others heard this, they were shocked by Furukawa's wealth. Medusa shook her head and said, "I don't need it, I only have one request." Then the queen may say so, but she needs something I can do. You can do it. I want you to help me practice. After Medusa finished speaking, Ko looked stunned. Huh? Don't you have Qinglian Earth Core Fire Zaihuo in your hand? Since you can help Haibadong refine the elixir, you can definitely help me refine my bloodline and evolve. I'm afraid that's not possible. The sub-fire in my hand only has the characteristics of Qinglian's inner fire, not the huge flame energy. Furukawa shook his head. In the original work, Medusa was able to evolve with alien fire, partly because she relied on Qinglian's earth core fire to accumulate power for thousands of years. Although his Zaihuo now has the characteristics of Qinglian's earth core fire. But the energy is all gone. Medusa frowned, and then a faint voice sounded. Furuhei, if you have two kinds of strange fire, you can almost help her refine her bloodline. Medusa's expression changed drastically. It was the giant turtle just now. He was still paying attention here. However, Ji Yuhi smiled bitterly and said, Group leader, I don't have the burning technique, how can I master two kinds of strange fires? You send it to me, and I'll send you Zaihuo, and use my power to suppress it. When the time comes, I will devour them one by one with the burning technique. Moreover, the more alien fires, the stronger the refining effect on Medusa should be, ha ha ha. Quote. After Shen Fei finished speaking, Medusa's frown relaxed. She looked at Furukawa and said, I'll help you find other strange fires, and you help me refine my bloodline, how about that? I can do it too, why do you need to tell me what to do? Hey, what, are you afraid that I will steal your lover? Who knows what bad intentions you, the beautiful snake, have? Yun Yun and Medusa were talking to each other, and Ji Yuhi quickly said, It's okay, it's okay. Master Yun just needs to help me. I know where there are strange fires. The queen only needs to give me the mandala of sand. When I find the second type of strange fire, I will come immediately to help you refine your bloodline, okay? Quote. Do you know where there is another strange fire? Medusa and Yun Yun were both stunned. They all knew how rare the strange fire was, but they could find it in the ancient river mouth like cabbage on the roadside. But I thought of the extremely mysterious, group leader. No, who knows if you will come back then. You follow me to get the mandala of sand from the clan, and I will follow you during this period. When you get the strange fire, help me cleanse my bloodline. This. Ji Yuhi glanced at Yun Yun, whose face turned gloomy. Good guy, group leader, you've done me a disservice. Ancient times. A smile appeared on Shen Fei's face. Furukawa, a rotten tree, had to be pushed. No matter what Yun Yun's feelings for Furukawa were, a source of crisis should be added first to speed up the fermentation of this feeling. Let both Yun Yun and Ji Yuhi see their respective feelings clearly. I am really a group leader who worries about the group members. The formation method of this strange fire is really special. The origin of the world is mixed with the law of fire and then mixed with other laws to form the spiritual objects of heaven and earth. A blue flame appeared in Shen Fei's hand, and Qinglian's inner fire disappeared again, and two balls of law appeared in front of his eyes. You know the Qinglian earth heart fire, which is mixed with the laws of fire and the laws of earth. You begin to understand the way of fusion. Precipitate this understanding in your heart, and when the time is right, it will turn into what he needs. The 6th grade white lotus he had obtained from Changqi appeared in front of Shen Fei. This should be the descendant of the 12th grade pure world white lotus. He got 2 magic weapons from Changqi. Changqi's sword was made by Changqi himself using his own teeth. In addition, Changqi was not innately sacred. He was just a ferocious beast born with evil spirits and the blood of a white tiger. He became a Deluo, and it was a relatively rubbish Deluo. There is no innate Dao charm, so the refined Changqi sword is just an acquired spiritual treasure. It is powerful, but it has no foundation of Dao enlightenment, and Shen Fei is too lazy to refine it. This white lotus is an innate thing, and Shen Fei is planning to use it to understand the law of world purification. This law is also extremely overbearing and can drive away other laws. The key is that it works well with one of his magical powers. Heaven and earth are always quiet. The magical power is fixed, and the law is repelled. He can break through countless magical powers, and I'm afraid even the 5-color divine light of the peacock guy can't compare to him in this regard. You begin to understand the laws of purification in the 6th grade white lotus. In group chat, Furukawa. It's finally been dealt with. I have to thank the group leader for taking action this time. Otherwise, the success will be in vain. Thor God. Let's not talk about this first. Let's talk about how your relationship with Yun Yun is developing. Furukawa. What to develop? Yun Yun and I went to get the Qinglian Earth Core Fire, and we met Medusa. Feng Xiaoshan, the lackey of the group leader, vomited, "You are stupid. During this period of time, you can't develop feelings and express your ideals and ambitions. Why Xiaoyan can attract Yun Yun? Because she has never seen such people. Curiosity is the beginning of a woman's downfall." Huang wrong. So you understand it very well. I don't know who was the licking dog in the beginning. Feng Xiaoshan, the group leader's lackey, I don't understand. I really don't understand. These are all things Brother Thor taught me. Thor God. You are awesome, how could I ever teach you this? You tell lies just to pick up girls. Feng Xiaoshan, group leader's lackey, he, let's not talk about this anymore. The Star Luo Empire has almost surrendered, so I will go and deal with DTN and the others. At that time, the entire Duluo continent will become a place of great faith for the group leaders. Then I could practice with peace of mind, so I passed the position of leader to my father. He was the least capable of the three of us. Thor God. That means you passed the throne to your father. Speaking of this second part, this is outrageous. This Tang San is so disgusting. For the so-called 10,000 years of luck, he forcibly divided his daughter's soul like this. I can't even imagine how painful it is to have your soul divided. After Lei Shen watched Tang San Continent 2, he was so angry that he slammed the table. He was also a man with a daughter. Seeing that Tang San actually treated his daughter like this, was this still a sign of being a father? Huang wrong. Fortunately, my father still loves me very much, and Huo Yuhao. It would be too hard to really get involved with Tang San. Feng Xiaoshan, the group leader's lackey, now Tang San is almost in my hands. This guy is really disgusting. Last time I asked Huo Wu to intercede, and also let the so-called Yu Shaogang join the Turtle Temple. He said that his theory could help the development of Turtle Temple, so I kicked him out directly. I couldn't even eat that night, it made me so sick. Alger. I'm ready to try to be promoted to Wind Blessed One, what about you? Feng Xiaoshan, the group leader's lackey, why are you so fast? No kidding, there is a paper king in our group. He usually doesn't come out to chat. Every time he comes out, he talks about how much he has improved. Alger. The exercises recommended by the previous group leader are very good. In addition, I know how to digest the rules of play, and I also know the origin of the Wind Blessed Ones and the ingredients for the potion. It's normal to this extent. Thor God. Speaking of which, I have recently entered the group leaders, Star Destiny, Sequence 5, and I feel that a star is closely related to me, and so does Brother Hong. It's just a little strange. Mine is 7 kills, Brother Hong's is Po Jun, and third brother's is Tan Lang. We form the 3 stars of Sha Po Lang. Zhang Sanfang. If you really want to count, Sha Po Lang Sangsing is indeed a bit like you 3 brothers, rising up in chaos, and the 3 stars' fate is also in line with the personalities of the 3 of you. Among them, you are the most out of the box, Hong is the most calm, and Luo Feng is the most astute. But speaking of this, I have also succeeded in cultivation. My destiny is Do Su, which is related to the Xuanwu 7 suspensions. It seems that this is indeed fate. Feng Xiaoshan, the lackey of the group leader, okay, everyone is taking the role behind my back, right? I think everyone is chatting in the group. When asked, everyone learned new tricks and their strength improved. Mei Mei will always be my goddess, the second lackey of the group leader, it's okay, brother. I'm still with you. Feng Xiaoshan, group leader's lackey, I'm not in a hurry, I'm ready to build the foundation. I'll also have a one-armed one weighing 100,000 pounds. Mei Mei will always be my goddess, the second lackey of the group leader. Pirate World. Ace stood next to Whitebeard. Today, he looks more weathered than he did a few years ago. He has rarely spoken in the group since the leader of the group appeared as a pirate. I just sign in every day to get points, and the rest of my thoughts are focused on my own world. He wants to complete his idea, completely end the pirate era started by his father, and return the whole world to peace. Now the kingdoms are almost liberated. Our next goal is the Holy Land and the complete destruction of the world government. Long beside him was also feeling a little emotional. He didn't expect that the career he had worked hard for so long would actually be completed today. He couldn't help but look at Edward. The main reason is that Edward is too strong, so powerful that he is simply inhuman, and he has a divine artifact given by the mysterious group leader. Edward can even use the power of the quake fruit underwater. Under Edward's power, the armed forces of any kingdom had no room for resistance. Ace looked at Long and said, "What about destroying the world government? What are your plans?" Long opened his mouth, but Ace's words stopped him. Destroying the world government is his ultimate goal, but what should he do if he destroys the world government? Although the Navy is the lackey of the Tianlong people, they have also maintained the peace of many kingdoms and islands to a certain extent. At least they are not unscrupulous, and there are still good people in the Navy. Ace took out a stack of things in his hand, which he had built after consulting Thor and Peter. Long took it and started to read it, and nodded. "We need to unite good navies and good pirates. Establish a government similar to a federal system and a parliamentary system. Enough innocent people have died because of the Great Pirate Era. I feel that the world should not be like this, and I want to change the world." Quote. Long frowned when he heard that Ace wanted to re-establish a government. What he pursues is freedom and equality. If a government re-emerges, then you will lose your freedom if you are governed by others. But soon Long was baptized by what was written inside. Freedom with limits is freedom. If freedom is not restricted, it will definitely lead to the exploitation of the weak by the strong. The establishment of a world government governed by all liberators and liberated people represents the interests of the broadest group of people. This was written by you. What was written here instantly pierced Long's confusion, and this was not just a big and empty theory, but also contained some practical ideas and government structures. No, someone helped me perfect it. Ace is very honest. The mysterious group leader. Long Zaran was thinking of the giant turtle that appeared a few years ago. The shocking scene made him shudder when he thought about it. The group leader won't care about this. Ace shook his head. The group leader rarely directly intervenes in the development of a world. He will not ask a world to become what he wants. Let's go. After dealing with the Tianlong people, it's time to end the era of great pirates started by my father. The Tianlongren, that might be a big battle. Kill a few Tianlong people and sacrifice flags first. Ace took a deep breath. Tianlong Ren Yimu was the most difficult. Like those in the Navy, with Dad's strength, it is easy to solve them. And Shen Fei at the bottom of the sea opened his eyes. A pair of eyes was like two continents. Even the extremely huge sea kings were just flies in front of these eyes. This pirate world is really interesting. Single quote. Shen Fei's current soul has completely infected the ocean of the pirate world. Now the entire ocean is Shen Fei's body. He took away the devil fruit that was still floating on the seabed and fused it, and continued to descend the black turtle particles. Now his strength should be able to crush the entire pirate world, even the so-called Tianlong I Am and the 5 old stars. His eyes had already seen Ace and others heading towards the Holy Land, and it seemed that they were planning a decisive battle. It's just that he won't interfere with the development of the world, just like he didn't interfere with Duluo and Yishan. These people are his group friends, not his slaves. He only needs to lead the world to continuously improve his Duluo Dao fruit. It does not mean that it is best if all the world develops according to his ideas. On the contrary, some variables can better promote the world to develop in a more diversified way. Nowadays, the inner world star gods have the power of faith in the Duluo world to maintain them, which is enough for the time being. Moreover, there are other worlds under the command of Duluo God Realm. When it is not enough, we can open up the passage between Duluo and his world, so that they can be officially connected as one. The Gate of Tai. Auras lingered from Shen Fei's body, intertwining under the water, turning into a portal that seemed real but imaginary, with extremely mysterious lines flashing on both sides of the portal. In an instant, a familiar breath came from the center of the portal. Ancient times. Shen Fei once again entered the dimension-enhancing perspective, overlooking the entire pirate world. Outside the chaotic void of the inner world, a ball of light emerged. This is the world of pirates. The brightness of its light group is not weaker than that of Duluo God Realm. The pirate world is also a world that has just entered the Middle Thousand world. After all, powerful devil fruit owners can smash mountains and shake the ocean with ease. At present, Shen Fei has deduced the approximate upper limit of the first 3 levels of the current chat group through these 3 worlds. Sporadic elements from all realms. Ordinary people who have not exceeded the limits of the normal human body, at most they are a little stronger than normal people. One star of all realms. Those who break through the limits of the human body and initially possess extraordinary abilities, but do not yet involve energy, are classified as one star of all realms. The two stars of all realms. Those who can move the heaven and earth with human power and can use various extraordinary energies of heaven and earth are classified into the two stars of all realms. The limit of the small thousand world is the two stars of all realms. The original limit of the Duluo God realm is the two stars of all realms, but with the support of the other small thousand worlds, it can reach the end of the middle thousand worlds. Their so-called creation God should be the existence of three stars of all realms. But the road to promotion is not very smooth. The five great God kings have been there for so many years, but they still have not reached the level of the creation God. Unless the entire Duluo God realm only supports one being, maybe there will be three stars in all realms. As the pirate world came into contact with the inner world, the Taoist charm belonging to the way of heaven fell into Shen Fei's mind again. The entire historical development of the pirate world was in Shen Fei's sight. It turns out that the blank 100 years is just a history of war. After Shen Fei satisfied his curiosity for a little while, he no longer paid attention. Instead, he began to understand the laws of purification in the White Lotus with the help of the heavenly charm at this time. It just so happens that his belief in the eternal tranquility of heaven and earth was derived from the sea of laws of the pirate world. With the help of the Taoist charm of the pirate world, he integrated the laws of peace and tranquility into the eternal tranquility of heaven and earth. Soon, Shen Fei on Janao Island opened his eyes, with infinite Tao charm flickering in his eyes. He found that the speed of comprehending the laws that led the world was not weaker than discussing Tao with Zhen Yuanzi and the others. The main reason is that in every traction world, there will be some laws that he has not yet understood. Once the pull is successful, these laws will supplement the laws he has never mastered. With Mount Bujo as the center, the tribes of the Wu tribe radiated in all directions, while the Xuanming tribe, which liked extreme cold, headed all the way north. Among the Xuanming tribe, the great witch Jufeng, whose reputation was second only to the ancestral witch Xuanming, heard the report from the coming witch general. All the Chongqi tribe were wiped out. Jufeng was a little surprised. The Chongqi clan was the mount of the shaman general of their Xuanming tribe, and their clan leader was the mount of the ancestral witch. For Duluo Jingxian, although with the help of the ancestral witch, he cleansed his bloodline evil spirit, combined with his own bloodline and the spiritual treasure given by the ancestral witch to protect his mind. He was finally promoted to Duluo Jingxian. Can you imagine how much hard work the ancestral witch put into him? Was he killed? Can we find out who killed him? Jufeng did not get angry immediately. Now many people with great supernatural powers are going to Zishao Palace, but only a few can kill Duluo Jingxian. And Chongqi is not a fool. He must have reported his name to the Wu clan before he was killed. But now all the powerful people with names and surnames have gone to Zishao Palace and stayed in the ancient times. Even Duluo, no matter what the chance, he followed. It won't be any better. She wanted to see who had eaten the heart of a bear or the guts of a leopard. Dare to touch the power of their witch clan. I don't know, but the area near Chongqi was the original territory of the Black Turtle clan, and Chongqi likes to feed on black turtles. Maybe they will know. Jufeng frowned. The Black Turtle clan. She is more powerful than many great witches in her own right. She is the strong sister of the ancestral witch, and she has practiced with the Xuanming ancestral witch, so her strength is actually second only to the 12 ancestral witches. In the Wu clan, strong strength means high status. With her high status, she naturally knows more. Behind the Black Turtle clan is the Dragon clan. Could it be that the Dragon clan took action? Jufeng, I'm so bored, come and have a fight with me. Suddenly, a very heroic voice came from outside. Jufeng's head hurt when he heard the voice. Why is this tough guy here again? A witch ignored the witch general's blockage and walked straight into Jufeng's stone house. He knocked the shield held in the other hand with the axe in his hand. Come, let's have a fight. They said I can't beat you. I don't believe it anymore. Quote, no fight. Now that the ancestral witch has gone to discuss matters, he needs me to manage the tribe. Why fight? And you lost last time. No matter how you fight, you will lose. Jufeng snorted coldly and said that Xingtian, a witch, actually had a mutated bloodline in his body when he was born. According to the ancestral witch, it should be that the Pengu bloodline in his body was mixed with the fragments of the laws of a certain chaotic demon god. It is different from the 12 avenues of the 12 ancestral witches. Instead, he practiced extremely different laws of war, which were extremely aggressive. The Wu clan was originally extremely aggressive, but Xingtian took it to the next level. He was either fighting or on the way to fight every day. He said that he could go without food for decades, but he had to fight, which gave him a headache even if he was a wizard. I don't care, I want to fight. Otherwise, I will fight with your witch general. Xingtian was making a fuss. Zhu Feng frowned. It seemed that this guy was not satisfied with him and would not leave today. Soon her eyes flashed. By the way, I will take you to fight. Someone is violating the power of my witch clan. Shen Fei frowned, thinking on a whim. According to his current level of cultivation, whims are often no small matter. Especially those who condense the Deluo Dao fruit, their own laws are integrated with the Dao, and whims are more likely to be the touch of the laws. Shen Fei pinched his fingers. Although he couldn't accurately calculate the secret, he could still see where the whim came from. Soon, Shen Fei looked towards the north coast. Which clan? Needless to say, it must be the Xuanming tribe that is causing trouble. After all, the only connection between him and the Wu clan is the Xuanming tribe. I don't know which ancestral witch will come looking for trouble. After Shen Fei knew that the cause and effect came from the witch clan, he didn't take it to heart. To be honest, unless the 12 ancestral witches gathered together, he was really not very afraid of the ancestral witches. Let's see if the body of the so-called ancestral shaman who has been rampant throughout history can withstand a few punches from him. The fully refined 6th grade White Lotus was submerged into Shen Fei's soul to protect his mind and cleanse his soul, and then he took out the heavy water spirit bead, which was also an innate spiritual treasure. Shen Fei really doesn't lament the tyranny of the Dragon clan. It's a pity that he didn't understand himself clearly at the time. Otherwise, he would definitely have his share in the ranks of the tyrannical people now. The Black Turtle clan of the North Sea has such a foundation just by following the Dragon clan, and can easily take out an innate spiritual treasure. Only races related to dragons, phoenixes and unicorns can be so generous. The soul submerged into it and felt the 10 innate restrictions, which contained the laws of water. For Shen Fei today, this effect is no longer very great. Of course, what he was interested in was the effect of the heavy water spirit pearl, which could slowly increase the power of the Dinghai divine pearl. Dinghai Shenju, one bead has a sea in it. If the sea water inside is refined into 1 yuan of heavy water, then there will be 1 yuan of heavy water in one ocean. I'm afraid a single bead can explode Da Luo's body. It's just that it's a little tough. The 10 restrictions were continuously refined by Shen Fei, and the closeness between the heavy water spirit beads and Shen Fei's soul began to increase, and 12 Dinghai divine beads appeared behind Shen Fei, surrounding Shen Fei's back, constantly rotating in a circular trajectory. The auras intertwined to form a wheel-like aura. The heavy water spiritual pearl stopped in the center of the circle. The 12 Dinghai divine pearls were connected with the heavy water spiritual pearl. The sea water sank into the heavy water spiritual pearl from among the 12 Dinghai divine pearls. The heavy water spirit bead immediately started to work, continuously compressing the incoming seawater, turning it into 1 yuan of heavy water with the power of a river. Although it is slow, at least we are making progress. Shen Fei felt that these two sets of spiritual treasures complemented each other, and the harvest this time was pretty good. If he offended the witch clan, he would be offended. With the law of purification and the heavy water spirit pearl, this transaction will definitely not be a loss. We're almost here, let's see who it is. Shen Fei ducked out of Janao Island and escaped in the water veins, flying towards the shore. He wanted to see who was coming from the Wu clan. Xingtian learned from Zhu Feng that all Chongqi, who belonged to the Xuanming tribe where Zhu Feng belonged, had been killed. He was furious. You must know that the Wu clan can now be said to have a tendency to sweep across the ancient world. Moreover, they, the Wu clan, are the descendants of Pengu Father God. Now that Pengu Father God has transformed into heaven and earth, they are the descendants of Pengu Father God, and everything in the prehistoric continent should belong to them. The rest are thieves. Now there are people who dare to ignore the majesty of the Wu clan and kill the belongings of the Wu clan. The one who can kill Chongqi is probably the strongest among Da Luo. Don't be too impulsive. Da Luo, It's not like I haven't fought Da Luo before. If Da Luo hadn't run so fast, I would have killed him with an axe long ago. Xing Tian said with some disdain. That's why I asked you to come. Zhu Feng said with a smile. That's why she asked Xing Tian to come with her. Among the witch clan, the 12 ancestral witches are still a little short of fully developing their own ancestral witch bloodline, which is equivalent to the peak strength of Deluo Jinxian. Some top witches are also the strength of Deluo Jinxian. Xing Tian is indeed inferior to her in terms of hard power. She often wins more and loses less when two witches compete. But this is because they are also from the witch clan, and the battles between them are often based on competition. It won't hurt your life. But Zhu Wu said that Xing Tian was born for fighting. If we really want to fight to the death, no one can defeat the other great witches such as Kuofu, Duya, Shanglu, etc. Including her Zhu Feng. Otherwise, why is the witch clan's god of war Xing Tian and not Zhu Feng? The two witches of Zhu Feng landed on the shore. In their sight, this place was filled with the smell of blood and evil spirit. This is it. Shuanghui clan, come out. Quickly tell me who is responsible for destroying the Chongqi clan, or else we will destroy all of you Beihai black turtles. Quote. Zhu Feng transformed into the true form of the witch clan, a huge 9-headed bird tens of thousands of feet tall. The terrifying evil aura instantly filled the sea. Only the Black Turtle clan here knew who was responsible for destroying the Chongqi clan. The endless extremely cold rain fell suddenly, like the wrath of the sky, spreading over the sea water. The turbidity in the Great Witch's body was second only to that of the Ancestor Witch. The turbidity of the earth was extremely heavy and easily sank into the sea water. Therefore, she did not enter the sea, but with her mastery of the law of rain and the law of ice, it was more than enough to penetrate the sea water and threaten the black turtles. If she did not come out, she would freeze this place directly. Endless coldness filled the entire sea, and giant turtles appeared one after another, shattering the ice. The leader of the giant turtles roared, "Your Xuanming tribe allowed Chongqi to devour my people, but now we have wiped them out, and you still come here so arrogantly. Condemn." Zhu Feng glanced at it, and saw that the strongest one was Tai Jinxian, and said coldly, "If I haven't told you yet, you, the Shuanghui clan, have no need to continue living." The endless icy rain covered the sky in an instant. The icy rain penetrated the space and rushed towards the giant turtles. As long as a drop of rain was caught, the body would be instantly frozen. Heaven and earth are always quiet. Single quote. Next moment. Zhu Feng instantly found that her monstrous ice rain had disappeared without a trace, and all the laws of heaven and earth she had invoked through the power of her blood had calmed down, as if nothing had happened. She and Xing Tian, who was on the shore, stared at the same time. A figure like a huge mountain appeared on the sea in front of them. The moment it appeared, they seemed to see the ancestral witch using his true form to fight against the heaven and the earth. Not good. Xing Tian roared low, with evil energy flowing all over his body, and the true form of the witch clan emerged instantly. The blood energy burst out, and the power of law emerged. He held Ji Jie and stopped in front of Zhu Feng. A huge claw surged out with a huge force that was like the creation of the world. There was a loud noise in the sky and the earth, the space screamed, the void collapsed and exploded, and the layers of space barriers where the claws touched shattered and collapsed layer by layer. The claws hit Ji Jie. Boom, like thunder in the sky. The condensed power of the surging air and blood on Ji Jie was instantly blown apart by the boundless force. Ji Jie, who had been nourishing him with his life for a long time, now made an overwhelmed sound. Huge force surged into his hands along with the shield. Xing Tian felt the boundless terrifying power, and his eyes widened with a look of extreme shock. Boom, single quote. Xing Tian instantly hit Zhu Feng like a cannonball. The two great witches collided. Zhu Feng wanted to remove Xing Tian's power. But her expression also changed drastically in an instant. The boundless brute force instantly cracked the two extremely strong Wu clan true bodies, and blood bloomed. Dong dong, single quote. The two figures were immediately blasted into the shore, forming two huge potholes. Countless spider web-like cracks appeared on the ground. The sea water surged, and the blood and turbid air from the explosion of the real body was submerged into the sea water. Blood flowed everywhere. Shen Fei's Taoist body manifested, floating in the sky, looking at the two great witches with obvious features. "Are you two here to trouble me?" The Great Witch Jufeng, the Great Witch Xingtian. These two witches are famous in the witch clan or in the prehistoric times, especially the god of war Xingtian. But that was all for him. He could beat up Tai, who was as powerful as the ancestral witch. The two great witches could stop him with one punch because of the power of Xingtian's treasure. Jufeng's 9 heads were vomiting blood crazily, and his whole body was covered with cracks, but Xingtian recovered faster, stood up from the hole, and roared, "Wu Ganqi! The fighting spirit will never be extinguished, and the body will never die." The law of war broke out all over his body, and the fighting spirit in his heart urged Xingtian's body to recover at an extremely fast speed. The cracks were repaired, and the true form of the Wu clan was a little bigger. The axe in his hand condensed with endless sharpness. In an instant, swing out the axe. Wherever the light of the axe goes, it seems to be splitting mountains and seas, and the space is shattered. Seeing this, Shen Fei just smiled slightly, clenched his right hand into a fist, and the surging energy and blood condensed into a long river. The 8 giant turtle particles in his body exploded instantly, bursting out with tremendous power. The space around the Tao body seemed to be compressed until it collapsed. In Yuanshan, the 2 laws of water and thunder began to intertwine. Boom! Single quote. With a punch thrown out, the fist seal formed by the Water Lord Thunder Emperor fist immediately crushed the void, erupting with a terrifying loud noise, instantly shattering the axe light with the potential to annihilate the world. Xingtian looked surprised that his attack was eliminated in an instant, and quickly blocked Jizhe in front of his chest. The fist seal instantly covered Jizhe. In an instant, Xingtian immediately flew back at a faster speed, shattering countless ground on the shore, and even directly hit the mountains behind him. The remaining power carried by his body shattered many mountains into ashes. Xingtian vomited blood madly, and the blood filled the void. The law of war is frantically repairing his body. Shen Fei looked at Xingtian, who was lying there and struggling to stand up, and said coldly, "Still want to stand up? The will to fight will never die." Xingtian stared at Shen Fei and growled. "The fighting spirit is unquenchable and the physical body is immortal. You also need to see what kind of attack it is. If the law of war was so invincible, the demon god of war would not have been killed by Pengu in the first place." Instantly, Shen Fei moved to Xingtian's head, intertwined the law of water and thunder with his right hand, and the condensed terrifying fist mark struck Xingtian again with huge force. Seeing this, Jufeng roared angrily, "No! If Xingtian was hit by this punch, he would definitely die." Chapter 71. At the critical moment, countless solid ice instantly appeared above Xingtian, resisting the fist. The ice exploded instantly and turned into countless debris, while the fist remained unabated. But a fist was already blocked in front of him. Boom! Single quote. The two parties' huge power burst out instantly. In the middle of the fist collision, countless spaces quickly collapsed, evolving into wisps of wind, water, and fire, as if chaos was about to reappear. The surrounding seawater swept across, the ground collapsed, and the terrifying pressure set off huge waves in the surrounding seawater. Cracks in the earth spread like spider webs. Boom! Single quote. How can it be? The clear voice of the visitor was full of surprise. She immediately flew back at a faster speed, but Shen Fei looked at the visitor. He could feel the laws of the coming person as sharp as the cold winter, as well as the overwhelming blood and evil energy. Zanming. Shen Fei's eyes fell on another figure, his brows furrowed slightly, Di Zhang. This figure is also the true form of the Wu clan. It looks like a yellow sack, is as red fire, has 6 legs and 4 wings, and is faceless. The space ancestor Wu Dizhang is also the boss of the Wu clan. "Who are you? Why do you want to hurt me, a member of the Wu clan?" Dizhang turned into a middle-aged figure. After they turned into Tao bodies, they were closest to the body of Pengu. Di Yang's eyes flickered with infinite spatial charm, feeling the infinite power hidden in Shen Fei's body, and he was filled with doubts. How could there be such a powerful person in the prehistoric continent at this time? Because they, the witch clan, did not practice immortality or spirituality, they went there once and never went there again. You allowed the ferocious beast Changqi to devour my people. After Changqi was destroyed, not only did you come here without apology, but you were so arrogant that you launched an army to question the crime. Why do you think you hurt people from your witch clan? Do you really think that no one in the wild land can control you? Shen Fei's tone was not timid at all. As he said, as long as the 12 ancestral witches did not gather together, he would not be afraid. Zhan Mingfei came back and waved his palms, stared at Shen Fei and said coldly, "You killed my mount, and you still have the nerve to say such things. They are only allowed to eat turtles and no one is allowed to fight back. The witch clan is really overbearing. So what if you are overbearing?" Zhan Ming sneered, "Our current position in the witch clan is earned, not spoken out. Take the move." Zhan Ming's eyes were filled with fighting intent. Since the birth of the Wu clan, there has been no innate saint who has competed with the Wu clan for supremacy in the flesh. Now that he meets one, he is naturally happy to see him. Zhan Ming clenched his right hand into a fist, and the energy and blood bursting from his body dyed half of the sky red. The law of ice and the law of rain condensed on his hand, turning into a blue and black fist seal. The surrounding space vibrated, and the laws were shattered. In an instant, like countless solid ice condensing, the extreme cold descended and headed towards Shen Fei. When Shen Fei saw Zhan Ming take action, 2 tortoise shells appeared on his body, and the defensive laws were intertwined into law barriers to cover him like a tortoise shell. Then he used eternal immortality, magic power to emerge, and turned into countless tortoise shells condensed by Qingyan to cover him again. In an instant, the fist seal covered the condensed Qingyan of eternal immortality, and there was a boom. It seemed that the space was shattered and the laws were shaking, but Zhan Ming looked at Qingyan tortoise in front of him with shock, as if nothing had happened. Di Yang's eyes moved around in space, and his eyes condensed. Zhan Ming's attack couldn't penetrate this magical power. "Are you going to be a coward?" Zhan Ming gave another powerful punch, but it still had no effect on the tortoise shell. Shen Fei just watched quietly, just retreat and treat the cause and effect as 2 sides. "You killed the mount that I worked so hard to train, and you are still here to eliminate cause and effect. We, the witch clan, don't talk about cause and effect, only likes and dislikes." Zhan Ming instantly transformed into the huge true form of the ancestral witch, a very ferocious beast with bone spurs all over its body, a bird body and a human face, with a green snake hanging from each ear and 2 green snakes on its feet. Countless icy rain condensed on its wings, and ice spikes like pillars reaching the sky emerged on its true body, piercing through layers of space barriers, and the spikes pierced instantly. Boom. Single quote. The spikes tried to drill a big hole into Qingyan's tortoise shell. The force of the collision between the two raged around, causing waves of excitement. Only based on likes and dislikes. Even a saint would not dare to say this. How can you, the witch clan, say this? When Shen Fei saw such a huge ancestral witch's true form, it immediately transformed into its true form. Even Di Zhang was a little surprised, and Zhan Ming was even more so. An endless giant turtle appeared in front of her eyes. At this moment, she seemed to be facing Buzhou Mountain, which was transformed by Father God. Instantly, a claw was like the sky collapsing, chaos was overturning, and it was moving towards Zhan Ming Gai. It seemed to have infinite divine power. Several ancient giant turtles roared in the sky, and the divine light filled the air, turning into an endless force. Boom! The ice spikes condensed by Zhan Ming shattered instantly, and all the laws inside were directly blasted to pieces by a devastating force. This force made Zhan Ming's mind tremble a little. Not daring to neglect, he flapped his wings, and boundless power emerged again. Boom! Zhan Ming's entire ancestral shaman's true form was instantly knocked away, and fell into the sea with a bang sound, setting off a stormy wave that swept across billions of miles. Countless sea creatures left early to avoid being shaken by the aftermath. It would be a big loss if they died in the aftermath. Shen Fei casually calmed down the waves on the sea surface and slapped Zhan Ming flying with another big hand. Zhan Ming continued to burst out countless energy and blood. The defeat just now did not make her feel any distress, but instead aroused the fighting spirit in her heart. Countless laws condensed on its wings, killing towards the claws. Boom! Zhan Ming was knocked away again, her boundless power in front of this claw, just like her and the shaman generals in the tribe. It feels like beating a child. Come again. Zhan Ming's true body had exploded a little and blood was flowing, but his eyes were full of fighting intent. The whole world was filled with countless ice rain. A world of ice rain condensed and headed towards Shen Fei to attack, and she also headed towards Shen Fei killed him. The void vibrates and the laws are revealed. I don't know what's wrong. Shen Fei's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Heaven and earth are always quiet. Single quote. The entire frozen world froze in an instant, and then was completely eliminated by a law, leaving only Zan Ming rushing towards Shen Fei. The particle power in the body was quickly mobilized. In an instant, countless black turtles and 8 giant turtles roared. In a trance, it seemed that a giant turtle that suppressed chaos appeared, feeding on the world and using chaos as its bed. Boom. Single quote. In an instant, the terrifying power of blood and the power provided by the inner world burst out, and the collapsed space quickly collapsed, evolving into countless wind, water and fire, and blasted out with a claw. The original Di Yang's expression changed, not good. The next moment, he arrived in front of the claw, and the huge ancestral witch's true form also appeared. Countless spaces condensed into layers of space barriers, and he was still frantically mobilizing his blood to turn into countless spaces in front of him. Bang 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 bang. Single quote. But as the claws pressed, a sound like an explosion sounded, and the space barrier that was enough to stop Deluo Jinxian exploded instantly under the claws. And there is a surge of power. The madness repels the surrounding space laws, the void vibrates, and the laws are quiet. Finally, the claws collided hard with the feet and wings of Di Zhong and Zan Ming. Di Zhong and Zan Ming spit out a mouthful of blood and flew upside down in an instant. On the way, Di Zhong continued to wield countless space laws and condensed extremely strong space barriers to block them in front of them. A giant monument like a giant peak appeared and smashed the space barrier that Di Zhong blocked in front of them, and then fanned towards Di Zhong and Xuanming like flies. Di Zhong roared, and a cane flew out of his body. The cane was light green, with countless space laws evolving on it. In an instant, it collided hard with the Zanzhong monument and stopped it. Countless spiritual lights erupted in the void again, and a round of 12 beads appeared, blasting towards Di Zhong and Zan Ming again. In the eyes of the two wizards, there seemed to be 12 oceans emerging with boundless power. Zan Ming's eyes were horrified. Why did this man have such terrifying strength? Even if she joins forces with her eldest brother, she can't withstand his strength. The next moment, Zan Ming spit out countless sharp raindrops. This was her witchcraft weapon, 3000 Zan Ming. Containing the law of ice and the law of rain, one stick can kill Tai Golden immortal perfection. Countless raindrops collided with the 12 Dinghai divine pearls that were sweeping in. There were continuous collision sounds and crisp cracking sounds. Zan Ming's eyes were extremely painful, and her witchcraft was consumed crazily under this attack. Seeing that there was nothing he could do, Di Zhong rolled up the laws of space and swept Zhufeng, Xingtian and Xuanming away. With his speed, it was impossible for this person to catch up with him. Heaven and earth are always quiet. Single quote. The world suddenly stopped again, and the space became calm. Di Zhong was horrified in his heart. What kind of magical power is this, and why does it seem to have the power of the chaos bell of that miscellaneous feathered bird? Another claw shot at the two ancestral witches. Want to leave? Shen Fei drank coldly. Not only does it use heaven and earth are always quiet to eliminate the fluctuations of laws, but it also reverses the 5 elements and disrupts the 5 elements of the surrounding void. Di Zhong and Zan Ming roared, and were knocked away again. The ancestral witch's real body was shaking crazily, and blood was splashing everywhere. Shen Fei's eyes were fierce. Since he had been offended, it would be better to kill Di Zhong and Zan Ming directly. The claws stretched out again, evolved countless rhymes, and suppressed the two people. Di Zhong felt Shen Fei's murderous intent. He really wants to kill us. Single quote. Gritting his teeth in his heart, the blood power in his body was consumed crazily, and countless space laws continued to emerge, connecting the space between heaven and earth. Moreover, the cane of space that flew back from his hand instantly emitted countless bright silver lights, instantly exploding the Chengjing of heaven and earth, sweeping up Zhufeng, Xingtian and Xuanming. Instantly disappeared before Shen Fei's eyes. Self-destruction. What courage! Shen Fei's claws flew into the air. Feeling the aura of the 4 witches that had completely disappeared, he stretched out his claws, and a cane appeared on it. But it's not a loss. The laws of space are so strong here, I'm afraid it's Di Yang's natal magic weapon. This is the law of space that has Pengu's insights. Although there were not 2 ancestral witches left this time, the harvest was quite fruitful. Shen Fei's Taoist body appeared, holding the trembling cane in an attempt to escape. Witchcraft weapons are different from magic weapons. Witchcraft weapons are conceived and raised by the witch clan with the power of blood. No magic power is needed. The power of the bloodline can be used to stimulate the power of the witchcraft weapon, and its power is not inferior to that of magic weapons. This cane of the sky is Dijong's companion witchcraft. Its quality is equivalent to a magic weapon, at least it is a top-quality innate spiritual treasure, and it contains the laws of space. Then he waved his hand and collected all the blood spilled around him. This thing could help him analyze the body of the witch clan and strengthen his body-refining techniques. Shen Fei glanced at the corpses of creatures floating on the sea, and the laws of creation and souls emerged in his hands. Some of the karma of these creatures implicated in the aftermath of his battle will be on him. Before he dies for a long time, using the laws of creation and soul is enough to bring him back. On the sea surface, the souls of the dead creatures returned to their bodies one by one, and the laws of creation restored their bodies. Many creatures bowed gratefully on the sea surface and shouted, "Thank you, great immortal, for your mercy." No need for this. Shen Fei felt that the karma that fell on him had dissipated a lot. No wonder the Wu clan ended up like this despite having the merit of Pengu's creation of heaven. Let's not talk about what Zan Ming said. The witch clan does not look at cause and effect, but only based on likes and dislikes. Single quote. They also like to fight. Every time they fight, they will destroy the vast continent. They don't have mastery of Shen Fei's soul law and the law of creation. If you beat them too much, more creatures will die, and all this karma will fall on the witch clan, not to mention the witch-slaying swords and demon-slaying swords that will come later. No wonder how to reincarnated after that. To be honest, most of the creatures that died in the catastrophe at that time were caused by the battles between licks. This kind of cause and effect is stacked up, and the reincarnation of the earth body is the last trace of incense for the Wu clan. On the other hand, Tai and Dijin from the monster clan were sent away directly, leaving the Golden Crow clan with only the last one left. I don't know what those time travelers who like to keep the Wu clan think. Single quote. Shen Fei didn't have any good impressions of licks, not from the perspective of ancient creatures, and not from the perspective of his previous life. He gathered his magic power and escaped into the water veins, disappearing in place. Following the water veins, he returned to Janao Island in an instant. Sitting cross-legged on the spiritual veins of Janao Island, the spiritual energy condensed into a futon. He wanted to take advantage of the fact that the battle had just ended, and God Yang's natal magic weapon was in his hands, which was just right for enlightenment. He turned over his hand and took out the empty cane. The cane was trembling constantly, as if it felt the call of its master, and it burst out with great strength to break free from Shen Fei's hand. But even the true form of the ancestral witch couldn't withstand Shen Fei's power. How could it be possible to break away from Shen Fei's power based on the summons that had been away for so long? The power of the soul poured into it instantly, and it was filled with the brand of Emperor Zhong. The turbid air mixed with the power of the bloodline formed a small brand of Emperor Zhong that moved around in it. The power of the soul instantly turned into a giant turtle and bombarded towards the Dijong brand. The Dijong brand counterattacked, and the giant turtles bombarded one after another. One was supplemented by a steady stream of power of the soul, and the other was the rootless water. Dijong's brand was instantly erased. You have observed the true form of the ancestral witch, which contains the traces of the 9 transformations mysterious technique, and integrated it into the God Turtle Junhai Jing. You begin to understand the laws of space contained in the cane of the sky. Dijong, who had carried the 3 Xuanming witches and fled back to the Xuanming tribe, spat out a mouthful of blood. The ancestral witch's body hit the ground hard, causing a huge shock, and all the 3 Xuanming witches who were rolled up by the laws of space fell out. Zan Ming stood up from the ground and saw Dijong, whose aura was a little sluggish. "Brother." Zan Ming transformed into a Taoist body, his face full of anxiety. Zhu Feng and Xing Tian looked at Dijong even more worriedly. This was the leader of their witch clan. Dijong also transformed into a Taoist body. His face turned pale and he shook his head and said, "I'm fine. It's just that the self-destruction of part of the origin of the sky staff caused some shock to my blood." "What about Big Brother's witchcraft weapon?" Zan Ming was a little worried. She also saw that the cane of space was left there. There are innate and acquired witchcraft weapons. Innate witchcraft is born with some witch clans. For example, the 12 ancestral witches all have their own innate witchcraft, and some top witches also have their own innate witchcraft, such as Dia's bow and arrow, Xingtian's relatives, Kuafu's peach wood staff and Jufeng's thunderstorm drum. Acquired magic weapons are made by some witch clansmen who do not have innate witchcraft weapons from various materials. But regardless of acquired or innate, the witch weapon is the most important weapon of the first ancestral witch. It can even be said that they grew up together and can maximize the strength of the witch clan. Now the eldest brother's natal witch weapon has not returned. The eldest brother's strength will definitely drop a lot. Don't panic. My cane of space contains the laws of space. That giant turtle must not have mastered the laws of space. When the time is right, I will use the power of blood to summon space. Before Di Zhang could finish his words, his face turned even paler in an instant. The face is like gold paper. He spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with turbid air again. The Wu clan was born with turbid air. Now that he was spitting out blood and even turbid air was coming out, it meant that the root of his injury was serious. Brother. Zan Ming looked sad. Di Zhang waved his hand and said, "It's okay, it's just that the brand in the cane of the sky has been erased. I just need to reconceive it without the witchcraft. Let's go find the second brother. We, the 12 ancestral witches, will go together and ask that guy to hand over the eldest brother's witchcraft weapon." For a witch clan, witchcraft is extremely important. How could it be thrown away like this? Moreover, it had only lost part of its origin before. As long as it was taken back and warmed for a period of time, its original power would be restored. Di Zhang sighed. Let's go back to Pengu Palace to discuss it first. Let the second brother see what kind of heel that guy is. With such strength, he should be a guest of Zishao Palace. How could he still stay in the wilderness? Quote, Zhu Wu, this time it's all because I was too reckless. I went straight to find trouble before I could find out the enemy's strength. Zhu Feng was even more filled with guilt. If he had spent more time to find out what was going on, he would not have caused the two ancestral witches to be injured, and even the leader's witchcraft would have been lost. This has nothing to do with you. I was the one who promised to put the Chongqi tribe there. It's okay. It's our duty to protect you. Di Zhang also smiled and comforted Zhu Feng. You continue to guard the tribe. If that person comes, notify us immediately. Zan Ming and Di Zhang were originally discussing matters in Pengu Hall, but Zhu Juyin told them that Zhu Feng and Xingtian's lives were in danger. Di Zhang immediately took Zan Ming and asked her to rely on blood induction to find Zhu Feng. I originally thought that the two ancestral witches would be enough to solve the problem. The main reason was that everyone knew that the great magical powers were now in Zishao Palace. The two ancestral witches, unless they encountered the two brothers Sanqing and Tai, would have no fear. Who knew that such a terrifying and powerful person lurked in the desolate and extremely cold North Sea? In Pengu Palace, the figures of Di Zhang and Zan Ming reappeared, and the 10 ancestral witches who were still discussing the matter all looked at Di Zhang, because they all sensed that Di Yang's aura was now sluggish. Brother, why are you injured? Zhu Rong asked quickly. It's okay, I'm just a little injured. Di Zhang waved his hand. The law of time in the hand of Zhu Juyin next to him emerged into Di Yang's body, and Di Yang's aura returned to the aura he had when he just set off from Pengu Palace. Frowning, brother, where is your witchcraft? He did not feel the breath of the sky cane in Di Zhang's body. He assisted Di Zhang in strengthening this magic weapon. He was left there. Di Yang's words shocked the other ancestral witches. This was a natal witch weapon. Zhu Juyin turned his hand, and a cane appeared. Zhu Juyin tapped the ground with the cane. The law of time emerged and formed a body in the center of Pengu Palace. The ancestral witches saw Di Zhang and Zan Ming being blown away by the huge tortoise claws that kept appearing. The tortoise claws were so big that even the huge ancestral witch's real body was as small as a witch beneath them. In the end, Di Zhang self-destructed the sky cane and fled with the two great wizards and Zan Ming. Otherwise, they might really perish there. Who is it? We must take revenge. Get the eldest brother's magic weapon back. The hot-tempered Zhu Rong roared, and Gong Gong next to him also said with a look of approval, what you said this time is the only one I have agreed with since I was born. The same goes for the other ancestral witches. Even Hu Tu, who has the most gentle personality, agrees to take revenge. After all, this is his eldest brother. However, Di Zhang shook his head and said, now our 12 capital gods are still being perfected. If we delay, those 2 miscellaneous birds will definitely cause us trouble when they hear the sermon and become stronger. A natal magic weapon has no effect on our condensed formation. Moreover, understanding the 12 capital heavenly gods and evil formation can help us discover our bloodline. We can wait until we become a higher level existence before we can cause trouble for him. Quote. Can. No more. Listen to me. Di Zhang interrupted Zhu Rong, who was about to speak, and don't go to Beihai privately. Our biggest enemy now is the demon clan. Seeing Di Yang's determined look, the ancestors stopped trying to persuade him. Zhu Juyin sighed in his heart. If it were normal times, they would definitely find trouble. But it's not long before the end of the second sermon. The demon clan cultivates its soul. Tai, Dijin and many demon gods must have gained a lot after this sermon. Now, even if he uses the law of time, he cannot clearly see the subsequent development after the sermon. For the sake of the overall situation, Di Zhang gave up the opportunity to take revenge, and if a person with great supernatural powers wanted to escape, it would be easy. If the urgent time is wasted for one person, the entire Wu clan will be overturned by then. On Janao Island, when Shen Fei opened his eyes, there was a faint silver light shining in them. The laws contained in this witchcraft can actually make my space laws reach the middle stage of Deluo. It also has a method of warming and nourishing the witchcraft. It is suitable for people with strong physical bodies. It seems to be quite useful for me. There was a hint of joy in Shen Fei's tone. The harvest this time was indeed quite big. But soon he thought that around the end of the second sermon, the quasi-sage era was coming. He had already formed a cause and effect with the witch clan, and they would definitely come to trouble him by then. And the 2 miscellaneous feathered birds of the demon clan will also come to cause trouble for him. Shen Fei offended 2 powerful people by himself. Oh, what a blessing it is for 2 powerful clans to serve me alone. Single quote. Shen Fei complained to himself, but he was not too afraid. The strongest thing about the 2 lich clans was the formation of 2 enemy saints. Unless you have to go head to head with this formation. Otherwise, the threat to individuals is not very great, especially to those with great magical powers who have extremely fast escape techniques. Shen Fei transformed the cane of space into his physical body, and used his own surging air and blood to warm and refine it using the method of warming and nourishing witchcraft. At the same time, Shen Fei's thoughts fell into the chat group and he hadn't visited the group for a while. Furuhei. I came to the Black Corner domain to deal with Han Feng, and Hai Xinyan is almost there. Feng Xiaoshan, the lackey of the group leader, let me tell you later, how is your relationship with Yun Yun developing? Furuhei. Well, Yun Yun is going back to Yunlin sect to take charge of the overall situation. Now Medusa is coming to the Black Corner territory with me. Thor. Awesome. Are you interested in that beautiful snake? Fight to break the world. Furukawa looked at what Brother Thunder God said and glanced at Medusa. What's up? Medusa saw Furukawa looking at her and asked. It's okay, we're almost there. Ko looked away. To be honest, Medusa did have a fatal attraction for men, but he didn't like Medusa's overbearing character. He preferred a gentle woman like Yun Yun. The problem, Medusa's face was covered with a veil. Now that she was a warrior, she could still turn her snake tail into legs in a short time, but even if she was wearing a black robe and her face was veiled. But from time to time, the irregularities revealed in the robe and the tall figure frequently make people passing by here look sideways, but no one dares to provoke, because this is Maple City. In the Black Corner territory, Maple City is an alternative. There is no chaos here, and it maintains stability and harmony. Even those thugs who have done many evil things in the Black Corner territory and are extremely vicious are still docile little sheep here. Because the owner of Maple City is a famous figure in the Black Corner territory, the Medicine Emperor, Han Feng. Here, Han Feng's rules are the rules of heaven. Test the elixir with a human. This alone is enough for me to kill him. Furukawa walked in Maple City, and Medusa walked towards the tallest building in the center of Maple City, where Han Feng usually lived. Han Feng has violated the taboo of alchemists, which is to use people to test medicine. Most of the real alchemists have already estimated the properties of the medicine, and then refine it and then test the medicine themselves, and then carefully figure out the properties of the medicine. Han Feng took an evil approach and directly used people to test drugs to observe the reactions. Most of these test drugs conflicted and accumulated in the human body. This method works quickly, saves trouble, and won't harm your body. The only result is that it costs people. Furukawa couldn't bear to see this kind of behavior, so he felt no guilt for killing Han Feng, an unkind and unjust person. Why don't you let that old man Hai Bodong come? Didn't he say he could help you? After all, he has the strength of a Do Huang. Medusa suddenly felt confused. He hasn't been back to middle for so long, and what we are doing is a transaction. Now that the money and goods are settled, he has no obligation to help me. You are somewhat different from the humans I have seen. Medusa's eyes flashed with wonder. Most of the humans she came into contact with were cunning people, and they wanted to eat her alive every time they saw her. This guy's eyes were indeed filled with surprise every time he looked at her, but he was just admiring him. That woman didn't come with you. Although you were already a Do Zong, after all, it was an external improvement that made you jump from Do Wang to Do Zong. It still takes some time to get used to it. This is the Black Corner territory, and if you don't do it right, it's really easy for you to overturn. Quote, Yun Yun has something to do and needs to go back to take charge of the Yunlan sect. Furukawa explained patiently, and soon the two of them walked to the tall building. This building looks extremely luxurious. There were two people guarding the door. When they saw Furukawa and Medusa, one of them said coldly, "Don't stay here. Wait a minute, take off your hood." Another person's eyes fell on Medusa and swallowed because he had just vaguely seen something extremely beautiful. Medusa seemed not to have heard anything and turned to look at Furukawa, then it starts. Next moment, Medusa stretched out her green-white fingers and squeezed them tightly. The person who just spoke suddenly made a clicking sound all over his body, and a violent scream broke out from the person's mouth. Ah! City Lord, someone is invading. Another guard yelled, his voice echoing around. Who is attacking our Maple City? The blue fighting energy behind a figure turned into wings, floating in the air, staring at Furukawa and Medusa and said coldly. Han Feng. Furukawa looked at Han Feng. He was indeed very handsome as described in the original book. Who are you? This is Han Feng's territory. Are you going to cause trouble here? Han Feng stared at Furukawa and Medusa. Furuhei, it's not to cause trouble. It's just that I need the Hai Xinyan in you. Furukawa's body flashed instantly, turned into a ray of golden light and came to Han Feng, and slapped Han Feng away. Lei Shen and the others taught them not to force Lai when killing people, kill the person first. Han Feng didn't expect Furukawa to take action without saying anything. He quickly mobilized his fighting spirit to defend himself. Although Furukawa had just broken through the Duzong not long ago, it was not something that a Do Huang like Han Feng could resist in a hurry. Puff! Han Feng spurted out a large mouthful of blood, and his whole body fell straight down like a bird with broken wings. Before Han Feng could regain his balance, Furukawa's figure appeared in front of him again. This time, the energy contained in his hands was even more terrifying. Han Feng's spiritual sense was frantically warning him to avoid it, because if he was hit, he would definitely die. Han Feng's soul power wrapped in blue flames, and after a simple compression, he roughly hit Furukawa's hands. The aftermath of the collision between the two pushed Han Feng's body downwards at a faster speed. Although he avoided being directly hit by Furukawa, the aftermath of the shock made his injuries more serious. Boom! The two were fighting not far from the ground. Under Furukawa's attack again, Han Feng completely lost the ability to stabilize his body. He could only wrap his body with fighting spirit and come into close contact with the ground. Han Feng collided with the ground, causing a large crater to appear on the ground. The smoke and dust generated by the collision covered dozens of meters around the crater. After falling to the ground, Han Feng endured the excruciating pain and stood up from the ground. At the same time, he took out the recovery pill and the chi repair pill from the Naji, and drank the pills one after another. In just 2 moves, he had already realized that this person must be Duzong. But he seemed to have an extremely weak grasp of power, so these 2 slaps didn't kill him directly. Gold and silver, I agree to what you said. Han Feng roared, and the gold and silver lights instantly emerged and turned into 2 figures floating in the sky. Medicine King, this is what you said. Jin Lao said with a smile, 2 breaking sect pills. I promise, Han Feng said loudly. Medusa's eyes narrowed when she saw the gold and silver elders coming out, and fighting spirit erupted from her body. Furukawa next to him said calmly, 2 elders of gold and silver, as long as you stop today, I will give you 2 sect-breaking pills. Fart, do you know what Po Zongdan is? Furukawa casually took off his black robe, revealing the robe that symbolized a 6th-grade alchemist. 6th-grade alchemist. The eyes of the 2 elders, Jin and Yin, flashed with fear. There were very few 6th-grade alchemists around here, but with this appearance and age, Elder Jin said in surprise, "You are Alchemy King Furukawa." Han Feng's eyes narrowed. Dan King Furukawa, I have no enmity with you, you just want to kill me. And I was even more amazed when the Dan King Furukawa became a Duzong. One is for the high Xinyan in your hand, and the other is to kill you, a scum of an alchemist who tests medicine on people. Furukawa looked at the 2 elders of gold and silver and said, how about it? As long as you don't do anything today, you can get 2 sect-breaking pills, but you still want to have a fight with me. The 2 elders of gold and silver looked at each other, and it was obvious that Furukawa's conditions were better, and even if their combined strength was comparable to that of a strong Duzong, there was still a lot of pressure facing a complete Duzong. Now you can get it if you just give up, so why not do it? Han Feng saw the hesitant elders Jin and Yin and said loudly, I am a disciple of Master Yao. I once successfully refined the 7th-grade Yin-Yang Xuanlong Dan. My success rate in refining the Po Zong Dan is definitely higher than his. Powerful. And I also have strange fire. He is just an alchemist with no background and no apprenticeship. How can he be compared to me? If you choose him, just wait patiently. Quote. After thinking about it for a while, the 2 elders Jin and Yin did make sense. Han Feng was a disciple of Master Yao, and his mentorship was not comparable to that of Furukawa. Furukawa said calmly, that's because I didn't have enough fighting energy before, but now I am a Duzong. It only takes this time to refine 7th-grade elixirs, let alone 6th-grade elixirs. 2 old men of gold and silver, don't you know how to do this kind of business? As for the strange fire, I have it too. Quote. A ball of green flame appeared in Ji Yuhi's hand. When the flame appeared, the terrifying high temperature appeared. The eyes of Jin and Yin flashed. Jin Lao said with a smile, Senior Dan Zong, let's stop now. When the time comes, please ask Senior Dan Zong to keep his promise. You just go back and prepare the medicinal ingredients. Follow the rules. If the refining fails, I will make up for you. Senior, you are awesome. The 2 elders, Jin and Yin, had the same mind. If they had to face Furukawa for profit before, but now they have received Furukawa's promise, and Furukawa is a genuine Duzong. It is true that the status of an alchemist is high, but it also depends on the strength of the fighter. Why is Master Yao famous? In addition to his alchemist rank, there is also his own strength. In Do-Chi continent, it is the strong who speaks after all. In Han Feng's desperate eyes, the 2 elders of gold and silver left in an instant. He had tried everything before, but now he couldn't even invite the 2 elders of gold and silver, just because the person opposite him was also a 6th-grade alchemist. Next moment, Furukawa arrived in front of Han Feng in an instant, grabbed Han Feng's neck, and Han Feng said nervously, Furuhei, I am a disciple of Lord Yao. Even though he has died, his relationship is still there. If anyone knows that you killed me, I don't know about the others. But my teacher's friend, Master Feng, will definitely not let you go. Quote. Furukawa smiled and said, by the way, won't your conscience hurt when you say this? Wasn't your teacher killed by you? And I also know where your teacher is now. You said he knew I killed you, was he grateful or angry? Quote. Upon hearing this, Han Feng's body suddenly burst into a large amount of blue flames, and he shouted in despair, how do you know? Han Feng knew that he could not escape. Regardless of his physical injuries, the power of his soul surged out, and he was about to extract the source of the strange fire from the spirit, but the next moment, a flash of purple light instantly penetrated Han Feng's heart. The look in Han Feng's eyes disappeared in an instant. The majestic medicine king Han Feng, who was once a disciple of Lord Medicine, died here so easily, so no matter how high his status is, he has no strength. Noisy. Medusa said calmly. Okay. The power of Ji Yuhi's soul emerged and deprived Han Feng of the Naling spirit in his body. He didn't care about the damage to the strange fire caused by changing the owner. He handed it over directly to the group leader. Furuhei sent an exclusive red envelope to the ancient giant turtle. Then Furukawa looked at Medusa. It's done, it depends on when the group leader responds. Then we will help you cleanse your bloodline, and we will be clear. Medusa nodded. Okay. Shen Fei opened his eyes under the Togogan Desert, and a sea blue flame appeared in front of his eyes, like water and fire, with slight waves, if it weren't for the scorching temperature. Shen Fei even felt that this was just a puddle of water. It's a bit special. It is said that this world can even find a way to escape fire, Tai, whether it is fire in metal, fire in wood, fire in water, or fire in earth, plus other strange fires. You don't even need to comprehend it, and you can easily condense the 5 chi in your chest that belong to the path of fire. Unfortunately, the amount is too small, and it can only be regarded as an introduction. Quote. Shen Fei felt a little emotional. The world of Dopo is quite special. The origin of the world is fire, and the rest of the world's laws must be based on fire to manifest in the world. Although the origin is lacking, it is not bad. The laws of earth, water, and fire in this world have all been analyzed. After the analysis of the 5 elements is completed, we can try to delve into the other laws. There is a vast world above Dopo world, so if you want to involve Dopo world and become his subordinate world, it will take a lot of effort. Unlike Duluo, he can directly enter the God realm and banish the heavenly way of the God realm. If he dared to go straight into the heavenly way of the world in Dopo world, he would probably be discovered by the powerful people in that world in an instant. Even if they couldn't hurt him, they should be able to cut off his connection with Dopo world. So it's better to be careful. This guy Furukawa is pretty good. A branch of Hai Xinyan's sub-fire separated from Shen Fei's body and turned into a blue light that flashed through the air and flew towards the other aura left in him. Maple City. In the palace that originally belonged to Han Feng. Furukawa was taking inventory of the elixirs, medicinal materials, etc. left by Han Feng. Han Feng relied on the special place of Black Corner territory in his own status, plus the special place of Maple City. The things he searched were really impressive. He glanced sideways. The key is that Han Feng has relatively broad knowledge. It can be said that he knows many treasures. Some people regard them as waste, but in fact they are treasures, and he uses various means to obtain them. We still need to deal with old man Mu Jiyu in the follow-up. This is the 8-star Duzong. Koga murmured. In fact, Han Feng should have moved out old Mu Jiyu at the beginning. This old Mu Jiyu was the one who instigated the relationship between Han Feng and Yao Chen. He was Yao Chen's younger brother and later joined the Soul Palace. Han Feng had kept in touch with him over the years. Although they were not extremely close, they had communicated from time to time. Mainly because old man Mu Jiyu also suspected that Yao Chen was not dead, so he asked Han Feng to pay attention. If Yao Chen really didn't die and contacted Master Feng, then they would be in big trouble. However, Furukawa did not regret dealing with Han Feng, and even said that it was inevitable for him to face the Soul Palace. Because within the Yunlin sect, there is also a Soul Palace protector, the Bird Protector. In order to protect Yun Yun, he will definitely have to deal with this thing when the time comes, but now he has not fully grasped the surge of power in his body. He will kill him after a while. Suddenly, with the power of his soul, he detected a familiar breath flashing through the sky, and it instantly disappeared into his body. As the strange fire coming. The power of the group leader is indeed vast. Furukawa saw that the sea heart flame that entered his body was like Qinglian's earth heart fire, submerging into the whirlpool of his fighting spirit. The 2 strange fires did not collide and fight violently as Furukawa imagined. Instead, they blended together smoothly and turned into a slightly green flame. Furukawa heard that Hai Xinyan had some words left for him about Shen Fei. If there are more strange fires in the future, my power can indeed continue to suppress it, but it will be detrimental to your growth. If you can find the complete burning Jew, I can help you deduce the heaven-level burning Jew. Anyway, you only need the burning Jew's method of merging different fires. Quote. Thank you, Lord. Regardless of whether the group leader could hear it or not, Furukawa quickly thanked him in his heart. Burn Jew. Furukawa turned his hand and took out a special fighting skill, Xiaoyan's golden finger, Burning Jew. But Han Feng's burning technique only has the first half, which only involves swallowing the strange fire and controlling the strange fire. In fact, some alchemists can also do it. This is not unusual, but the method here is less dangerous. The second half of the method of merging different fires is the essence of burning technique. Unfortunately, only Yao Lao should know about it now, plus Xiao Yan. Not only did he have to collect strange fire for the group leader, but he also had to find the method he needed to use to get the burning Ju from Yao Lao. According to the group leader, if the number is relatively small, the group leader's power can still suppress it, but when there are many, problems may arise. Not only to repay the group leader, but also for himself. Dong dong. Single quote. At this time, there was a knock on Furukawa's door. Medusa opened the door and looked at Furukawa. Her voice was cold. I noticed a faint flash of energy in the sky just now. It should be your group of masters who gave you the sea heart flame. Then when can you help me refine my bloodline? Quote, as soon as I help the gold and silver elders refine the Po Zong Dan, I will help you refine your bloodline. Medusa frowned and said coldly, those two people are not easy to get along with. Do you really want to help them refine the Po Zong pill? What you promise must be done, and the Po Zong pill only increases the probability of breaking through the Do Zong. If the Po Zong pill allows the Do Huang to break through the Do Zong 100%, the Do Zong will not be so precious. Furukawa said. Road. Tens of days later, the two elders Jin and Yin looked at the Po Zong pill in their hands in surprise. Now their probability of breaking through the Do Zong had increased a little. They clasped their hands and said, thank you to the Dan Zong for taking action. Yes, I'd like you two to help me look at the ancient city during this period. I'll go out for a while. Don't worry, alchemy sect. The two elders of Jin and Yin nodded. This was just a small favor, and it seems that Furukawa is not as unbearable as Han Feng imagined. It seems that the strength of alchemy is not weaker than Han Feng, and is even better. Naturally, we have to deal with them well. Ko looked at Medusa and said, let's go. In an instant, vindictive wings appeared behind Ji Yuhi and Medusa, flying towards the Tagogan Desert. Medusa said that going through the tribulation would probably attract a lot of people. The Black Corner territory, a place with many eyes and mouths, was not suitable for going through the tribulation. It would be safer to go back to the ancestral land of the Snake tribe. Your alchemy skills have improved very quickly. Medusa heard before that Furukawa's alchemy skills were not as good as she thought. She didn't expect that the more difficult elixirs of the Po Zong Dan could be easily obtained. This is why the alien fire is so precious to an alchemist. A good alien fire can greatly increase the efficiency of the alchemist's successful alchemy. The alien fire. Stop it, I'm not an alchemist and I'm not interested. Medusa interrupted Furukawa's explanation in a cold voice. By the way, this Po Zong pill is prepared for you. It should increase the probability of your breakthrough. Suddenly, Furukawa turned over his hand and took out a jade bottle and threw it to Medusa. Although it was flying, it was not impossible to catch this thing. Medusa took it and opened it, and a medicinal fragrance floated out. Broken sect pill. This was not the case in my previous transactions with you. Haven't you always believed in clearing both money and goods? There were some ripples in Medusa's eyes. That was before. We are friends now, aren't we? And I may need you to do me a favor then. Furukawa's face turned a little red. Isn't this also a deal? Let's talk about it then. Medusa rolled her eyes at Furukawa. Sure enough, nothing good happened. During the conversation, the two quickly returned to the Tagogan Desert and entered the ancestral land of the Snake People. Queen. The 8 leaders of the Snake People sensed Medusa's aura and hurriedly came up to greet Medusa. Last time the queen came back in a hurry and said that she would be out for a while. During this time, they would be allowed to take charge of the Snake People. I didn't expect to come back so soon. Well, let everyone be alert. Today, the king is about to use his bloodline to return to his ancestors and break through to Duzong. Ah, queen, do you want to prepare for a while longer? Hua Shir couldn't help but ask. Returning to the ancestors by blood is no joke. This method of tracing ancient bloodline is not tolerated by God. Originally, it was a relatively taboo secret technique to blend one's soul with the magical beast using the secret method of the Snake People. If it was possible to return to one's ancestors by blood easily, then the Dochi continent would have long been dominated by the snake tribe. You cannot try it easily without complete preparations. It is even said that no queen has ever tried to return to her ancestors by blood in the past. It is too dangerous. It must be like this. Now the desert is no longer suitable for the life of the tribe. The snake people must go to other places to live. This king must break through the Duzong in order to save the tribe. You don't need to persuade me anymore. Quote, yes. When the 8 commanders saw Medusa's determined look, they knew that they couldn't be persuaded. But Yinshi's eyes fell on Furukawa, who was wearing black robes next to Medusa. But Queen, this person. This is my invitation to come back. You must have strange fire to refine your bloodline. Don't worry, I don't need to do anything bad to your queen at that time. The aura belonging to Duzong in Ji Yuhi's body burst out in full force, and the terrifying aura was like a mountain pressing on their hearts. Even the strongest queen could not compare with it. Dozong, Yu Mei of the snake tribe was stunned. This was actually a Dozong. Medusa looked at the 8 commanders. When this king is going through the tribulation, no one is allowed to approach. Anyone who enters will be shot to death. As you command. Ko followed Medusa, and soon an extremely clear lake appeared in their sight. That's it. Okay, what do I need to do? You just release the strange fire and push the power of the strange fire to the extreme. Medusa hesitated for a moment, then took out the Pozong Dan and took it in. Thank you this time. The probability that the power of a Pozong pill would enable her to survive the catastrophe would be higher. No problem, let's get started. Green flames appeared in Ko's hands, and the fighting energy in his body rushed in. In an instant, the terrifying flames rose into the sky and turned into a green ocean. Looking at the sea of flames in the sky, Medusa's eyes narrowed and she turned into a giant purple snake and rushed towards the sea of flames in the sky. Furuhe, Medusa has begun to overcome the tribulation. By then, she will be able to achieve the colorful sky-swallowing python. I have another Do sect here. By then, I will have a little more confidence in dealing with the Falcon Guardian. Thor, do you want Medusa? When you finish digesting the power of the group leader, you can punch a duck to protect the law. Furuga, that power is so huge, I don't know how long it will take to actually refine it. I'm afraid I won't be able to wait that long, so I'd better find some help. Feng Shaoshan, group leader's lackey, this is not easy, learn to use your strength. Go and tell Lord Feng that Yao Chen was harmed by the Soul Palace, and the guardian bird in Yunlin sect wants to catch Yao Chen back anytime and anywhere. When Lord Feng and Yao Chen meet, what are you worried about? Maybe he can even get the burning technique from Yao Chen. Furukawa sat by the lake and quietly provided the power of the strange fire. His eyes lit up when he saw Feng Shaoshan. This method seemed to work indeed, and the old man Mu Jiyu he was worried about could also be solved by Feng Zun. Furukawa, this method is good. But I have never been to Zhongzhou and don't know where Master Feng is. But if I kill Han Feng, Lord Feng will come directly to my door. I'll take him to find Xiao Yan again. Didera, so you really are from other worlds, how amazing. Feng Shaoshan, group leader's lackey, who is this? Why don't I have any impression? Huang Rong, he seemed to have come in with Sister Ning, He Xiaohu and the others, but he never showed his face. Didera, I thought it was Itachi who cast an illusion on me. It wasn't until Itachi cast another illusion on me just now that I realized that this chat group turned out to be real. Feng Shaoshan, group leader's lackey, another persecution delusion. Is the Itachi you are talking about the alien god of Alger's world? Didera, no, he is my leader. Huang Rong, speaking of whether you are a boy or a girl, is your world also an extraordinary world? Didera, I am a man. My strength is a star in all realms. The energy we cultivate is called chakra, which is a kind of power that emerges from inside the human body. By the way, do you like art? Thor, art, I didn't expect there was an artist in our group. Huang Rong, what do you like, ink painting? Guken, blow flute, I am a first-rate player in playing the flute, but my father always says that I have not learned the essence. Didera, no, I like explosions. Don't you think the light that bloomed at the moment of the explosion is the most beautiful scenery in the world? Huang Rong, Feng Shaoshan, the group leader's lackey. Thor, do you like explosions? Didera, Yes, I am still developing clay explosion ninjutsu. When the time comes, I will definitely create an explosion that will shock the entire ninja world. Thor God, you are too cruel. Peter, our group is really full of talents, and there is one who likes to play with explosions. The ancient giant turtle uploaded the memory, the will of fire, which matches the group member, Didera, and is not allowed to be downloaded. Huang Rong, catch the diving group leader, but it's too big to hold. Ancient times. Shen Fei looked at Didera who came out of the dive. He didn't know when Didera's timeline was, but he was quite interested in Naruto. The world of Naruto is also quite special, mainly because of the existence that created the world of Naruto. Originally, that world was supposed to be a relatively ordinary world. Although there were extraordinary people, there were only a few of them. But later the Otsutsuki family appeared and planted the chakra sacred tree, which led to the emergence of ninjas. To be honest, this kind of power is a bit like Tai radiating around with its own power. In terms of Naruto's combat power and performance alone, he can barely touch the pirates, and he can't even touch the pirates. But looking deeply into its background, there are other sources behind it. At least a family like Otsutsuki also exists in a higher world, so they can put their sacred tree into the world of Naruto through some means. Any existence in the world can become his further material. In fact, the world of Naruto is not important, what is important is the world of the family behind the sacred tree. Shen Fei's eyes fell back on the group chat, because he found that Lu Shen, who had been diving for a while, also came out. Thunder God. Speaking of which, God Lu rarely comes out recently. I'm a little curious about where Emperor Wangtian is now. Lu Shen. A catastrophe occurred in the Wild Mountains some time ago. I have been using my power to cover Shikun to prevent it from suffering disaster. At Prehistoric Giant Turtle, thank you again for your help. I found that after the last baptism, the little one's supreme bone seems to have shown signs of recovery. I'm going to let him meditate on Lu Shenfa, which should speed up his recovery. Ancient Giant Turtle. No need to be polite. Huang Rong. Didn't you say that the supreme bone is bad? Lu Shen. That was later, but now the supreme bone little one is still somewhat effective. Let's save it for later and then crush it. Shen Fei watched them chatting in the group chat, and then he was still looking through the group files. Because Ning Zongs and He Xiao who uploaded exercises, there were many more exercises in the group files that he had not downloaded. Naturally, he downloaded all of them as evidence for his own enlightenment. The way of magic. These skills of theirs are also the level of magic. It's not that the technique is useless, what he needs is the relevant truth behind the technique, even a little bit can be regarded as gainful. And this comes from all the worlds. Each world has its own splendor and specialness, just like the sea of heaven and earth, in the pirate world that made his eyes light up. You watched Tenma Ranbu. You watched Black Tiger digging out the heart. Shen Fei soon discovered something that seemed familiar to him among the items belonging to the 3 stars of the realms. Ancient Giant Turtle. Willow God, did you upload the original true explanation? Lu Shen. Well, the biggest function of this thing is to lay a perfect foundation for the Tao. It is also very powerful in the field of human nature. It is of little use to the group leader and me. But it should be of some use to the group members, so I uploaded it. Feng Xiaoshan, the lackey of the group leader, thank you God Lu. Thor God. Thank you God Lu. No one said why it is not free. This is already an unspoken rule in the group. No one will help you for no reason. Even if Feng Xiaoshan and others get help from the group leader, they will still help the group leader with things later. Prehistoric Giant Turtle. This is true, but it was also created by a great Luo, so it can be regarded as having some reference value. Shen Fei spent 100,000 points to redeem it and sent a message to Feng Xiaoshan in the group chat. Ancient Giant Turtle. At Feng Xiaoshan, the lackey of the group leader, this contains the Dharma and Tao, which is more for enlightenment and can help you control your own power. But unless you have reached your limit, I can help you improve that little bit. If you don't go to the limit, it won't be very useful. Feng Xiaoshan, the lackey of the group leader, I understand. After I deal with the Star Luo Empire, I will go directly to the Star Do Forest and kill Ji Yu Yuina. Ancient Giant Turtle. Just take control of it yourself. Shen Fei didn't care too much, but put his mind into the original true solution he just redeemed. The perfect world is an extremely huge world. On top of the sacrificial Tao, placed on the prehistoric world, it is likely to be the Hunyuan Deluo Golden Immortal. And the Daluo Fa created by the immortal emperor and placed in the prehistoric world where he is located is the Daluo Fa, so the Tao inside is still worth understanding. Even if it is just Shank, it has reference value. You have watched the original true interpretation of the divine introduction, which contains some of the rhyme of the immortal emperor and the connotation of the rhyme of yin and yang. Acquire the Tao through yin and yang. This is indeed the path closest to Hunyuan, and it is also considered the first emperor of heaven and earth. He is also the most likely to understand the Tao of yin and yang. Shen Fei raised his eyebrows. This original true solution was created by the corpse immortal emperor before he was contaminated. He was the first immortal emperor after the creation of the perfect world, which means he was the first to have his own way. Combined with himself, he can divide himself into dark and light bodies, which shows that he has a strong understanding of the yin and yang of light and darkness. Otherwise, you can't cut it if you want to. Moreover, yin and yang are used to reconcile, which is somewhat similar to the function of the original true solution. Good. Shen Fei didn't expect that this could be an introduction to his understanding of the laws of yin and yang, but Shen Fei was not eager and just kept it in his mind, biting off more than he could chew. Let's finish the rest of the insights first and then talk about it. Shen Fei's eyes fell back on the group chat. Ning Zong's. I tested it, and sure enough, after Yu Bukchun learned about the evil repelling sword technique, he would ask Lin Pingji where his technique had gone from time to time. In other words, he still doesn't give up. Zhang Sanfeng. The anti-evil sword technique is obviously a crooked way. If you have a pure Taoist tradition such as Zixia divine skill, you will go on an evil path if you don't practice it. Let me tell you something from the old saying, Ning Nuxia, you are entrusting an unworthy person. He Xiaohu. I can just destroy him. Ning Nuxia directly takes charge of the Washan sect. You are also your master's disciple, so can't you take charge of the Washan sect? And with the help of the chat group, you are even stronger and can directly put down this disgusting world. Huang Rong. It is true that the disputes between Taoists and demons in your world are so chaotic. Another reason is that there is no one in your righteous way who can overpower the others. If it were like Master Zhang, who dominated the martial arts world for 60 years, at least while Master Zhang was still around, the martial arts world would only fight but not break. The demon sect didn't even dare to go out in such a big way, and they only dared to poke and tamper in secret. Smiling proudly in the world, Ning Zhang looked at the words of the group members and the recent behavior of her husband. Originally, she thought that she knew the development of the matter in advance and only needed to guide it. Those things shouldn't happen after that. But she had forgotten the saying that one's nature cannot be changed easily. After Yu Bukchun found out that the disciple he had just accepted actually had evil repelling sword skills, he tried it every time. And one day, Yu Bukchun made an excuse to go to deal with something. She followed Yu Bukchun secretly that day and found that he actually went to the Fuwei escort agency to look for evil sword skills. What happened these days made her very disappointed in Yu Bukchun. Is the gentleman's sword that I think is the gentleman of the gentleman in Liangshang. Shen Fei's eyes fell on the group again, because someone was at him. Ning Zhang sent an exclusive red envelope to the giant turtle. Chen Fei suddenly had some bad thoughts. What Ning Zhang's gave him could not be evil sword skills. After Shen Fei accepted it, a book appeared in front of him. You have received an item containing the origin of the world. Shen Fei looked at the 4 words, evil repelling sword technique, on the surface of Zhang Gong technique and felt a little silent. Although for him now, the change between male and female is only a matter of thought, or it can be said that there is no innate male and female distinction between innate sacredness, it is just the reconciliation of yin and yang in the body. Otherwise, how could Master Siheng become Guanyin? But when this thing actually came into his hands, it still felt a bit outrageous. This evil fighting sword technique almost runs through the entire plot line of swordsmen. This must be the origin of the world. There are very few laws contained in it, but they are also extremely yang laws, the same as the 9 yang manual. Although both are actually a harmony of yin and yang in the end, they start with the law of extreme yang. This is also easy to explain. In the world of Shaoao with low martial arts, most of the power existing in the human body is yang energy, and the first step in martial arts is to strengthen the yang energy in the human body until yang generates yin. The 9 yin manual is not about cultivating yin energy. It is a pure yin method. It is a joke. 9 represents the extreme of yang. The 9 yin manual should be a method of harmonizing yin and yang. If it is a pure yin method, it should be called the 6 yin manual, because 6 is the ultimate number of yin. Huang Shang, the founder of the 9 yin manual, is a Taoist master, so he would not even get the name wrong. On the contrary, the 9 yang manual is truly the ultimate yang, but later the extreme yang generates yin, and the yin and yang are reconciled again. The sunflower book is the polar yang, and the evil-proof swordsmanship evolved from it is naturally the polar yang, but it just takes an evil path. Of course, for Shen Fei, this evil path has no distinction between good and evil. Swordsman world can also be pulled over. The prehistoric giant turtle sent an exclusive red envelope to Ning Zong's. Smiling proudly in the world, Ning Zhong saw the red envelope in the group chat and did not accept it immediately. Instead, she got up and left the room, planning to go to the back mountain to extract it. The main reason was that she found that extracting the black turtle particles of the group leader caused quite a stir. As soon as she walked out of the room, she saw Yu Bukchun walking towards her. Yu Bukchun was frowning and thinking about something, but when he saw Ning Zong's, his eyes lit up. "Junior sister, I have something to ask you." Yu Bukchun stopped Ning Zong's. "Huh, senior brother, just ask me any questions." Ning Zong sighed inwardly. Now that he couldn't find any clues from Lin Pingji, he found her. Because he was the one who brought Lin Pingji back, the senior brother thought she would know something. As expected. By the way, do you know that Lin Pingji is the descendant of Lin Yuantu, who once dominated the martial arts world with his evil sword skills? Fuwei Escort Agency was founded by Lin Yuantu. Lin Pingji is the eldest son of Fuwei Escort Agency, so of course he knows. Then junior sister, do you know why Qingchengji went to Fuwei Escort Agency? I don't know. I just did it casually at the beginning. After I learned the truth, it was just a quarrel between the juniors and the Qingcheng faction was so cruel that I took action. Ning Zhong, on the other hand, listened to Yu Buchan's gradual explorations, and became increasingly disappointed with Yu Bukchun. Her obsession was as deep as the devil. After listening to Huang Rong's analysis of the Washan sect, she became extremely disappointed with the entire Washan sect. If her daughter wasn't still in the Washan sect, she would have left long ago. As the founder, Feng Qingyang sat back and watched the internal fighting in Washan. As the leader of the Qi sect, Yu Bukchun did evil things, and as the eldest disciple, Lingu Chong made friends with the evil thief and demons. There are even other sect traitors among the disciples. Feng Buping, the leader of the sword sect, was still the one being supported by Zuo Lengchen. This Washan sect is completely rotten. Perhaps Senior Lei Shen and He Xiaohu are right. If the Washan sect wants to become better, it must break and then stand up again. Cut off everything that's rotten. Single quote. It is very likely that the evil fighting swordsmanship that Lin Yuantu originally practiced has been passed down. Haven't you seen it before? It's just a third-rate skill. Lin Pingji's kid told you that they have practiced the evil repelling sword skill for generations, and it's not as powerful as you think. I mean, what they practiced may be fake, and they must still be in the Lin family. So I want to ask you if you have any clues. Yu Bukchun became more and more excited as he talked, but he didn't see the disappointed look in Ning Zongzi's eyes. So what are you going to do? Are you going to interrogate Lin Zhenin, or are you going to interrogate Lin Pingji? Ning Zongzi's voice was no longer as gentle as before. She could understand Yu Bukhan's obsession, but she couldn't accept this method. Their master taught them that they were on the right path and did the right things. If you want to carry forward the Washan sect, then take the right path. If you can't do it yourself, train the next generation. Part of the reason why Lingu Chong became like this is partly because of Yu Bukchun. Perhaps it can be said that the Washan sect has become like this because the two seniors Kai Yu started eavesdropping on the exercises. Yu Bukchun has always been very perceptive, otherwise he would not have been able to maintain the title of gentleman's sword for such a long time. Seeing his junior sister's face turn cold, he couldn't help but ask, "Is there anything unhappy about my junior sister?" I think senior brother should focus more on cultivating his own skills. The Xixia magic skill is the magic skill of our Washan sect. I don't know how much better it is than the so-called evil fighting sword skills. But the progress of Xixia divine art is too slow, and Xixia divine art is a training method. If we can get the real evil-proof swordsmanship. Ning Zhang heard Yu Buchan's words, shook his head and said, then senior brother, you can measure it yourself. She might have thought so before joining the chat group. But Zhang Sanfang asked Yu Buchun how long it had been since he breathed purple qi on the top of the cliff. The Xixia magic skill was based on qi, and he had not even been able to breathe purple qi every day. Why is there so much diligence and perseverance? Taoist inaction, falling into the world of fame and fortune, will only make the mind lose its inaction. So this is why Ning Zong said that the Washan sect may have taken a big turn since the Tu Kai Yu, and the latecomers did not want to bring order to the chaos but just fell into a fight. Fortunately, Master Zhang gave her some advice, which was why she finally made up her mind. When Yu Buchun saw Ning Zong's turning around and leaving, he took a deep breath and said, as long as I get the evil-proofing sword technique, when I reunite the Washan sect, my junior sister will know my difficulties. Lin Pingji, when Ning Zong's came to the back mountain, she deliberately chose a place far away from Sigyu Cliff to avoid being discovered by Feng Qingyang, who was hiding there. Soon, Ning Zong's received the red envelope sent to her by Shen Fei. The faint light penetrated Ning Zongzi's body, and a giant turtle appeared in the back mountain, towering into the clouds. Originally, Washan Mountain was extremely high, but this giant turtle seemed to fill the gap between Washan Mountain and other mountains in an instant. It's like there's an extra mountain next to it. But Ning Zong's no longer cared about this. She was feeling the surging power in her body and wanted to use martial arts to refine it, but found that her refining speed could not match the power that emerged. But these powers did not harm her, but instead of turning into qi, they strengthened her body. Until she felt that her body could no longer bear it, Ning Zhang opened his eyes and found the giant turtle that had just disappeared. He knew something was wrong and wanted to use Qinggong. According to the usual method, as soon as he exerted his strength, he found that his body was out of control. He jumped up and jumped nearly 20 meters. This power. Ning Zhang quickly stabilized his body and fell to the ground with a bang sound. The power of her physical body alone was more powerful than her ability to circulate her qi, making her unable to control her body for a moment, and the vision that had just been born was still bigger than she had imagined. She had to leave quickly. Ning Zong's group leader, can you please come again after a while? I want to take care of Washan before welcoming you. Ancient giant turtle. Well, you should take care of your affairs first. Ancient times. When Shen Fei saw Ning Zongzi's request, he honestly wasn't in a hurry. The main reason was that he could directly lead Swordsman World as soon as he arrived, unlike Dupo and Swallowing Starry Sky, which required layout. So it doesn't matter if it takes longer. Now his 4 laws of defense, water, fire, earth, and space are either in the late Deluo period or in the middle Deluo period. There are only 4 laws left. Metal and wood are relatively simple. The most difficult ones are the law of creation and the soul law. These 2 laws are more illusory than space and the 5 elements, especially the law of creation and the law of soul. How about trying to create a living being? Shen Fei murmured to himself, be true to the truth and be practical. If you want to improve your understanding of the law, the best way is to be practical. The Tao of understanding is always just the Tao. Try it, just use the creatures from other worlds as the basis. Shen Fei said to himself that he had not yet thought of how to create people. He could create another kind of creature that did not exist in his inner world or the prehistoric world. And it's something he's relatively familiar with. Golden Horned Behemoth. The Golden Horned Behemoth is indeed a creature more suitable for creation, and creating the Golden Horned Behemoth will help him understand the laws of gold and the laws of space, which can be regarded as a verification of his own laws. And the potential of the Golden Horned Behemoth is not low. Shen Fei's eyes flashed, and a pool of blood appeared in his hand, trembling slightly like ripples. This was the blood of the Golden Horned Giant Beast. He had previously used the blood of the Golden Horned Giant Beast to understand the laws contained in it. Now he wants to understand the basic structure of the Golden Horned Behemoth from it and recreate the Golden Horned Behemoth in the ancient wilderness. Gold and space are the body, the law of the soul creates the soul, and the law of creation blends them. Shen Fei stretched out his hands, magic power emerged, and several laws in his soul began to flicker. The mana immediately blended together, but the next moment it turned into a ball of mana condensation. Shen Fei frowned. That's not right. Nua's creation and Styx's creation of man both relied on physical objects. The laws of creation are more like glue. Shen Fei's eyes fell on the blood of the golden horned beast, and the laws of gold and space poured into it, and his mind began to flow with the moment when creatures began to be born in his subordinate world. The law of gold and the law of space began to change and intertwine with this mass of blood. Shen Fei could only use his own understanding to create the golden horned beast he felt. You start to create creatures, you use the golden horned giant beast as a template. You are meditating on mediating creation. The two laws of gold and sky kept appearing in front of Shen Fei, and his blood kept changing. Finally, a small egg about the golden horned beast that he obtained from the blood appeared in front of him. Yes, it's an egg. Shen Fei didn't expect to leap forward and directly create a complete golden horned giant beast, and this blood was more like the blood of the golden horned giant beast plus the polymer in the egg. It just condenses into an egg. Shen Fei was not in a hurry. Now that he had a body, the most important thing was his soul. How is the soul born? If the soul is limited, then why are there more creatures all the time but the soul is still enough? The soul or spirit is what distinguishes living things from dead things. The soul is something unique to intelligent life, a spiritual body that carries wisdom and consciousness. Everyone has a unique soul, just like human fingerprints, which are always marked with a unique label. Even clones will not have the same soul. Shen Fei muttered to himself as if he was possessed by a demon, and kept moving his hands, and the law of the soul appeared. But he couldn't figure out how to create the soul. Even though he looked over the world below, he still didn't have any clue. Creating living beings is not like the so-called enlightenment. All things have animism, which is more or less spiritual. In other words, the higher the world, the heavier the spirituality of all things. Therefore, enlightenment in the ancient world is more like ripening. You don't even need to have much understanding of the laws of the soul, just mature your spirituality directly. But Shen Fei created this out of thin air, and it became increasingly difficult every day. Time flies, and the sun and moon slip away silently. Shen Fei did not stop, and kept pondering. He felt that he was almost realizing it. The body carries the soul, the body is the place of the soul, and the soul is the spirit of the body. Shen Fei did not continue to use the soul law to fabricate it out of thin air, but took out the golden horned giant beast egg floating next to it, and the soul law was directly submerged into the egg. At the same time, the law of creation was also integrated into it. At this time, the body, the law of soul, and the law of creation merged together like a mutation, and Shen Fei's eyes became brighter and brighter. Why is it that in the higher world, the souls of dead creatures are extremely difficult to dissipate? It's because in the higher world, all things have spirituality, and all other things can carry their souls. Spirituality is the boundary between spirit and matter. If I use matter as the basis, spirituality must be born first, and then a soul that can think and comprehend will appear. I fell into a misunderstanding before and wanted to directly create the soul, but the soul law creates the soul, which is more like stimulating the birth of spirituality through dead objects, and then quickly catalyzes the birth of spirituality into the soul. Shen Fei murmured to himself. The golden horned giant beast's egg got bigger and bigger, and finally turned into the golden horned giant beast's egg in Shen Fei's memory, floating in front of Shen Fei. Compared with before, according to Shen Fei's perception, the golden horned giant beast egg is now full of spirituality. Next, we just need to wait for the laws of creation to slowly blend the newly born spirituality with the physical body. When he is born, the soul is born. At that time, he will be a complete living being. Shen Fei's face looked a little happy. It was quite a sense of accomplishment to give birth to a creature with his own hands. This was truly made out of nothing. Nothing from the ancient world was used, only the laws and the blood of the golden horned giant beast that Shen Fei brought out. That's a real dead thing. The creation of Nua and Styx was a complete trick, directly using spiritual objects to create living beings, which greatly reduced the difficulty. To be honest, if Nua had not created people, would she have been able to become a saint? It's really something else to say. Later, he relied on merit and Hongmeng purple energy to become a saint. It can be said that Shen Fei's difficulty is higher than that of Nuwa and Styx, but Shen Fei also took a trick. Instead of directly creating a complete golden horned behemoth, he directly made an egg first and let it feel the process of gestation perfects the soul. You created a creature with your own hands, and you realized how to mediate creation. Shen Fei was very happy in his heart. Sure enough, he understood his way, followed his path, and created living beings, which pushed his soul law and creation law to the middle stage of Daluo, and even almost to the late stage. The law of gold has also been pushed to the middle stage of Daluo. At this time, Shen Fei looked up and saw a group of merits floating in the sky. These are all merits. And are they the merits of the great Tao? Shen Fei did not absorb it, but controlled it to form a faint golden wheel behind his back. Blessing to the soul. The way of heaven has not yet been perfected, and it is impossible to send down the merits of heaven, but creating living beings is a great blessing, and I am truly created out of nothing, adding the concept of human. Therefore, the great avenue that is still in charge of the prehistoric times has given some great virtues. Quote, this is quite profitable. The merits of the great Tao are much better than the merits of the heavenly Tao. The main reason is that the merits of the great Tao are the creations of the merits and virtues among the 3,000 great avenues, while the merits of the heavenly Tao are transformed from the original mixed merits and laws. Perhaps for a saint, this is not too little, but for someone like Shen Fei who intends to go on a journey to prove the Tao, the merits of heaven will also fall on other things, and it is impossible for him to absorb them. Once the origin of the prehistoric world is absorbed too much, the cause and effect between oneself and the prehistoric world will be too great. As an analogy, think of Hongwang as a company. When the Tao is in charge, the merit of the Tao is that part of the original capital is allocated to you, and when the Tao of heaven is in charge, it is the shares given to the Hongwang company. The latter sounds very good, but it's shares. The greater the prehistoric period, the greater the benefits. But if you originally planned to start your own business, no matter how you work in the Hongwang company, the endpoint will be the general manager. Of course, there is also a way to usurp the company and carry out the Tian family generation Qi thing. But now there is a general manager, and the other workers must get past him first if they want to usurp the company. That is to say, he and Hongjun formed a Dao Zheng. It would be better to get more original capital, start your own business, and possibly create a company of your own that is not weaker than the prehistoric company. Zishao Palace. Yuqing was asking how to take a further step in the Daluo way. Hongjun was about to answer when he suddenly stopped and looked through the Zishao Palace, through the chaos, and landed in the wilderness, where he saw the mass of merits of the Daluo. His eyes flickered for a moment, then he looked away. Many Daluo in Zishao Palace are still looking forward to how to take a further step in Daluo Jingxian. Seeing Hongjun, he was stunned. Could it be that Dao ancestor also didn't know? If you want to further become a saint in Daluo, there are 3 ways. The first method is to prove the Tao through force. The great god Pangu used the method of opening the sky to prove the Tao. He obtained great magic power, great perseverance, and great supernatural powers. No one can teach you this path, you can only understand it yourself. Today, there is only one person in the wilderness who is still practicing this path. The second method is to use the 3 corpses to prove the Tao. I use the 3 corpses to prove the Tao, cut off the 3 corpses of good and evil self, and use myself to get close to the Tao and understand the Tao. Third, to achieve enlightenment through merit and deeds, this is a path left by the great god Pangu to all sentient beings. He can distribute the merits and demerits of his own great path to open heaven to all sentient beings, and by obtaining merits, one can also become a saint. Therefore, it is also divided into 3 methods, upper, middle and lower. Quote, the 3,000 guests of Zishao Palace heard this saying. It turned out that the great god Pangu took the path of proving the Tao through force. No wonder he was able to open up the ancient world. However, the death of the great god Pangu was enough to show that the path of proving the Tao through force was too difficult. But there is still one person practicing this path. Who is so bold? Teacher, who else can have such great perseverance, great magic power, and great supernatural powers? Shengqing couldn't help but ask. After all, that was the path taken by the great god Pangu. Even Pangu and the 3 purities found it difficult, but there were still people walking on it. If it succeeds, wouldn't it be comparable to the great god Pangu? When Shangqing asked this question, a figure suddenly appeared in the minds of several people. Yu Tai fought fiercely with Da Luo, and even beat Da Luo violently. This was especially true for Zhen Yuanzi, Hong Yun and Gui Yuan. Gui Yuan used 9 laws to condense Da Luo Dao fruit, which was unprecedented. Return to Yuan. Sure enough, Sanqing, brother and sister Nua, brother Dijin, Zhen Yuanzi, Hong Yun and Kunpeng all had their eyes fixed. The other Zishao guests were a little stunned. Who was Gui Yuan? But Hong Jun didn't explain. Yu Qing boasted that Pangu and the 3 pure ones were innate. If there was no one in the ancient world who could prove the Tao, he would definitely not ask. But now that Gui Yuan is on his way, the rest of the 3 roads can go on the upper road, but they can't ask again, then using force to prove the Tao. It can't be taught. If you want to follow the path of enlightenment through force, you can leave now. Enlightenment through force is just a very general term, and everyone has his own path. It cannot be said. It is useless to say it. When it arrives, it will arrive. If it does not arrive, it will not arrive. Hong Jun interrupted Yu Qing. At this time, Tai Ching stood up and saluted and said, "Teacher, please have mercy on us and teach us the method of killing 3 corpses. Proving the Tao with force is too illusory. Instead, the middle path, where the 3 corpses are killed and close to the avenue, is more suitable for them. After all, there is Hong Jun Pearl in front of them. Please, teacher, take pity on us and teach us the method of killing 3 corpses." The rest of Zishao's guests also stood up and saluted. Hong Jun nodded. Okay, the sermon continued, but at this time, all the Zishao guests had a name in their hearts, Gui Yuan. Single quote. A person who is walking the path of spiritual enlightenment. Ancient times. Shen Fei frowned and looked up at Tianwei. Just now he felt eyes falling on him. Needless to say, it must be Hong Jun, and only Hong Jun had such strength. It seems that the great virtues attracted him. After all, the catastrophe of the ferocious beasts has passed, and the great merits have been gained, but the sudden arrival of a group of great merits is still eye-catching. It's about to be born. Shen Fei threw the thought away and his eyes fell on the golden-horned giant beast egg that was becoming more and more spiritual, and the egg was already several hundred meters long. The first creature he created was about to be born, and the aura of life inside the egg became stronger and stronger. Boom. Single quote. Tiny cracks began to appear in the eggshell. A golden sharp point instantly pierced the eggshell, and a large hole broke in the eggshell. With the big hole as the center, cracks continued to appear, densely distributed throughout the eggshell. Pieces of eggshells continued to fall, and a giant beast emerged from the eggshells. The skin of the giant beast looks hard, and there are cracks in the hard skin with streams of light shining like magma, like golden armor. The limbs are thick and powerful, and the soles of the feet are covered with thick scales. The most eye-catching feature is the huge golden horn on the top of its head, which is like a sharp sword, curved and tough. Roar! The golden-horned giant beast roared loudly, seeming to announce its arrival in this world. Then the golden-horned beast looked at Shen Fei with a pair of golden pupils. Feeling the friendly aura on his body, he couldn't help but lean towards Shen Fei. The golden-horned beast uttered human words, "Father God." Shen Fei looked at his creation, took a photo, uploaded it to the group, and said with a smile, "Go and play. And don't destroy the spiritual things here." Roar! The golden-horned beast flapped its wings and left in front of Shen Fei, soaring in the sky, diving into the sea and flying out from the sea from time to time. Ancient giant turtle. At Thunder God, is he like the golden-horned giant beast in your world? Feng Shaoshan, group leader's lackey, group leader, has a golden-horned giant beast broken through the world and come to your world? Thor. It's fierce, and the golden-horned giant beast was born. It should look similar to what we see through the egg, but the group leader looks bigger. Ancient giant turtle. This was created by me in order to understand the laws of creation and the laws of the soul. So far, the results look pretty good. It is still a newborn body and has not yet become an immortal. Thor. Create a golden-horned behemoth. The group leader is so awesome that he actually created a world lord level creature at random. Feng Shaoshan, the group leader's lackey, the group leader is so awesome. Create living beings. Peter. I always feel that I am in the same group as the group leader, which makes me set my sights too high. Both inside and outside the words are about creating the world and creating creatures. All we talk about are laws and avenues. Made me really think I was that awesome. Huang wrong. That is your illusion. Lu Shen. Did the group leader create it out of thin air? Ancient giant turtle. There is still a little bit of the golden-horned giant beast's blood as sustenance, and the soul is fabricated out of thin air. Lu Shen. Is this Da Luo's method? Unexpectedly, the group leader has also done research on creating souls. I was stuck at this step at the beginning and could not evolve tens of millions of things. A perfect world. Lu Shen was not surprised when she saw the golden-horned giant beast. In fact, with her previous methods, she could use some special spiritual objects to pinch it out. All she had to do was call it the golden-horned giant beast. But when Shen Fei said he was fabricating souls out of thin air, she was surprised. This kind of difficulty and fabricating it with spiritual objects are two different concepts. Not to mention the creatures that can survive in the primitive world, this is not the so-called creation of creatures in a small world. For example, the world where Feng Shaoshan lives can create living beings at the god level of creation, but the problem is that the living beings he creates are only small thousand living beings. And the group leader is directly responsible for creating thousands of living beings. This golden-horned giant beast was placed in the perfect world at the beginning, and it was also on the level of the 10 ancient evils of the generation. The world of the group leader is too advanced, and the laws are too suppressed. It's like the supreme being in the lower realm can plow 30,000 miles of land and destroy mountains and rivers, but when he goes to the upper realm, he can only break boulders. Some of the weaker ones may not even survive. If they are just small thousand creatures, they may collapse in an instant. For some worlds, creating life may not be difficult. It depends on what kind of creature is created. In a world with stricter laws, it is more difficult to master powers such as the laws of creation. Laws can infinitely expand the power of a monk. The more sparse and lacking the laws are, the more laws are mobilized, the greater the power of the increase will be. It seems that it can easily create living beings. But where the rules are stricter and more perfect, the weak rules that are invoked will cause restrictions. It sounds very unpleasant, similar to the fact that a being who is obviously invincible in the lower world will work like a bull in the upper world, but the pursuit of life evolution is the desire imprinted in the soul of all living beings. Keep climbing forward until you are invincible in all the worlds. That is the goal of all monks. The key is that only where the laws are stricter and more perfect can there be a further path. A metaphor that Lu Shen once heard is very good. Cultivation is to cultivate the strong self from a drop of water into a drop of ink. Putting water in water is no different than putting ink in ink, and it looks like it disappears into it. But if this drop of ink gets into the water, you will infect the entire glass of water. Lu Shen, Lu Shen. Calls from outside brought Lu Shen out of his thoughts. The little boy carried Zhu Yan and came under Lu Shen. Lu Shen, I already have 70,000 kilograms of strength now. I feel that my body's strength is still improving, but the speed is slow. The little boy couldn't help but ask again. Although you used extremely powerful blood essence to build the foundation, even though you have great power hidden inside, your physical strength is reaching its limit, not your strength. There is a group of rock waterfalls 70 miles away. The waterfalls there weigh tens of thousands of kilograms. You have been practicing there during this period. You can only use your strength to hold it. You cannot use the giant turtle magic. Use powerful external force to force the hidden waterfalls. The strength of your body comes out. Lu Shen said in a message. Ah, you can't use the giant turtle treasure technique. The little boy was a little disappointed. During this time, he really fell in love with the giant turtle treasure technique he got after that foundation building. The defensive power was really too powerful. Once used, those wild giant beasts can't hit him at all, and he has no fear even if he stands where he is. Do you still want to win against your brother? He has double eyes, has the qualifications of an ancient saint, a god, and even obtained the supreme bone. He is destined to be far beyond ordinary geniuses. He was born in an ancient country, and the whole family's efforts to cultivate him will inevitably it would be very scary. Only by constantly pushing your limits can you achieve your goals and find your parents and grandfather. Quote. I see. Xiao Biyu nodded, and suddenly he asked with some confusion. Lu Shen, you haven't told me who the owner of the giant turtle magic is. Why didn't there be a giant turtle in the 10 ancient evils you mentioned last time? He felt that the giant turtle's magic was so powerful that once he used it, his feet would touch the ground and remain motionless for eternity. Those who were several times stronger could not even move his steps. The ancient giant turtle, that is a greater existence. Even greater than the 10 evils. If you have a chance in the future, you will probably see him. Huh, can I see him too? Is he still alive? As long as you practice hard, you will see him. He knows your existence, so he allowed me to give you that drop of blood to build your foundation. Okay, I will practice hard and then go see that existence. The little boy knew that the giant turtle was still alive, and he was a little surprised. This existence that was greater than the 10 evils of ancient times actually knew about him. Full of motivation for a moment, he hugged Zuyan and left Shikyun. It seems that if this little guy sees the group leader, he won't target me. Lu Shen branched out a branch and called the old patriarch. Lu Shen, the old patriarch asked quickly. He still remembers the blood phenomenon that Lu Shen took out that time. In addition, not long ago, a steady stream of enemies came and were still killed by Lu Shen. During this catastrophe, Lu Shen they also moved villages here. He knew that Lu Shen's origin was beyond his imagination. This is a prescription. After Shi Hao comes back from training, you can use this elixir to make him swallow it to stimulate the potential in his body to the greatest extent. The materials he used to build the foundation last time are very strong. During this time, it is best to unleash all your strength. Otherwise it will be wasted. Quote, clear, yeah, it only depends on how many years the little one can beat that little brat Shi Yi. When the old patriarch heard Lu Shen talking about Shi Yi, his face was solemn. Don't worry, Shi Hao is a child of our Shikyun. I will try my best to help him get this justice. Lu Shen nodded. That boy Shi Yi is not simple. At her time, the ancient heavy pupil could try to be invincible, not to mention joining the Budian sect with the Budian tradition, and its training intensity was not inferior to that of the ancient times. Relics. It's a pity that his ancient legacy and his mother misled his mind. However, God Lu will not interfere. This is Shi Hao's experience. With the blood of the immortal emperor building the foundation, Huang will definitely grow faster than Huang in the original work. Shen Fei just chatted in the group for a few words and then stopped talking. Instead, he was carefully comprehending the law of wood, which has some connection with the law of creation. Then with the help of his own magical power, he reversed the 5 elements and used the remaining 4 elements that had entered the middle stage of Deluo to deduce the law of wood. Driven by the 4 elements, Shen Fei's understanding of the law of wood was improving crazily. Coupled with the incarnation of heaven in the 3 worlds, he can enter the state of enlightenment from time to time. The energy on Shen Fei's body became more and more ethereal. In Jinao Island, a huge world seemed to emerge in a trance, and there were 3 special light groups surrounding this world like stars over the moon. The Deluo Daoguo in Shen Fei's Yuan Shen emerged and floated out precariously. The 9 laws in the Yuan Shen blended with the Yuan Shen, and the Yuan Shen began to strengthen at an incredible speed. Originally, God was supposed to be Shen Fei's weakest item. He could open up the inner world, comprehend 9 laws, and incarnate as the way of heaven 3 times. After that, he could comprehend more and more laws. Shen even exceeds Qi. After waiting for a few days, the immortal Qingyun first formed above Shen Fei's head. It was filled with a myriad of atmospheres and emitted immeasurable fairy light. A sacred flower slowly bloomed, and its pieces were crystal clear. Another world was born inside. The sky and the earth separated and merged, the star gods flickered, and suddenly the yin and yang laws in Shen Fei's mind poured into the inner world. In the inner world that originally had only daylight, the 2 star gods, the sun and the sun, realized themselves, and the sun and the moon alternated. The moment the flowers bloomed, Shen Fei's mind seemed to rise to another dimension again. The long river of fate that had appeared before appeared again in front of his eyes. However, the long river of fate soon disappeared, and another endless river appeared. The passage of time. Single quote. Shen Feifu reached his heart and said to himself, wow, this endless river seems to record the changes in the world in the prehistoric times and the lives of endless creatures. At the end of the long river of time, there seem to be countless figures flashing. At a glance, a great horror blooms in the heart. The long river of time and the long river of destiny are the two mysterious and great rivers in the whole prehistoric period. These two long rivers are not separate, but are often intertwined. Although destiny is more mysterious than time, only the flow of time can realize destiny. Destiny is virtual and time is real. This is why Daluo can break away from the long river of fate and change his own destiny. Because those are things that haven't happened yet. Change is easy as long as it is not yet real, and that symbolizes the future. But once it is recorded in the long river of time, it is real, and the long river of time records the past. It is harder to change the past than the future. Daluo's past, present, and future bodies are all gathered together, and the three bodies in the long river of time, his own present, and the long river of destiny are integrated into one, but now Shenfei Daluo is unable to pull out his past body and blend it with himself. If someone stronger, such as Hunyuan or a saint, goes directly to the past to kill Shenfei, even if Shenfei is very strong now, he will become a rootless ping and himself will suffer great damage. So now he can only set an anchor point in the long river of time. Once it is set, even if he is really killed, he can be resurrected in the long river of time through the anchor point. But the choice of anchor point is also very important, because this involves the probability of success in resurrection and one's own strength. The closer it is to the current time, the easier it will be, but the risk of being killed again will be greater, because it will not take long to reverse the time course. The longer it goes, the longer it wants to hurt you again, the more it has to trace its origin to something further back than your anchor point before it can hurt your anchor point. Otherwise, even if it keeps disappearing, it can try to be resurrected at the anchor point. Therefore, many innate gods will set it shortly after their birth. Because it was a time of calamity before, when Pengu's legacy was strong, and killing these innate and sacred, past bodies, at that time had great cause and effect. And Shenfei is even more outrageous. He can be said to be the oldest existence among the innate gods, or even one of them. Before he was born, it was not long after the great god Pengu opened the sky. Anyone who dares to go against the current is seeking death. This protects his past incarnation very well. There is a reason why the older the Siddhas are, the easier it is for them to continue to survive and even become enlightened. The older one is and the richer Pengu's legacy is, the safer one's own past will be, and the easier it will be to reach the state of three bodies in one. The moment Shenfei set the anchor point, the aura on his body continued to surge. The entire chaotic aura of Janao Island was swallowed by him and swept into his body. The black turtle particles in his physique began to absorb these chaotic auras and undergo transformation. With him as the center, the chaotic aura of Janao Island was continuously inhaled by him. The next moment, Shenfei soared into the sky. The chaotic aura of Janao Island could no longer satisfy him. And once he absorbs too much, it is likely to damage the foundation of Janao Island, and he will need to go to other places. The place that can be absorbed is naturally boundless chaos, and he just wants to try it in chaos. It turned into a spiritual light and passed through the stars in the sky, rushed through the membrane of heaven and earth, and finally came into the chaos, with the soul in front of me covered in gray. Boundless giant turtles emerged, as if there was an extra continent in the chaos. Immortal, single quote. Jin Aogia, single quote. Magical powers and magic weapons emerged at the same time. Boundless tortoise-shell Qingyun surged out, and in an instant, extremely terrifying suction force burst out from Shenfei's body. Above his head, a huge vortex emerged, which was Guishu. No wonder those saints have dojos in chaos. Single quote. Shenfei felt that some of his oppression had weakened a lot, and he was able to use the rules more freely. Guishu seems to be billions and billions of miles away, where the devouring law emerges, refining everything, and the power of attraction absorbs all the chaotic energy around it that makes even Daluo tremble. After being resisted by eternal immortal, the chaotic energy was like the chaotic spiritual energy tempered by the fetal membrane of heaven and earth, and was madly inhaled by Shenfei's Guishu. The chaotic energy he inhaled wanted to riot and assimilate Shenfei, but was resisted by eternal immortal, and was constantly broken into pieces by Guishu into earth, wind, water and fire and absorbed into his body. Bang 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 bang. Immediately, 5 consecutive explosions, like the beginning of the world, came from his body. 5 giant tortoises that were slightly smaller than him also appeared in the chaos. He originally had 8 ancient giant turtles, but now that he has entered the middle stage of Daluo, 5 more have awakened, and he has the power of 13 ancient giant turtles blessing his current body. Power, terrifying power rose up from inside his body, and the chaotic energy around him was being rolled up, being shaken away by the terrifying power. Now, if you slap it with your claws, the ancestral witch's true form will be 100% destroyed. I should be able to deal with the quasi-saints now. Shen Fei muttered to himself, and the original urgency weakened a lot. It doesn't matter if you have heard of Taoism. I will use many worlds to understand the way of the world, plus his self-created, turtle Junhai Jing, and we will see who is stronger when the time comes. And just when Shen Fei was planning to return to the wilderness, the golden tortoise shell that originally shrouded the surroundings seemed to be flickering with chaotic colors under the stimulation of the energy of chaos, and merged into Shen Fei's body in an instant, blending with Shen Fei's own tortoise shell. In an instant, Shen Fei felt as if he had entered chaos again, and the chaos in front of him was vaster and boundless than the chaos he was in now. There was no prehistoric world, only chaos. A turtle that was even bigger than Shen Fei now was wandering in the chaos, fighting, and tempering his defenses in the endless attacks, until in the end no chaos demon god could attack him. The defensive avenue can even prevent the changes of time, the fragmentation of space, and the turmoil of destiny. The defensive avenue pursues eternal immortality. The heaven and the earth will be destroyed, but I will not be destroyed. Chaos will fall, but I will not die. So in the end, although the Chaos Golden Owl was not invincible, it could still be considered undefeated. Until an axe light appeared from nowhere. The first axe broke through the defensive aura, the second axe broke through the defensive law, and the third axe broke through the tortoise shell of the Chaos Golden Owl. It wasn't until the fourth axe that the Chaos Golden Owl was killed. Fellow Taoist. For the safety of the world I created, I have no choice but to sacrifice my fellow Taoist. It doesn't matter, it's just a dispute. The last thing Shen Fei saw was the boundless giant turtle falling into the wilderness. Part of its origin was intertwined with the wilderness and became a familiar figure. He himself. There is also a part that is integrated into the fetal membrane of heaven and earth, and a part that consolidates the prehistoric world. Shen Fei's eyes were in a trance, and his gaze returned to himself. What he saw just now should be what happened before the fall of the Chaos Golden Owl. Chaos Golden Owl is worthy of being the chaos god and demon who has taken the path of defense to the extreme. Even Pengu took 4 axes to kill him. Not many of the chaos gods and demons can carry both Pengu's axes. The key is not this, the key is that Jin Ao glanced at him at the end of his fall. What followed was a steady stream of Taoist charm and understanding of the laws of defense, and even the Tao, which was more than the few residues he had initially obtained in Jin Ao Jia. You are comprehending the remaining Taoist charm of the Chaos Golden Owl, and you are enhancing your own magical power of eternal immortality. You integrate the insights of the Chaos Golden Owl into your own Black Turtle immortal body, and you begin to deduce the second level of defense. You try to imprint eternal immortality on your tortoise shell in the form of Taoism, and rearrange the defense laws on it to create supernatural powers. You have seen the light of the sky-opening axe, and you are comprehending its Taoist charm, and comprehending the magical power of attack, the light of the chaos axe. Shen Fei combined his past insights with this opportunity to quietly comprehend in the chaos. He did not expect that he only came to chaos to absorb the energy of chaos and got such an opportunity. In chaos, Shen Fei, who had his eyes closed tightly, opened them and finally digested all the Dao Yun. It can only be said that the harvest was huge. Not only did the Zon Turtle immortal body enter the second level, he called it the eternal body. You only need to arrange your own defense laws in a specific way, combine them with the bone inscriptions of the perfect world, and cooperate with the inheritance of the Chaos Golden Owl. After perfecting one thing, he has a layer of great magical power, eternal immortality, on his body. In fact, the magical power that he needs to actively use is directly imprinted on himself, and it will be activated immediately as long as he is attacked. When he continues to imprint great magical powers on his body, even if he doesn't use magic power, the superimposed, eternal immortality will be able to defend against most attacks. Moreover, the 4 axe lights that killed the Chaos Golden Owl from the end had their own unique attack power, Chaos Axe Light. No wonder Pangu Sancheng looked down upon the other innate saints in the prehistoric times. Even the insights he gained from the Chaos Golden Owl were so rewarding, let alone the Sancheng transformed by Pangu Yuanshan. Time to go. As soon as Shen Fei swam, he returned to the fetal membrane of heaven and earth and rushed into it. It turned out that this fetal membrane of heaven and earth was the fusion of the origin of Chaos Golden Owl and Pangu's skin. No wonder it has such defensive power. After Shen Fei landed in Beihai, he counted the time and said, "The second sermon is almost over. Now there is less than 1,000 years left before the second sermon. At that time, the quasi-saint era will come, and it can be said that some of the top innate saints will be connected with the rest of the great Luo. At least before the quasi-sage method is spread. For Da Luo who has not gone to Zishao Palace, quasi-sage will greatly improve both his perception and his magic power." However, Shen Fei was not afraid when he thought about the final gift from his Chaos Golden Owl in the chaos. He ducked into the seawater, his true body manifested, and he began to practice the eternal body, controlling the stack of his own innate defense laws, and the arrangement of the eternal immortality, supernatural powers that were formed by the overlap. Shen Fei took a moment to fall into the crowd because a new person had arrived. "Welcome, great philosopher, to join the group chat. Welcome, Nanjing Wuhan University Invincible Hand, to join the group chat. Welcome, my wife is someone else's goddess to join the group chat. Welcome, Luo Shangxi Tangxia, to join the group chat. Huang Rong, welcome newcomers. 4 more group members have joined. I'm excited. I don't know if there are any female group members. Feng Xiaoshan, group leader's lackey, good guy, this is getting more and more outrageous. Also, my wife is someone else's goddess. To be honest, this group chat is trying to yandere me. Furukawa, if you are offended, this is obviously a successful person. Thor, ha ha ha, it's a bit funny. And this great philosopher is quite interesting. Didera is into art, this one is into philosophy. Great philosopher. Who are you? Why are you talking in my mind? Zhang Sanfang. There are explanations in the group chat file. New people who join the group can read it first. Wang Jinyang. Can this group chat really connect all realms? It's kind of magical. Thor. This newcomer adapts so quickly. Who are you? Wang Jinyang. I am the invincible hand of Nanjing Wufu, but I am still becoming the strongest in Nanjing Wufu. I am working hard towards this place. Thor God. The nickname you use when joining the group often symbolizes your future destiny or part of it, which means that you will indeed become the strongest being in Nanjing Wufu in the future. Shen Fei looked at the person who changed his name, Wang Jinyang. And the Nanjing Wufu should be the world of high-level martial arts in the world. It is almost the same, and that world is a bit huge, mainly because it is also involved in another world. There is even a sea of chaos outside, which is another world that is difficult to involve. However, it is also good for him to have more advanced worlds, so that he can also obtain qualifications from those worlds. On the other hand, the great philosopher is a bit unclear, and that my wife is someone else's goddess, one can't tell who he is at a glance. This treatment sounds like a protagonist, but this group doesn't seem to attract male protagonists. A female protagonist is possible, such as Huang Rong. As for the last one, this sentence describes the god Xiao Siming in Ku Yuan's 9 songs, and it should be Xiao Siming. I just don't know if it's Mingyu's Xiao Siming in Qin Dynasty. Great philosopher. Humph. Snow Emperor. Use this dirty trick to stop me. Snow Emperor. Great philosopher. Shen Fei seemed to know who the person who came in was. Good guy. Even Pluto came in. Compared to He Xiaohu, who was white before and then black again, this was a real villain entering the group. Pluto was black from head to toe. Of course, it has nothing to do with being opposed to Shen Fei, and Pluto's entry into the group is definitely just the beginning, not the end. Besides, he or Lu Shen are here. There won't be any group members killing each other. The Great Turtle uploaded his memory, Human Emperor Fang Ping, which matches the group member, Wang Jinyang, and is not allowed to be downloaded. The Ancient Giant Turtle uploaded the memory, Super Beast, which conforms to the group members, Great Philosopher, and is not allowed to be downloaded. The World of High Martial Arts. Wang Jinyang, who was taking the train to Yangcheng No. 1 Middle School and closed his eyes to relax, opened his eyes slightly. Just now, Something inexplicably appeared in his mind saying that he had joined some group chat. He wasn't wearing headphones either. Illusion. Wang Jinyang glanced around and found nothing unusual, and with this illusion that spoke directly in his mind, he remembered that he had not messed with these powerful people. Soon he saw people appearing in the group chat. The key is that he also saw a familiar person, Zhang Sanfeng. This was an absolute powerhouse in history. He dubiously followed their instructions and came to the group file, and saw the words, "A must-see for newcomers." Single quote. 1. The group leader and Lu Shen are the most powerful beings in the group chat. Please be sure not to anger them, although they have good tempers. 2. If the group leader is interested, he will throw out a copy of the fate of the world where the group members are located. Remember not to get emotional after reading this, because your fate will change after you join the group chat. That just lets you see how miserable your original trajectory is. 3. The specific functions of group chat are introduced as follows. Please finish after reading it. Don't talk about it, don't talk about illusions or anything like that. After Wang Jinyang read it, he changed his name according to the introduction in the document, and then spoke in the group chat. It's amazing to see how other people in the group chat respond to him. Just as he was about to continue asking, he saw a prompt in the group chat. The group leader who was mentioned in the newcomers file and must not be messed with appeared. When he saw the group chat prompt, a copy of his destiny appeared in the group file. This is your own privacy, and you can choose to open it or not. Human Emperor Fang Ping. Wang Jinyang muttered to himself. His mind entered the document, and he quickly began to read it. He saw that a student named Fang Ping had obtained a special plugin that could exchange money for blood. This is outrageous. Wang Jinyang frowned. If there is such a cheat, then what is the purpose of warrior training? Next he saw himself appearing. This Fang Ping is my junior. Single quote. Later in the plot, he had various intersections with him. As the plot developed, Wang Jinyang became more and more silent. Until Fang Ping revealed the true truth of the world. In order to kill the Emperor of Heaven, his three brothers used their overwhelming blood energy to create a system. Fang Ping's system was actually created by him. Then use a strategy to make the seeds and Yangshan fight, and finally bring out the Fang Ping of the projected world in the seeds to merge with the Fang Ping of this world. Until I saw the final moment when Fang Ping opened up the source land and reshaped the three realms. Wang Jinyang just came back to his senses and felt a little coolness on his cheeks. So, we still succeeded. Fighting the Emperor of Heaven. Wang Jinyang couldn't help but stretched out his palm and looked at himself. Was he really the reincarnation of Emperor Zontian among the three emperors? If what the group chat said is true, I will meet this guy Fang Ping this time. Wang Jinyang smiled knowingly when he thought of Fang Ping, the most careless person. Yangcheng is almost here. Passengers who are getting off the bus, please pack your luggage. When Wang Jinyang heard this, he adjusted his emotions. Then he would know whether what was said in the copy of Destiny was true. Because he actually didn't know who was coming to pick him up, he only knew that someone would come to pick him up. After Wang Jinyang got up and got off the train, he began to glance around, and soon noticed a gathering of 4 people, all wearing familiar school uniforms. As I walked over, I heard Yang Jian saying, Yangcheng is hopeless. Not only Yangcheng, but also Ruiyang City, where we belong, probably has no hope of having martial arts candidates. In the entire Nanjing province, there were only 3 people who became official warriors before the college entrance examination last year, and the number is probably about the same this year. These people are the true pride of heaven. Quote, Wang Jinyang also felt a bit miraculous when he heard the exact words of the copy of Destiny that he had read. He had already believed 70% of the words, but now he completely believed them. I really connected to a group chat that can communicate with all worlds. You don't have to belittle yourselves. Wang Jinyang said what he was about to say as if reading from a script, but this was also what he wanted to say. When he heard someone speaking, the people in Yangcheng number 1 middle school quickly looked over. You are students of No. 1 middle school, right? The leader, Wu Zihao, quickly asked, are you, senior brother Wang? Well, Wang Jinyang glanced around. 3 of the 4 people here were boys, and the first one to speak was probably Wu Zihao. The one who spoke just now was Yang Jian. The one who had always been relatively taciturn was probably Fang Ping. Human Emperor Fang Ping. Wang Jinyang smiled and greeted them, and answered their questions according to the copy of destiny he knew. He did not show any abnormality, but waited until Wu Zihao and others left before Wang Jinyang received the call. After listening to what the other person said, Wang Jinyang said, I already have clues. There is no need to go to Kangshan. After hanging up the phone, he naturally knew that the wanted criminal was upstairs at Fang Ping's house, and going to Kangshan was a complete waste of time. He was just thinking whether to let that boy Fang Ping get involved in this matter. Wang Jinyang suddenly felt moved because someone was at him in the group chat. Huang Rong. At Wang Jinyang, the newcomer didn't speak for so long after reading the copy of destiny. Is it because of the tragic result? Don't worry, your destiny has changed since you joined the group chat. Peter, indeed, if privacy is not required, the copy of destiny can be opened up and everyone can work out a solution together. Wang Jinyang opens a copy of destiny. Everyone who was still chatting all downloaded and watched it. When Shen Fei saw the group chat fell into silence again, he must have gone to watch the world of Human Emperor Fang Ping. It was still a bit tricky to solve the difficulties in that world. Although it was a happy ending in the end, even the dead people were resurrected in the underworld, it was still very tragic at the time. The result is not always beautiful, just ignore the tragedy of the process. And are they the same ones who were resurrected again? The remaining two did not show up, and Shen Fei did not upload a copy of destiny, mainly because he was not sure who they were. The mind continues to practice the magical powers that it has realized. Rainbow 7 World. The black-hearted tiger came to the ecstasy platform, the forbidden area of the demon sect. His most proud son has been in seclusion in the forbidden area for more than 9 years since that accident, and he comes here every once in a while. As soon as he walked into this forbidden area, he was shocked for a moment. He saw a ball of light turned into a true energy that was even weaker than him. It was as fast as lightning and struck at the enemy with lightning speed. The black tiger takes out the heart. The black-hearted tiger instantly mobilized the junqi in his body, swung out his thick tiger claws and transformed into a giant tiger. He stretched out his tiger claws and dug out fiercely. The tiger's claw collided with the ball of light, and in an instant the two exploded, just like a volcano erupting, exploding in all directions with a loud bang, and dust flying around. Who dares to break into the forbidden area of our demon sect? Blackheart Tiger was furious. This was the place where his son was retreating. How could such a powerful person appear? Dad, it's me. A figure walked out of the dust. It was He Xiaohu. With the help of the strengthening ability of the chat group, he had finished practicing Tianmo Luangwu some time in advance. If he wants to get more power, he must get out of seclusion. Whether it's for the martial arts secrets or the 7 swords. The black-hearted tiger's originally angry face was stunned when he heard this. Little tiger. Blackheart Tiger didn't expect that the person who was on par with him just now was his son, Black Little Tiger. Just now he even thought it was a white cat that appeared. He had lost his wife, and he only had his son left, and he decided not to let his son die in front of him. I almost summoned the demon cult members. As the smoke and dust fell, He Xinhu saw clearly that it was indeed He Xiaohu, and said in surprise, Xiaohu. Have you mastered the demon dance? Yeah, so I'm out of seclusion. For the sake of reasonable plot and plot ups and downs. Change the original father as the enemy country's Qilin demon to great philosopher. Change the original my fiancé as someone else's wife to my wife as someone else's goddess. 2 plot branches were cut and it felt boring. Chapter 81. He Xiaohu nodded. He Xinhu looked up to the sky and laughed when he heard He Xiaohu's affirmation. The demonic dance was the highest skill of their demon sect. At He Xiaohu's age, he had not yet mastered the demonic dance. He Xiaohu's talent is higher than him. His son will definitely surpass him and become the best player in the world. At that time, the entire forest will be respected by their demonic sect. He Xiaohu asked, Father, are you looking for Qilin? He Xinhu was stunned when he heard He Xiaohu's words. He had never mentioned this matter to He Xiaohu. How could he know? Who told you? In order to quickly improve his skills, he once visited famous mountains and rivers, collected 999 kinds of herbs, and refined them into blood demon crazy pills. Although his power doubled after taking it, it was highly toxic, which caused him to go crazy during refining and caused the root cause of his illness. Now he is alternately mad and anxious. He could only relieve his condition by drinking animal blood, and he heard that the spiritual beast Qilin in the forest could cure any disease. He had found clues, but when he was about to arrest him, he was stopped by the 7 white cats. Moreover, his attempt to obtain another divine object, the moonlight flower, was also blocked by the 7 heroes. Now he can only turn his mind back to Qilin. I have another chance. Otherwise, why would I have mastered the heavenly demon Luanwu magic skill now, which obviously takes about 10 years to master? He Xiaohu looked at the sky. The weather was a little gloomy, but it would be fine as long as it wasn't a thunderstorm. Father, let's do something first, and I'll talk to you after it's done. I've found a way to solve your obsession. He Xiaohu took a deep breath. He was struggling in his mind. He actually didn't want to kill Qijian. But he needs to have stronger power, not only to face the 7 heroes, but also later a Mu Xing. Although Ma Sanyang is said to be loyal to the demon cult, she is not loyal to them and his son, but is looking for opportunities to unify the martial arts world by herself. He is a powerful enemy to a Mu Xing. Therefore, he must get the 7 swords. These 7 swords must be the origin of the world. You know this too. Black Heart Tiger was completely stunned. He had never told anyone about his obsession. Father, just listen to me. Tiao Dao danced his sword skills in the room, with lightning and thunder shadows. The whole room was filled with lightning, as if he was in a sea of thunder, and the sword light was cold and dazzling. Suddenly Tiao Tong's ears moved. Someone is approaching. Tiao Tao immediately gathered his sword skills and hid the sword in his clothes, just at this moment. Dong dong. Single quote. There was a knock on the door. Dharma Protector, the leader has asked you to come to discuss matters. What's the matter? About the capture of Qilin. Tiao Tao frowned, opened the door and said, I'll go right away. Walking on the road, Tiao Tao frowned. He Xin, who seemed to be unable to hold himself back. As a protector, he usually stayed in the demon cult to protect the demon cult. Even if Qilin was captured before, he would not be called. But this time they actually called him, and it seemed that they were planning to leave in full force. What to do? Single quote. Tiao Tao Xinshan became more and more nervous. It seemed that he had to contact Hongmao to let them escape quickly. Now that the 7 swords have not gathered yet, no one can be the opponent of Black Heart Tiger. When Tiao Tao came to the door of the meeting hall, he suddenly stopped and said, No. There has been no recent news about the demon cult's capture of Qilin, which means there has been no failure or success. Single quote. That is to say, it is unlikely that he will be arrested before going to capture Qilin. Single quote. If it weren't for this, the demon sect has nothing else to do recently. Single quote. It couldn't be that I was exposed. Single quote. Tiao Tao's heart tightened, and her face was suddenly extremely painful. She held her belly and looked at the little demon next to her with difficulty and said, You, tell the leader that my stomach suddenly hurts. I'll be here later. After saying that, he turned around and left. He was afraid of anything but 10,000. He would definitely not be able to go to this meeting. Even if it was to arrest Qilin, he would have to apologize to Black Heart Tiger. With his status as a law protector, it would not be said that his crime was very serious. The majestic Qingguang sword master, why don't you even dare to enter? At this time, a clear voice sounded. When Tiao Tiao heard this, his body turned into a phantom and rushed towards the distance. Sure enough, he was exposed. Very fast. Just when he was about to jump off the steep slope, a figure appeared in front of him at a faster speed and roared, The devil is dancing. The terrifying Junchi turned into a ball of light and struck hard at him. A long sword with a blue body and an indigo hilt instantly appeared in Tiao Tao's hand. It instantly released a sword energy of thunder and lightning and blasted towards the Junchi light ball. Boom. Single quote. The two collided instantly, and a loud explosion sounded instantly, forming a huge wind pressure and sweeping towards the surroundings, rolling up countless fallen leaves. He jumped back and frowned. This is not a black-hearted tiger. Black little tiger. Tiao Tao looked at the figure blocking him. The familiar face, but he was much larger. It was He Xiaohu. Is He Xiaohu out of seclusion? And the strength has actually reached this level. Many doubts flashed through his mind, and he knew He Xiaohu. In order to undercover the demon sect, he even made a cruel trick and had people intercept and kill He Xiaohu. Then he showed up to protect He Xiaohu and was seriously injured, and was taken into the demon sect by Black Heart Tiger. That powerless black tiger has grown to this point in just these years. It is indeed the blue light sword. A mighty and domineering voice sounded behind Tiao Tao. It was the black-hearted tiger who ran out of the meeting hall, and there were two figures blocking him on his left and right. It's Niu Shanfeng and Zhu Wuji. The four people stopped Tiao Tao from the front and the left. Black Heart Tiger looked at Tiao Tao with a little heartache. This was his most capable subordinate, but he was actually his archenemy, the successor of the Seven Swords. He didn't believe it when He Xiaohu told him just now, and he also told He Xiaohu that Tiao Tiao was his savior. If it weren't for Tiao Tiao, he would have been killed that year. But He Xiaohu said that it was just a trick, and it would be clear when the time comes. Sure enough, after some testing, it turned out that Tiao Tiao was actually the master of the Qingguang sword. You actually lied to me for so long. Black Heart Tiger growled. Infuriating energy instantly condensed in the palm of his hand, and terrifying evil energy surged out, heading towards Tiao Tao. How can Black Heart Tiger's strength be blocked by Tiao Tiao? Even Tiao Tiao has been practicing the Yaoguang Heart technique over the years, but compared to Black Heart Tiger, who can fight with White Cat and can even be regarded as the best in the world, still far from it. 9-9 returns to 1. Flat Earth Storm. Flying like lightning, he continued to use sword skills one after another, but the gap in energy was still too big. Tiao Tao was repelled one after another, and finally a trace of blood appeared on his mouth. My life is at stake. Tiao Tao couldn't help but let out a long sigh, but he had already expected it. Being an undercover agent was inherently extremely dangerous, but if he wasn't an undercover agent, it would be extremely dangerous. With such a situation, it is impossible for the Forest Righteous, who even the 7 heroes have not yet found, to resist the Black Heart Tiger. And right now, Black Heart Tiger's face wrinkled, the originally surging energy suddenly weakened extremely, and a look of pain appeared on his face. Boom. Single quote. There was a muffled thunder in the sky. He Xiaohu was originally watching his father deal with Tiao Tiao. Now that his father knew Tiao Tiao's true identity, it was easy to deal with him. Seeing that Tiao Tiao was at a disadvantage, he was relieved. When the time came, he would step in to protect Tiao Tiao, but the green light sword would definitely be given to the group leader by him. Who knew that such a change would suddenly occur? Tiao Tao, who had been generous in his clothes, heard the sound of thunder and the troubled black-hearted tiger in front of him, and burst out laughing, God help me, God help me. Ha ha ha, black-hearted tiger, not even God, help you. Although the black-hearted tiger is now obsessed with madness, his true energy is greatly damaged, and he has the advantage of heaven and earth. The most important thing now is to escape, not to fight. With the help of the sky thunder, he forced the black-hearted tiger away and rushed towards Zhu Wuji in an instant. Among the 4 people who surrounded him, Zhu Wuji was the weakest and the most clumsy. He had superb agility. Boom! Before his thoughts could flash, a figure appeared in front of him in an instant. His true energy surged out, pulling at his whole body, and he said, Dharma Protector, where do you want to escape? Tiao Tao was shocked when he saw He Xiaohu appearing in front of him. Is this guy's body skills so superb? When He Xiaohu stopped him before, he thought He Xiaohu had been waiting outside for a long time. Who knew that He Xiaohu's movement skills were even more powerful than his? He Xiaohu looked surprised when he saw Tiao Tao. No matter how high your body skills are, can you compare to the group leader's spells? I'll fight you. Tiao Tao shouted loudly, the azure light sword in his hand danced, and the sky thunder echoed in the sky. The sky thunder fell on his azure light sword, and the sword energy intertwined with the thunder light. This was not the thunder light spurred by his true energy, but it is a real thunder, with great power. In Lei Tian, his green light sword can exert its strongest power. He Xiaohu frowned and said, you hand over the azure light sword to me, and from now on you will still be the protector of the demon sect. How about that? He Xinhu, who originally saw He Xiaohu stopping Tiao Tiao and sitting cross-legged on the ground to adjust his breath, heard this, opened his eyes and shouted, no. The little black tiger said without looking back, Father, I can solve your obsession. You don't need to drink unicorn blood to increase your power, I have a better way. Protector, I promise you in the name of the young master of the demon cult that you will hand over the green light sword to me. The demon cult will never hunt down Keelan again. Quote, good and evil are at odds with each other. Your father caused a bloody storm in the forest and even killed my parents. How can you let me catch him without help? He Xiaohu also became angry when he heard this, and growled, then you can stay. In an instant, it turned into a phantom in front of Tiao Tao's eyes, came to him, clapped his palms, the devil dances wildly. Tiao Tao didn't expect He Xiaohu to be so fast. The long sword filled with the power of thunder in his hand blocked it, and the palm of the sword collided. The terrifying power instantly knocked Tiao Tao away, and the true energy wiped out the thunder. You really think you can escape with the power of heaven and earth? You're far from it. He Xiaohu kept using the black heart palm, and Tiao Tao hurriedly resisted, but he found that even with the help of Tianlei, he could not defeat He Xiaohu. He was shocked. Why are you so strong? Pour it for me. The little black tiger roared with its hair flying. With a palm coming down, Tiao Tao hurriedly resisted, and was instantly blown away by He Xiaohu. Even the azure light sword in his hand was knocked upside down with great force and fell to the ground and was inserted into the soil. You are not the master of the green light sword, and you have not learned the corresponding techniques. You will not be able to exert its power even if you get the green light sword. Tiao Tao sneered when he saw He Xiaohu holding the green light sword. It's okay, I don't need to use its power, He Xiaohu said with a smile. Next moment, the green light sword disappeared immediately in front of everyone's eyes. He Xiaohu sent an exclusive red envelope to the giant turtle. Jinao Island. Shen Fei was originally controlling the defensive laws on his body to condense into eternal immortality, but suddenly he felt that someone was looking for him in the group chat, and he fell into the group chat with a trace of his mind. He Xiaohu, at the ancient giant turtle, this is a green light sword dedicated to the group leader, please accept it. Azure light sword, single quote, this guy is very quick. Shen Fei touched his chin. Among the Rainbow Seven, it goes without saying that the seven swords must be the origin of the world. Of course, there must be others, such as Amu Xing's four divine beast inner elixirs and so on. He remembered that the green light sword belonged to that monkey. What's it called jumping? But it has nothing to do with him. As he said, good and evil actually don't have much to do with him. The group chat is just to assist him, and he doesn't interfere in the development of the world. It just depends on whether the group members want to develop their own world. And how can it be possible to explain things like good and evil clearly? Like prehistoric, it's just because Hongjun won the original war between Tao and demon, so now the immortal way is righteous and the demonic way is evil. If Rahu had won at the beginning, then now the righteousness would be the demonic path, and the evil would be the immortal path. It's that simple. Shen Fei received He Xiaohu and handed it over. A green light sword fell into his hand. The green light sword made a crackling sound. Shen Fei smashed it casually. The origin of Hongqi's world and the laws it contained appeared in front of Shen Fei. The law of electricity. There is also a trace of the law of yang. Shen Fei looked at these two laws. The law of electricity was quite normal. The attribute of the green light sword was electricity. This is why the green light sword could use the sky thunder during thunderstorms. The nature of the sky thunder should be electricity. Thunder is more of a description of sound. However, this law of yang is a bit special, and it seems that this is why the seven swords can forge the sword of light in the future. The prehistoric giant turtle sent an exclusive red envelope to He Xiaohu. You have watched the law of electricity, drawn out the law of four symbols that you have understood, and you have begun to understand wind, rain, thunder and lightning. Wind, rain, thunder and lightning are the basis of the four seasons. The four phenomena are born from the two poles of yin and yang. The four phenomena are the way of change of yin and yang. The four phenomena are born and the four seasons are fixed. It just so happened that Shen Fei used this law of electricity to draw out the law of thunder and electricity that he had learned from the thunder of crossing the sky, the law of wind that he had felt from Kunpeng and Hongyun, and the law of wind that he had learned from the battle with the Xuanming ancestral witch. The law of rain. Wind, rain, thunder and lightning. In fact, after fighting against the laws of Xuanming, he began to understand wind, rain, thunder and lightning. He just said that yin and yang had not changed yet, and the two poles changed and the four phenomena were born. There was no change of yin and yang in his inner world at that time, so he did not have a deep understanding. It happened that there were laws of electricity in other worlds, and he took this opportunity to understand the changes of the four seasons in the inner world. Spring, summer, autumn and winter, wind, rain, thunder and lightning. Shen Fei murmured to himself, while the Deluo Dao fruit in the inner world bloomed with immeasurable fairy light, and the four laws continued to penetrate into the inner world, promoting the occurrence of wind, rain, thunder and lightning. Wind, rain, thunder and lightning cooperate with each other to produce changes in the four seasons. The inner world that originally had only yin and yang began to be more or less divided into certain time periods based on the changes in the four phenomena of wind, rain, thunder and lightning. These are the four seasons. At the moment when 4 o'clock appears, in an instant, countless insights began to appear in Shen Fei's mind. The perfection of the world fed back to Shen Fei the infinite light of creation, which crazily improved Shen Fei's understanding of various laws and avenues. At the same time, Shen Fei did not immerse the infinite light of creation into the black turtle particles, but directly refined it into his own magic power. Among his 3 flowers, the only one missing was the Qi flower. It would be funny if there is not enough mana by then and the Qi flowers cannot be condensed. If he wants to temper his magic power, he must absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and temper the remaining negative power contained in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth through black turtle particles before turning it into pure magic power. And this good fortune mysterious light only needs to be slightly refined to become mana. It would be a waste to absorb it with black turtle particles. At the same time, the defensive laws on Shen Fei's tortoise shell changed faster and faster. In an instant, the laws on the tortoise shell were superimposed in a strange order, forming a special rune mark covering his tortoise shell. And soon, this special rune imprint was hidden in the tortoise shell. The tortoise shell, which was originally full of complicated patterns, became even more complicated and full of mystery. It seemed that when seeing this pattern, it was like seeing the avenue of heaven and earth. Good. Shen Fei opened his eyes, and now his first layer of eternal immortality was superimposed on him. Suddenly, a black shadow passed through his eyes. It was the golden-horned giant beast. The golden-horned giant beast keeps eating some metals from the seabed. Although it is not sacred gold, no one should mine it under the seabed, and it can be considered to be soaked with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. This guy ate very happily and grew extremely fast. The magical thing about the law of creation is that sometimes you don't even know what the potential of the created creature can reach. The main reason is that this golden-horned behemoth has some imprint and origin of the golden-horned behemoth that devoured the world. When the golden-horned behemoth grows to a certain level, even if Thor can't find any items from the origin of the world, or even if he doesn't want to give it to Shen Fei, he can try to use the golden-horned behemoth to communicate and devour the world. Counting the time, the second lecture should be over by now. Shen Fei's mountain-like head protruded from the bottom of the sea, and endless water flowed from his head, like a heavy rain. Just now, his mind moved slightly, and he felt some changes in the world. Very familiar. It's like the changes after he took over the attached worlds in the inner world. In other words, the way of heaven has been mostly perfected and has begun to officially take over the prehistoric world. From then on, the Great Road is hidden and the way of heaven is born. That also means that the quasi-sage era is coming, and those miscellaneous birds will be unable to resist coming to him. The 2 Lich clans also officially began to fight for hegemony between heaven and earth. In a daze, Shen Fei seemed to have seen boundless murderous, evil, and calamity aura appearing everywhere in the ancient world, and the originally clear destiny began to become confused. The catastrophe is coming. Shen Fei dived into the sea again. He would not go out and cause trouble, but don't blame him if someone comes to your door. The mind continues to superimpose its own eternal immortality, and is ready to find a world to visit Xiaoao and Hongqi. Let him be strong and let him be strong, and the breeze blows on the hills. He lets him do whatever he wants, and the bright moon shines on the river. In the boundless chaos, a simple and solemn Taoist temple floated quietly, with the originally closed door wide open. Many innate saints flew out, and Dijun and Tai looked at Dong Wangdong and the Queen Mother of the West who were talking with other innate saints. You are Taoist ancestor. Taiyi's face was full of anger, and when he was about to say something, Dijun interrupted Taiyi, "Be careful what you say. He cannot afford the title of the first male immortal. Don't forget that Sanqing is also a male immortal, and the mysterious Guiyuan Taoist body is also a male immortal. Coupled with the many innate saints, who can suppress them without the strength of a saint. Virtue does not match." Quote. Dijun said, and then he saw a figure among them and quickly stopped him, fellow Taoist Kunpeng. Kunpeng, who was leaving, heard Dijun call him, "What's the matter? I wonder if you would like to join our demon court." Demon court. Now Prince Dong is the first male immortal designated by the Taoist ancestors. Kunpeng had a smile on his face. He didn't finish his words, but everyone present understood what he meant. It would be easy if Duke Dongwang could convince the other male immortals, but it seems that he has no such virtue at the moment. But I have said before that if your majesties can solve Guiyuan, I will join the demon court. Fellow Taoist Kunpeng also heard what the Taoist ancestors said. The one who returned to Yuan is to prove the Tao with strength. I am afraid that it will be difficult for anyone to compete with him in Deluo, but if he can step into the quasi-sage, we 3 quasi-sages will be able to surround him together. It's beheading. And since Guiyuan will take the path of proving the Tao through strength, I am afraid that he will not have any luck. When the time comes, I promise that all the chances he has will go to fellow Taoist Kunpeng. Quote. Dijun said with a smile. Kunpeng's eyes narrowed. This Emperor Jun was indeed able to establish a demon clan and cast a demon court. He was born with the aura of an emperor. He hesitated for a while. "Can you allow me to go back and think about it for a while?" Good. Taiyi was a little confused. Why do we have to invite this Kunpeng to join us? This is what he doesn't understand. Kunpeng is half-hearted. Even if he joins the demon court, he will not do his best for the demon court. Why should he find a hidden danger to put beside him? Today, the Bird clan has the imperial destiny of the Feng clan, our great son Golden Crow and Kunpeng. The Phoenix clan retreated to the volcano in the south and suppressed the Great Fire Vein. Even if they came out to fight for hegemony, it was unlikely. Only Kunpeng and the Sun Golden Crow clan are left outside, and there are many bird clans who are waiting to see if Kunpeng wants to establish his power. If Kunpeng joins the demon court, many of the bird clan who are waiting will join us. Quote. Dijun explained. Tai nodded, "I see. Forget it, go back to retreat. Soon I should be able to kill one of the 3 corpses and become a quasi-sage." When Dijun heard Taiyi's confidence, he smiled happily and said, "Okay, okay. When the time comes, I will announce it to the world, establish the demon clan, and then build the demon court. Use the luck of heaven and earth to help you continue killing corpses. Even if you just kill 2 corpses, it will be enough to make you the most powerful person in the world." Quote. But I only have the chaos clock in my hand. Don't forget the Sun Star and the Great Sun Star Palace. It is also a top grade or even close to top grade innate spiritual treasure. When the time comes, the Emperor will use it to kill corpses. What should I do, Big Brother? The Sun Palace should be more suitable for the Big Brother. Taiyi said anxiously when he heard that Dijun gave the Sun Palace to him. Are you still worried about me? We have so many innate spiritual treasures, although the better the spiritual treasures we entrust, the stronger the incarnation will be. But the orthodox way of 3 corpses may not be suitable for me. I want to take the path of unifying the ancient world and use the fate of the entire ancient world to help me achieve enlightenment. The grade of the things the 3 corpses entrusted to me doesn't matter much to me. Quote. When Taiyi heard Dijun's goal, he nodded fiercely, "I will definitely help Big Brother. Anyone who dares to stop us from unifying the ancient world will have their heads tasted to see who is stronger between it and the Dongwang Bell." Dijun glanced at Duke Dong for the last time and said, "Let's go." Many innate saints returned to the ancient world, and the news that Dong Wangdong was the first male immortal spread. For a time, the Penglai Purple Mansion established by Dong Wangdong became even more popular. Shortly after, a clear sound resounded from heaven to earth, attracting the sacred attention of all the gentlemen. The way of heaven is above. Today, I, the Prince of the East, the Queen Mother of the West, have appointed the head of the male-female immortals as the Tao ancestor, in order to benefit the world, make the world clear, and establish the immortal court. Together, we take charge of the immortal court to seek peace and prosperity in the wilderness. Quote. For a time, the entire prehistoric world was shaken. Everyone thought that the Lich was the two forces that would compete for hegemony in the prehistoric world. After all, the two forces were developing too fast. It's just waiting for whoever is the first to tell the world and intervene in the Tao struggle, on the road to unifying the ancient world. Who would have known that it was the Duke of the East and the Queen Mother of the West who were the first to express their Taoist struggle? Shen Fei naturally heard the sound as well. Prince of the East, Queen Mother of the West, that's interesting. Shen Fei smiled in his heart. This is different from telling the world. Since you want to unify the ancient world, you have to express your position, which is equivalent to making an oath. When the time comes to unify the ancient world, we will be able to rely on the luck of heaven and earth, and our merits will rise step by step. In the past, the Lich and Lich clans were developing rapidly, but they had not yet made it known to the world. But most people thought that it would be these two tribes that would establish a foundation for fighting. Although Emperor Jun and Tai have not yet announced their plans to the world, Tai has already been roaming the streets of the ancient world with the East Emperor Bel, conquering many races with his domineering power. Di Jun then used his royal ways to succumb to him. The two brothers were domineering with one hand and kingly with the other. The effect was so good that the power of the demon clan had reached a level unimaginable by ordinary people. Who knew? In the end, the Duke of the East and the Queen Mother of the West announced it first, and besides, it was justifiable. That was the first of the male and female immortals appointed by Taozu. Now everyone is watching how Di Jun and Tai Yi will respond. In the fairy court built with Peng Lai as the center, in the Purple Mansion, the East Prince and the Queen Mother of the West sit on seats that evolved from heaven and earth, and are infinitely noble. Looking down at the Sanxian below, these are the wealth he accumulated to establish the Z Mansion. Just after announcing to the heaven and earth, the vast fortune and merits fell into his and the Queen Mother of the West's bodies. Duke Dongwang was so blessed that a red gold sword appeared out of thin air in his hand. The sword is 4 feet and 2 inches long. It is refined with Tao fire, tempered with laws, decorated with jade and decorated with rhinoceros. It is powerful for 100 days, and its energy turns into purple clouds. Evil corpse, come out. The way of the 3 corpses that was still confused in Dongwangong's mind was instantly understood. With the help of merit and luck, a figure flew out of Dongwangong's body, merged with the Shaoyang sword, and fell into the essence of the 3 flowers of his Tao fruit. Sitting cross-legged. Ha ha ha. The Prince of the East is smiling, which makes him a quasi-sage. He is already a quasi-sage. Who can break through to a quasi-sage so quickly in such a short period of time? Moreover, many of the loose immortals below were also full of smiles, and they also received some luck and merit. When did these loose immortals have such benefits? Sure enough, I followed the right person. The proud East King is about to flex his muscles and plans to build his own supreme fairy garden based on the East China Sea. It didn't take long. 2 loud sounds also sounded at the same time. The way of heaven is above. Today, my Emperor Jun Tai Yi deeply feels that all the races in the ancient world are fighting and chaotic, and are fighting against each other. In order to benefit the ancient world, bring harmony to the 3 talents, and bring peace to all souls, I want to establish a demon clan. All creatures transformed from all things in the ancient world, including birds and beasts, grass and trees, spirits and monsters, and all creatures with scales, feathers and feathers, are all members of our demon clan. Then take the demon clan as the root and establish a demon court to govern the prehistoric demon clan. I will take my great emperor Jingjun as the demon emperor to rule the demon court, and then supplement it with my younger brother Tai as the eastern emperor, who will be equal to the demon emperor. Later, I will supplement the innate sacred Nuwa as the emperor Hua, and Fuxi as the emperor Shi. 1 emperor and 3 emperors will rule over the demon clan. Please ask Beihai Kunpeng to be the teacher of the demon clan and teach the demon clan spirits how to practice. Please give me a lesson from heaven. When Shen Fei heard this, he realized that these 2 brothers were not economical, so he immediately counterattacked and listed a long list of powerful people. Your Prince Dong is indeed the head of the male immortals, and Queen Mother of the West is the head of the female immortals, but these 2 are the only ones who support the appearance. As for the demon court, Emperor Jun Tai, Nuwa Fuxi, plus Kunpeng, are the 5 disciples of Zishao. Not to mention, everyone knows that the futon in the Zishao palace must have something to say, and Nuwa occupies one of them. The head of the male immortals can be said to be any one of the three pure ones, but the head of the female immortals must be Nuwa. Anyone with a discerning eye can see who is strong and weak, and your immortal court is based on Sanxian. What is Sanxian? Most of them are monks who are not good at following and have bad luck. Can it be compared with the many races in Demon Court? Compared with the extremely powerful Demon Court, the immortal court is just a name. Many races conquered by Emperor Jun, such as Bai Zi, Jiaying, Yingzhou, Jimeng and other demon gods, led themselves to pray to heaven and earth, saying that they would lead their races to join the demon clan. This is not just a joke. For example, after Bai Zi joined the monster clan, they could no longer call them the Bai's clan, but the Bai Zi lineage of the monster clan. They no longer had the luck unique to their own race. With the demon clan, both prosper and lose. The destiny true dragons of countless races surged towards the demon court like stars over the moon. The merits born in the sky were billions and billions of acres, which was even greater than that of Dong Wanggong before. There is no way, because Dong Wanggong's immortal court is based on the loose immortals of Zifu, and its strength is not as good as that of the demon clan that is a fusion of many races. Even the way of heaven shows this. It's useless if you have a reputation, strength is the most important thing. When Prince Dong heard these words and saw the merit and luck that even Donghai could see, the smile on his face suddenly turned gloomy. He also expected that Dijun and Tai Yi would compete with him in the ring, but he didn't expect it to be so soon. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that the demon court created by Dijun and the others is much better than the immortal court. Why they want to announce it to the world is naturally to attract some immortals who need luck to practice. The Queen Mother of the West was calm and composed, and said calmly, "Immortal Lord, don't be anxious. After all, Emperor Jun and Tai were born under the bright sun. Even if they don't compete with you now, they will form a moral dispute with you in the future." Duke Dong took a deep breath and said, "I am anxious, but are Dijun and Tai not considered slapping Dao ancestor in the face? Have you seen that Taoist ancestors are in charge? Taoism fights all the way, and only you can go there. The immortal master occupies a great position. Although Emperor Jun seems to be in good fortune now, as long as Tao ancestor is still there will definitely be a steady stream of people joining us." Quote. Queen Mother She carefully analyzed the twists and turns inside, but then said, "But the immortal master must also do his best. Why does Demon Court seem to be more arrogant than us now? Because there are too few strong people among us. There are currently 5 famous strong people in Demon Court, and we are the only 2 of us. The immortal Lord can commit himself to the invitation and tie some great power to our chariot. Although we seem to be weaker than Yaoting, with 1 carrot and 1 pitfall, Yaoting's power has been divided. And we are still starting out, so in order to win over some strong people, it doesn't hurt to share some of the profits." Quote. Prince Dong nodded. Then the fairy mother thinks there is anyone she can invite. The Queen Mother of the West had already made preparations. Silks of magic power spread and intertwined, and names appeared in the air one by one. When Duke Dong saw the first name, he frowned. Guiyuan. Yes, this person can be named by the Taoist ancestor himself and said that he is on the road to prove the Tao through strength. You must know that at the beginning, there were no 3 paths passed down by the Taoist ancestors, which could allow the Taoist ancestors to recognize those who were walking on the road to prove the Tao through force. He must be someone with great supernatural powers. Quote. But Tao ancestor only mentioned a Taoist name, and I don't know who he is. And if he had the strength, he would have become famous in the ancient world. Think about it, even Sanqing didn't ask Tao ancestor to name him, but this person did. What do you think of his strength? As for becoming famous or not, it depends on his temperament and path. Quote. Queen Mother She explained a few words. Okay, this makes sense. I will ask someone to search for him right now. Prince Dong continued to look down. Zhen Yuanzi is fine. Forget it about Hong Yun. This person has too many karmic connections and could easily kill someone. Pan King is fine. That guy from Styx just likes to stay in the sea of blood. Prince Dong read the names one by one and nodded. I will let people find these people, and then I will visit them one by one. We'll split up. Queen Mother She nodded. This immortal court Tao fruit is a Tao struggle for Dong Wanggong, and it is also a Tao struggle for her. But Prince Dong's opponents are Dijun and Tai Yi, and her opponent is the goddess who symbolizes Tai Yin. Is this it? After receiving the news from the North Sea that there was a great god who had fought against the ancestral witches and created thousands of creatures in the sea, Prince Dong began to calculate the cause and effect. It was discovered that there was indeed a powerful being in Beihai. It's very possible that that's the Guiyuan mentioned by Daozu, and it just so happens that Kunpeng is from Beihai. If this Guiyuan can join their immortal court, then they in Beihai will also have the power to compete with Kunpeng. The moment Duke Dong came to Beihai, he was alarmed that Shen Fei was cultivating. Now, Shen Fei's connection with Beihai's destiny is getting deeper and deeper. Although the entire Beihai is not his dojo, he can easily detect someone entering Beihai. Prince Dong, single quote, Shen Fei felt the magic power and the aura of the law of yang on his body. He could have such an understanding of the law of yang in the ancient times. Except for the two brothers Dijun and the hibiscus tree with innate spiritual roots. That is the Dongwang Gong who was born out of anger in Bing Xiaoyang. What is this guy doing in Beihai? At this time, a clear voice spread, fellow Taoist Guiyuan, I, the Prince of the East, have something to discuss and have come to visit. Please show your dignity and come out to meet me. Why did this guy come to my door? Single quote. Shen Fei thought to himself that logically speaking, Prince Dong didn't know him at all, unless it was that time he met in the East China Sea and he killed some Tai golden immortals on Penglai Island. But he handled it cleanly, otherwise Prince Dong would have come to his door long ago. And his tone didn't sound like he was looking for trouble. It doesn't matter whether he is looking for trouble or not, but what Shen Fei is more concerned about is why the Dongwang Guild knows about him and his Taoist name. When you have doubts, go and find the solution. Shen Fei jumped out of the water, transformed into a Taoist body and landed in front of Duke Dong. How do you recognize me? Shen Fei stared at Dong Wanggong and asked calmly. He felt that Dong Wanggong had a much stronger Taoist charm than Da Luo. It seemed that he had used the luck of establishing the immortal court to kill the three corpses. Prince Dong was shocked when he saw Shen Fei appearing. How could this man appear? His soul didn't feel any breath. You must know that he is now a quasi-sage. When he saw Shen Fei at the first sight, he knew that this must be the Guiyuan mentioned by the Taoist ancestors. He felt happy in his heart. It seemed that it was indeed not simple. He raised his hand and said, I have seen fellow Taoist Guiyuan. I have met fellow Taoist priest Dongwanggong. I wonder if you can help me answer this question. How did Dongwanggong's family know my name? Fellow Taoist Guiyuan didn't know that he didn't go to listen to the Tao. When Taoist ancestors talked about the three great ways, one of them was to prove the Tao through force. Taoist ancestors once said that there is only one person in the world today who walks this path and achieves something. It's called Guiyuan. Quote, when Shen Fei heard this, he raised his head and looked up at the sky, as if he wanted to see the Zishao Palace floating in the chaos. What a fool, there is always Hongjun who wants to harm me. Single quote. Originally, Shen Fei didn't want to get involved in the catastrophe and stayed in Beihai to practice. This guy Hongjun actually exposed him to so many powerful people. What's more, he is the only one who walks in the way of enlightenment, isn't it just to roast him on the fire? Hongjun, an old boy, could seem to admire him, but in reality he was flattering him. Shen Fei could even imagine what kind of trouble he would be in the future. No, this is the one who comes to your door. Do you have anything to discuss with fellow Taoist Lord Dongwang? I obey the orders of the Taoist ancestor and am the head of the male immortals. The immortal court was built to clear up the chaos of the prehistoric times, and I came here specifically to invite fellow Taoists to join the immortal court. I plan to set up 4 emperors under me and the immortal mother. If fellow Taoists join, they will be the first of the 4 imperial guards, second only to me and the fairy mother, and will enjoy good luck. Quote. Prince Dong said with a smile. No, Shen Fei refused quietly. As expected, they came to invite him to join the immortal court, but he was too lazy to play with Prince Dong, and the path he took really didn't have the luck to do so. Again, he has no habit of working for others. When Duke Dong heard Shen Fei's refusal, he continued, fellow Taoist Guiyuan, Beihai Kunpeng has joined the demon court. With Kunpeng's temperament, he will definitely expel fellow Taoist and dominate Beihai himself. If fellow Taoists resist, the demon court will have Emperor Jun Tai, Nua Fuxi, and 5 quasi-sages come to Beihai. Moreover, I promised fellow Taoists that if they join me, I can teach them the Tao of the Three Corpses. Although the Taoists do not follow the Tao of the Three Corpses, they can still confirm each other. Give fellow Taoist another innate spiritual treasure for self-defense. Quote. When Shen Fei heard this, he realized that Duke Dong was very familiar with his methods, luring him with benefits and forcing him with power. But nothing that Prince Dong said had any sense of threat or temptation to Shen Fei. Kunpeng just asks him to come. Besides, Tai Emperor Junwu is not afraid. Let's talk about it if Fuxi and Nua intervene. I am not interested in your road to hegemony, so leave. After Shen Fei finished speaking, he ignored Prince Dong's expression and disappeared in front of him. Duke Dong's face turned red and green. It seemed to him that he had let down his dignity so much. Gui Yuan didn't show any face, and left without even mentioning any conditions. I just don't like them at all. He felt that the conditions he had given were already very good. You must know that this is a position below 2 people and above 10,000 people, and it also has the innate spiritual treasure and the understanding of the Three Corpses. Is this Gui Yuan still so shameless? But he thought of the Queen Mother of the West's advice not to be angry if he failed. Now that the immortal court has just been established, don't make random connections between cause and effect. Prince Dong just looked at the North Sea quietly and turned into a spiritual light and left. After Dong Wanggong returned to the immortal court, he was furious. Gui Yuan was so arrogant, he was just going to prove the Tao with his strength. Whether he could succeed or not is another question. Now he is just a Da Luo Jingxian. He is already a quasi-sage, and coupled with his status as the Lord of the Immortal Court, he is also promised huge profits. Gui Yuan still refused. Queen Mother of the West was so angry when she saw Prince Dong returning, she couldn't help but ask, failed. Dong Wangping calmed down and told She Queen Mother what happened. That Gui Yuan seems to be that kind of pure cultivator. And he is very confident in his own strength in his words. This kind of person has no desires and desires, but it can be said that if he can join the immortal court, he will probably have great combat power. Since he refused, let's look for another chance. When he is forced by Kunpeng, he will know what to do. But it doesn't matter, fellow Taoist Panwang has already planned to join us. Quote. The Queen Mother of the West brought good news to the Prince of the East. When Prince Dong heard the news, he felt less angry and said, then I will continue to invite according to the list. Good, comma. Shen Fei returned to Janao Island to continue practicing, but trouble still came. For a person like Prince Yidong who followed the path of the Emperor, and now he rejected him, there would definitely be a lot of trouble in the future. Regardless of the fact that he is now Corporal Lixian, it is just because the Immortal Court is weak and needs people to join the Immortal Court. When he is strong enough, he will definitely start to act domineeringly. When the time comes, 90% of the time the person who rejects Duke Dong, will be found. But forget it, come as soon as it comes, then we will see how many Da Luo can be killed by him. Now it's time for him to come to Hongqi. In the later stage, that world will almost reach the peak of Shaochen, and may even reach the middle thousand. Shen Fei needs to become a Tiandao to know the details. After all, in the future, what kind of light sword, black dragon sword, or even what dark door can the black dragon sword open, and what other islands are there? There are still many secrets behind this world. He likes the world with secrets best. Rainbow 7 World. He Xiaohu felt the surging power within his body. This power was too terrifying. Is this the strength of the group leader? What 7 swords combined, what Qilin, can be compared to a hair of the leader of the group? After He Xinhu heard what He Xiaohu said, if it weren't for the boundless giant turtle that just appeared in front of him, he would have felt that his son had fallen into hysteria. I didn't expect that my son would have such a huge opportunity. But he hesitated, but in this case, wouldn't we become the subordinates of that group leader? No, the group leader will hardly interfere with the development of the world. And Dad, didn't you say that you feel that martial arts has reached its limit? That's because the upper limit of this world is already here. If our world becomes a subordinate world of the group leader, the level will continue to rise. Our upper limit will continue to increase, and we may even be able to live forever. Quote. Immortal. When Blackheart Tiger heard his son's description, he didn't even know the concept of immortality. He Xiaohu's next words dealt a heavy blow to He Xinyu's heart. We may even be able to resurrect our mother. Resurrect your mother. Black Heart Tiger was completely surprised. The most sorry thing for him in this life was Bai Li. If there was a chance to resurrect her, he would definitely resurrect her, but could this really be done? Definitely. The group leader can create living beings at will. We don't need to reach the level of the group leader. There are many weak group leaders. Resurrecting the mother should be no problem. Good. The black-hearted tiger nodded. Everything is as it should be. How about jumping back and putting it back? Just in time for him to involve the other 7 swords. Collecting the 7 swords without giving them to the group leader allows me to exchange points to strengthen myself. I can then exchange them for various techniques for my father to practice. I have already told one of my group friends about my father's stubborn illness. He was a first-class alchemist and could easily solve his father's chronic illnesses. Quote. He Xinhu listened to He Xiaohu's arrangement, nodded and said, "Okay, you are worthy of being my son." Suddenly Black Heart Tiger asked, "Son, do you think your father has done something wrong these years?" Listening to his son's description, he suddenly felt that his grand ambition to dominate was unnecessary. If you can live forever and master powerful power, it may be more meaningful than any grand ambition and hegemony. He Xiaohu said with a smile, "Father, what are you thinking? If it weren't for the foundation laid by my father, would I have been able to get so many points to strengthen myself so quickly, and also get the green light sword? And this opportunity is not inevitable. If I hadn't joined the group chat, I might have hunted down Qilin to help my father. Now that the opportunity has come, with the help of the foundation laid by my father, I have the opportunity to seize it, and we will continue to unify the good and the evil in the forest. This matter is done in the present time and will benefit the future. Only a unified force can allow the entire Senlu to develop in an orderly manner." Quote. When He Xinhu heard what He Xiaohu said, he nodded and said, "Okay, I'll do whatever you say. We'd better welcome the arrival of the group leader first." He Xiaohu and He Xinhu came to the back mountain of the demon sect and waited quietly. After a while, He Xinhu asked in a low voice, "Then, when will the group leader come?" "Coming." As soon as He Xiaohu finished speaking, the world suddenly became dark, and a rumble, like the sound of the wheels rolling on the God of Thunder's vehicle, sounded in front of He Xiaohu and his son. A flash of lightning flashed across the sky and the earth, like a trigger that detonated the entire gunpowder keg. In an instant, a thunderstorm suddenly appeared in the back mountain, and countless lightning flashes appeared, outlining a giant turtle. There was an endless ocean of lightning flashing all around, and a giant lightning turtle roared into the sky. Finally, the sea of electricity disappeared, and a tortoise that looked like a mountain appeared in the back mountain. However, the tortoise shell was not as smooth as the tortoise. Instead, the scales were rugged and overlapping, as if there were countless mountain peaks on the tortoise shell, generally. And there is still some lightning flowing on the tortoise shell. He Xiaohu has met the leader of the group. He Xiaohu quickly saluted with his hands in hand. "You're welcome." Shen Fei nodded and turned his boulder-like eyes to look at the nervous Black Heart Tiger beside him. Black Heart Tiger quickly raised his hands and saluted, "I've met the leader of the group. Well, your father's stubborn illness, Furukawa, should be able to be solved with Bo Dan. I have contacted Master Furukawa." The power of Shen Fei's soul began to spread around the demon sect, and the entire forest was watching, including the Rainbow Cat practicing his sword, and the master of the Jade Toad Palace, Blue Rabbit. The 7 heroes were all under him in the eyes. "I'll analyze the rules here, and you can just handle the matter." Shen Fei also wanted to see what the Snow Mountain clan, the Volcano clan, and the 4 divine beasts looked like. It seemed like they would have to wait for a while. Yes. After Shen Fei finished speaking, he lay down quietly, motionless like a mountain peak that looked like a turtle, and used his soul to travel around the world. If it weren't for the fact that there were no trees and soil on it, it might really be considered a mountain. In group chat, He Xiaohu, the group leader, comes to check in. "Now that the 7 swords have dealt with the Qingguang sword master, I plan to deal with the Xian sword master first, and then the Ben Lei sword." He Xiaohu uploaded the picture. "Thor, you are too fast. Are all villains action-oriented?" He Xiaohu, "We still have to deal with the rat tribe, Black Dragon sword master, wait until the forest is unified, and then go see Phoenix Island." There are quite a lot of things to do. By the way, at Furukawa. Master Furukawa, can you help me refine a poerden? I may not be able to prepare the materials, but I can redeem them with points. Furukawa. Okay, I will refine it and let you know when the time comes. By the way, please help me, I'm obsessed with that Medusa. Thor God. Tangled with Zissou. Furuga. Didn't the group leader say last time that the more exotic fires, the greater the effect on Medusa's training? It is true that she broke through the Duzong this time, but she also said that there is a 9-color sky-swallowing python on top of the 7-color sky-swallowing python, so she asked me to continue to help. Huang Rong. Isn't it okay if you don't help me? A beautiful snake, you are also a Dozong and you are still afraid of her. Furukawa. It's a little hard to say, I was threatened. Ancient giant turtle. What's the unspeakable secret is that after Medusa passed through the tribulation, all her clothes were burned by the tribulation. He was the only one there at that time, and he watched everything. Huang Rong. Ah, good guy. You have looked down on others, and you should indeed be responsible. Furuhei. The group leader knew this would happen a long time ago. If I didn't remind me earlier, now I'm always being used as a threat, and if I don't want to help, I'll tell Yun Yun about it. Thunder God. You really can't blame the group leader. I remember that this is how Xiao Yan saw it in the original work. Just accept your fate, I think Medusa is much better than Yun Yun. Smiling proudly in the world. Today is the day when the hero Lu Zhengfang of the Hengshan sect washes his hands in the golden basin. The city of Hengshan is filled with joy, and 500 to 600 guests from far away flock to the city. Fellow members of several other sects of the Five Mountains Sword Sect, some well-known tycoons in the world, and even some random people arrived one after another. Ning Zhang sat quietly in the Washan faction's seat. It's so easy to wash your hands in a golden basin when you are in the world of martial arts. Ning Zhang shook his head, looked at Yu Lingshan and asked, where is your senior brother? I don't know, I've already sent a message to him asking him to come quickly. Ning Zhang was leaning on the chair. He was not dressed in women's clothing like the other ladies, but in military uniform. Today, Yu Bukchun was a little surprised to see Ning Zhang's outfit. Ever since the junior sister married him, she has regarded herself as Mrs. Yu, and rarely wears military uniform anymore. Unless it is a competition between the Washan sect or the Five Mountains, she will wear a military uniform to show that she is also a member of the Washan sect. But today is not a competition. Today is the day for Lu Zhengfang to wash his hands in the golden basin, but ever since Ning Zhang pressed him that day if he wanted to get the evil-proofing sword technique, their husband and wife gradually began to seem to be inseparable. On weekdays, they just maintained the previous situation in front of their daughter and disciples, and they treated each other with respect before, and the others didn't notice anything strange. Hey, sect leader Yu, I heard that a divine turtle came to the world in your Washan mountain some time ago. It seems to symbolize the great prosperity of the Washan sect. Taoist Master Tianmen, the leader of the Taishan sect, suddenly said with a smile. Yu Bukchun shook his head and said, those are just rumors, why did the divine turtle come to the world? But he secretly wondered who had spread the news. Some time ago, many disciples suddenly saw an infinite giant tortoise appear. Although it was only for a short period of time, many disciples saw it. Yu Bukchun naturally believed in the coming of this divine turtle, and he regarded it as an auspicious sign that his Washan sect was about to flourish. After all, before any major event happened in the past, there would be auspiciousness. It's just that the Washan sect is still accumulating strength, and the evil-repelling sword technique has not yet been obtained. He feels that it is because he plans to seize the evil-repelling sword technique that the signs of the Washan sect's great prosperity appear. So to avoid becoming a thorn in the eyes of others, especially Zuo Lengchen, he issued a hush-hush order, and now it has actually reached the mouth of Tianmen Taoist priest. Many people know this. It seems that the next leader of the Five Mountains Alliance is none other than Head Yu, ha ha ha. Taoist Master Tianmen continued to speak, completely putting Yu Bukchun on the fire. Yu Bukchun simply stopped talking, since he just didn't admit it anyway. After people arrived one after another, Lu Zhengfang, who was originally the principal, disappeared again. It was almost noon when there were 2 bangs of gunshots outside the door, followed by the sound of drums and the sound of gongs and shouts. Lu Zhengfang, wearing a brand new luo robe, hurried out of the inner hall. After a while, I saw Lu Zhengfeng coming in respectfully accompanied by an official in official uniform. But the official walked in boldly and stood in the middle. The yamen servant behind him knelt on his right leg, raised his hands above his head, and presented a tray covered with yellow satin, with a scroll placed on the tray. The official bowed, took the scroll, and said loudly, "The imperial edict has arrived, Lu Zhengfeng will listen to it." It turned out that the official sent Lu Zhengfeng to tell him that Lu Zhengfeng was eager for public service and loved justice. His merits were in Sangzi. He was skilled in bow and horse and could be used for great purposes. He was actually given the post of general. There are admirers, but most of them are contemptuous. The dignified deputy head of Hengshan actually became a bird official in the imperial court and kowtowed to an ordinary person without any cultivation. He really didn't have the face of a master of martial arts. Everyone here despised Lu Zhengfeng from the bottom of their hearts. The court official read out the imperial edict and left. Not long after, the auspicious moment arrived. Lu Zhengfeng clasped his fists in front of everyone and climbed onto the high platform that had been set up. Miye brought out a coffee table covered with brocade. Shang Danian held a gold basin in both hands and placed it on the brocade. The basin was filled with clear water. 3 cannon shots were fired outside the door, followed by 8 large firecrackers in a row. Lu Zhengfeng said loudly, "Today, the house is full of guests, and everyone here is to give face to Lu, come to Lu's house, and participate in Lu's golden basin hand-washing ceremony." Disciple Lu Zhengfeng was accepted as a disciple by his mentor and taught martial arts. However, he failed to establish the lintel of Daongshan sect. He is very ashamed. Fortunately, our sect is chaired by senior brother Mo. Lu is old and physically disabled, so it is difficult for him to take care of the affairs of the world anymore. Quote, Lu has been favored by the court and serves as a minor official. In the world of politics, loyalty is important. In state affairs, one must obey the law and abide by the law in order to repay the king's kindness. If there is a conflict between the two, Lu Zhengfeng will inevitably be in trouble. Lu Zhengfeng said with emotion. So from now on, Mr. Lu washes his hands in a golden basin and no longer cares about the grievances and sect disputes in the world. Hearing his generous words, everyone congratulated Lu Zhengfeng one after another, even if they felt disdain in their hearts, and complimented him on all his good fortune and longevity, and his brave retreat from the rapids. The hall was bustling with people, all congratulating him. Only Master Dingyi sighed. "Brother Lu Xian, you are, Lu Zhengfeng bowed his hands to everyone, rejected Master Dingyi's kindness, rolled up his sleeves, and stretched out his hands to put them into the golden basin. According to the common practice in the world, as long as Lu Zhengfeng's hand touches the water in the basin and rolls up, it will be regarded as washing his hands in the golden basin, and today's ceremony will be over. But at this moment, a sharp voice came from outside. "Wait a minute." Ning Zhang, who had been closing his eyes to rest, opened his eyes and looked at the person coming. 4 men in yellow shirts appeared in front of everyone. Then, another strong man in a yellow shirt walked in from behind the 4 of them. Everyone narrowed their eyes slightly. This was the famous Thousand Zongsong Shidenda, but he was famous not because of his martial arts, but because his master was Zuo Lengchen, the leader of the 5 sacred mountains. Stenda held a 5-color banner high in his hand and said to Lu Zhengfeng, "Uncle Lu, my master said that your important matter of washing your hands in a golden basin needs to be postponed temporarily." Lu Zhengfeng bowed and said, "But I don't know why the leader of the Left Alliance is like this." This disciple acted according to the order, but really did not know the will of the leader. "Please forgive me, Master Lu." After finishing speaking, Stenda bowed to Taoist Tianmen, Master Dingyi and others one by one. So did the other 4. Master Dingyi bowed in return and said, "It would be best if your master came out to stop this. For those of us who learn martial arts, chivalry is our top priority, and we are free and easy in the arena. What kind of useless officials are we going to do? It's just that I saw Brother Lu Xian had everything arranged well, so I would never listen to the old nun's advice, so as not to waste too much time talking." Quote, Lu Zhengfeng said solemnly, "Back then, our 5 sacred sword sect formed an alliance and agreed to help each other in offense and defense to maintain the integrity of the martial arts world. When encountering matters related to the 5 sects, everyone must obey the orders of the leader of the alliance. This 5-color order flag was jointly produced by our 5 sects. Seeing the order flag is like seeing the leader of the alliance, which is good. However, it is Lu's private matter to wash my hands in the golden basin today. It does not violate the moral rules of the martial arts world, and it has nothing to do with the 5 Mountain Sword sect, so it is not bound by the leader's flag order. Nephew Shi Xian, please tell your respected master that Lu did not obey the flag order. Please forgive me for my sins, senior brother Zuo. Quote. As he spoke, he walked towards the golden basin, wanting to wash his hands first. Everyone was watching this sudden change of situation and wanted to see the development, but Yu Bukchun suddenly noticed that Ning Zong's had left. He looked at Yu Lingshan and asked, "Where is your mother?" She said she was in a hurry and needed to go to the toilet. The atmosphere between the Songshan people led by Stenda and Lu Zhengfeng became increasingly tense, and suddenly screams came from behind the Lu mansion. Lu Zhengfeng was shocked, stared at Stenda and growled, "You broke the rules, and this matter in the world will not bring harm to your family." At this time, more than 20 angry people were thrown from the back hall to the front hall. Everyone present was shocked. The more than 20 people who were thrown out were all wearing the clothes of the Songshan sect, and 2 of them were Lu Bai, the Crane Hand, and Fei Bin, the Great Songyang Hand, from the 13 Supreme Protectors of Songshan. Then, another person flew out and fell to the ground vomiting blood. Everyone was even more surprised when they saw it. It was Ding Mian, the Toda's hand. Ding Mian's strength is stronger than many people here. How could we end up in such a situation? When Stenda saw the more than 20 Songshan people lying on the ground, their faces suddenly became panic-stricken. The reason why Stenda talked nonsense with Lu Zhengfeng for so long. It's because Lu Zhengfeng is the deputy leader of the Hengshan sect. To subdue him, you need to follow the rules and be polite before fighting. Otherwise, other comrades will not recognize it. What's more important is that several uncles have gone to the back hall of the Lu mansion and kidnapped Lu Zhengfeng's wife and children in order to threaten Lu Zhengfeng into submission, and he is responsible for delaying it. The plan went smoothly. Lu Zhengfeng did not doubt anything else and was still arguing with him. But I didn't expect that the 3 uncles who led the team were all defeated. A figure walked into the lobby with Lu Zhengfeng's wife, son and daughter, and said calmly, "It turns out that the legendary 13 Taibao only do things like this that harm the family." This time I was even more shocked, because everyone knew the leader. Ning Zong's. Everyone next looked at Yu Bukchun, full of doubts. When did Ning Zongzi's martial arts become so high that even Fei Bin and Ding Mian were defeated by Ning Zong's? Ning Zong's is indeed called Ning Navexia, but not because of her martial arts, but because of her character. Yu Bukchun was even more surprised. Why didn't he know that Ning Zongzi's strength had reached this level? I just wanted to go to the back hall to go to the toilet, and I saw these people sneaking around, so I captured them. It turned out to be your 13 Taibao of Songshan. Why, if there is something that cannot be discussed in the front hall, should we go to the back hall to talk to the women and children? Quote. Ning Zhong said coldly that she did look down on Lu Zhengfeng's collusion with the demon cult, but Lu Zhengfeng at least chose to wash his hands in the golden basin and withdraw from the disputes in the world. Zuo Lengchen still wants to make a fuss about this. And just then, Fei Bin, who had flown out before, suddenly stood up, stepped on his feet, and turned around in the air. With this power, a cold light flashed in his right hand, and a 3-foot-long sword cut through the sky. With a sharp sword, it pierced Ning Zong's heart. A sword that pierces the heart. Be careful, Lu Zhengfeng reminded loudly. Ning Zong's had already expected it, and the blade of the long sword in her hand was flickering. Suddenly she thrust out the sword and stabbed straight towards Fei Bin. It was really as fast as lightning and as powerful as thunder. When there was a resounding sound, and the long sword in Fei Bin's hand was held up. It turned out to be Ning Zong's, who was bending the sword tip to the sword tip into a twisted bow shape. How can it be? The others were shocked. Sword tip to sword tip, how high is this level to reach this point? Ning Zhong is a latecomer. Next moment, the swords of the 2 men suddenly collapsed, and the hilt of the sword in Fei Bin's hand shook violently, making him almost unable to hold it. But Ning Zongzi's long sword was like lightning and thunder, passing by in an instant. Everyone saw a flash of sword light and a hand flying to the ground, swaying hot blood. Fei Bin was shaken, vomited blood, fell to the ground and screamed loudly. Everyone was shocked. Fei Bin couldn't even block Ning Zongzi's move, so his right hand was chopped off. They all looked at Ning Zongs in shock. How powerful is this Ning Navexia? Since Lu Zhengfang has chosen to wash his hands in the Golden Basin, he will no longer interfere in the affairs of the Zhonghu and follow the rules of the Zhonghu. You still want to harm his wife and children? Or do you have no family? Quote, Ning Zhong shook the sword in his hand, blood fell to the ground, stared at Stenda and asked coldly. When Stenda saw Ning Zongzi's lightning-like gaze, his heart trembled. He carefully raised the 5 mountains token in his hand and said, "This is my master. Zuo Lengchen, ask him to come to Washan to find me." Ning Zhong turned to look at Lu Zhengfang and said, "Just wash your hands, and I'll see who else can stop you today. But let me say it first, I don't care about your previous collusion with the Devil's Sect or whatever. After you wash your hands today, you can no longer get involved in any political affairs. Otherwise, don't blame my sword for being too sharp." Quote. Lu Zhengfang comforted his wife and children. After hearing Ning Zongzi's words, he quickly raised his hands and said, "Thank you Ning Navexia for helping me. This is natural. If I, Lu Zhengfang, break this promise, I will kill myself without Ning Navexia's sword. In front of our ancestors. Yeah, do you still have any opinions?" Ning Zhong glanced around, and the people she glanced at couldn't help but lower their heads, not daring to look at them. Even Ding Mian and others who helped Fei Bin up did not dare to look at Ning Zong's. Stenda shouted loudly, "Could it be that Ning Navexia is also a person who cannot distinguish between good and evil?" Lu Zhengfang colluded with the demon sect's guardian elder Kuyang, and it was not done by a decent person. Who knows how many decent people are involved? Stop. Your sect leader secretly takes in people from the evil sect to work for him. Is this what the righteous sect does when he harms his family? Is it also what the righteous sect does by supporting other sects and factions, leading to division? Is it an honest act to place a traitor into another sect? Lauderno, here's a chance for you. Either come out and speak clearly, or serve as a traitor to the sect with the death penalty. Quote. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on the position of the Washan faction, locating on Lao Danuo. After all, Lao Danuo was Yu Buchan's second disciple and was quite famous in the world. Seeing everyone's eyes falling on him, Lao Dano became nervous all over, especially the sight of his master, which made his mouth go dry. This will be your last chance. You have to think carefully. I don't blame you for doing things for Zuo Lengchen before. You are loyal and have a good relationship with your fellow apprentices. You have not made any big mistakes yet. If you explain things clearly, everything will be easy to talk about. Quote. Ning Zongzi's eyes fell on Laodnuo. Laodnuo's face was pale. Looking at the miserable Songshan sect and others over there, he slowly walked out as if he had lost his soul. He suddenly knelt down in front of Ning Zongs and said, "Disciple is guilty. I am ashamed of the teachings of my master and my wife." After apologizing, he began to talk about his original identity as the third disciple of Zuo Lengchen. He was ordered by Zuo Lengchen to come to Washan as a traitor and pass on the development and actions of Washan to the Songshan sect through various methods. They also want to disrupt the Washan faction's specific plans at a critical moment. Moreover, Laodno also said that Zuo Lengchen recently asked him to find the evil sword technique and Zixia secrets. When he heard this, Yu Buchan's face turned green and he growled, "I'm going to clean up the house today." Lingu Chong is his favorite disciple, but Laodnuo is his most trusted disciple because of his calm character. Who knew he would trust a white-eyed wolf? Yu Buchun suddenly drew out his sword, his face turned purple, and turned into a phantom and stabbed towards Laodno who was kneeling on the ground. Boom. Single quote. A long sword stopped in front of him, and he pushed his sword away with a strong move. Junior sister, this. Yu Buchun was a little unbelievable, because the one who opened his sword was his junior sister and his wife, Ning Zongs. Ning Zhong said, "I told him that as long as he makes the matter clear, he has not made a big mistake yet, and I will be able to judge the guilt himself." Executive Member Lu, why don't you wash your hands? Yes, Ning Nuxia. When Lu Zhengfang heard Ning Zongzi's name, he quickly put his hand into the basin. Now the hand-washing ceremony was completed. But everyone has long stopped paying attention to whether Lu Zhengfeng washes his hands or not. All attention is on Ningzong's, and they all predict that there will be a turmoil in the entire world. Whether it was the actions of the Songshan sect or Ningzong's who stood up. In other words, Ningzong's is the center of this storm. After the Jinpen washing hands conference, countless turmoil suddenly arose in the world. First, Lu Zhengfeng colluded with the demon cult protector Ku Yang. Naturally, many righteous people were filled with indignation. Then the Songshan sect came to the door and wanted to use the entire Lu family to force Lu Zhengfeng to submit. Naturally, many righteous people were filled with indignation. After all, as Ningzong said, you don't have a family. Don't bring harm to your family, this sentence is the rule of the world. Moreover, Ning Nuxia saved the entire Lu family, and many righteous people applauded, but later Ning Nuxia protected Lu Zhengfeng from washing his hands in the golden basin, and they were filled with righteous indignation, and even labeled Ningzong's as a demonic person. Then Lu Zhengfeng came out and said that Ku Yang had prepared countless black blood magic needles in the back hall to prevent him from getting into trouble, but Ning Nuxia confiscated them and threw the acupuncture points outside. Otherwise, many decent people present would have disaster. Many demon cult members were filled with indignation, while righteous people applauded. Over and over again, Ning Zongzi's reputation was mixed, and her martial arts was even more praised. She single-handedly suppressed the three protections, sealed off the demon sect's protector Ku Yang, and even asked Zuo Lengchen, the leader of the 5 sacred mountains, to come find her. What Zuo Lengchen did was also criticized by the world. For a time, the world that had been peaceful for a long time, or that was originally just a battle between good and evil, now became more turbulent. At this moment, everyone who returned to the Washan sect all went to the Washan sect's meeting hall. The person sitting on the main seat was not Yu Bukchun, but Ning Zong's. Ask Feng Buping to come see me. If he doesn't come, don't blame me for killing the sword sect. Ning Zhong looked at Lauderno. Yes, Lauderno naturally knew why. Feng Buping was the splinter faction supported by Zuo Lengchen in the Washan sect. Madam, was it you who created the divine turtle Shongrui some time ago? Yu Bukchun was not a fool. He suddenly remembered that the day when the turtle auspiciousness appeared was the day when he and Ning Zong's quarreled. At that time, Ning Zong's just didn't know where to go. He was just focusing on the evil sword skills at that time, so he didn't. Yes, I have been blessed by the gods. I know the causes and consequences, and my strength has greatly increased. Ning Zhong said lightly. When Yu Lingshan heard this, she asked in surprise, Mom, have you become an immortal too? Not yet. Ning Zhong looked at Ling Guchong who had returned. Come here, kneel down. Ling Guchong was confused. Because Lu Zhengfeng's entire family had not been killed, he had no idea what would happen next. After rescuing Yilin from Tian Bogong, he went to the Lu mansion and the matter was over long ago, so he hurried back. Ning Zhong recounted everything that had happened to Ling Guchong recently, as if he had vividly remembered it, and Ling Guchong was stunned for a moment as he said, Disciple knows his mistake. He secretly thought to himself that his wife was really blessed by the gods, so she actually told all the things he had experienced. Ever since the Jinpen conference, Yu Bukchun, who had been silent all this time, turned green again when he heard that Ling Guchong had colluded with the demon cult and called himself brothers with the adulterer. Ning Zhong said, Tian Bogong comes again later, kill him. But, Ling Guchong felt that Tian Bogong, although the bad guy was innocent, was very loyal and had a hint of heroism, so it was a bit impossible for him to kill him. Ning Zhong said, Tian Bogong has defiled the innocence of many women. You also have a mother and a junior sister. Have you ever thought about this? If it is a fight between good and evil, it is just a fight between morality and justice. But prostitutes, as a traitor, specifically target women. Even if he values friendship and is like this, even if he is an old man from a famous family, he still deserves to die. Quote. Ling Guchong took a deep breath, yes. You are a free and easy-going person, so I won't care about good and evil. If you mix with prostitutes and thieves, don't blame me for being rude. But I can't catch him. When the time comes, go to the Kung Fu Pavilion. There are some Kung Fu techniques I've taught you, so go and learn them. Ning Zhong rubbed his eyebrows. What about Feng Buping? How can junior sister be so generous and kill Jian Zong? At this time, a figure walked in. It was Feng Buping. Since Jianzong lost the last sword chi battle, Jianzong has almost retired. Come out gradually. Feng Buping even relied on his self-created Guangfeng Kuaijian, and together with the Songshan sect, who he had established a relationship with in the past few years, planned to become the true leader of the Huashan sect. Who knew that Ning Zong's would appear? Ning Zong stared at Feng Buping. I only have one move, if you can take it. From now on, you will be in charge of the Huashan sect. If you can't take it, the two sword chi sects will merge again from now on. I am the leader, and you Bukchun are the deputy leaders. Quote. Feng Buping frowned, and even smiled angrily. Junior sister, although your strength has greatly improved, it may be a bit difficult to defeat me with one move. You just have to say yes or no. Of course, and I have long wanted to ask my junior sister for advice. Good. The next moment, Ning Zongzi's long sword suddenly roared, and suddenly she thrust out the sword, piercing Feng Buping's heart. It was really as fast as lightning and as powerful as thunder. Feng Buping was shocked, and he used the violent wind sword in his hand, trying to block it, but the terrifying force instantly swung his long sword away. At this time, the tip of the long sword was already resting on Feng Buping's throat. How? Ning Zong sheathed his sword. Under the absolute power, any skill would be at a disadvantage. Feng Buping was shocked. Ning Zongzi's strength had actually increased to such an extent. Suddenly his heart was filled with despair. In this situation, how could he claim to be in charge of Huashan? But he couldn't help but said, but there has never been a saying that a woman is in charge of Huashan. Several generations of martial arts masters in Amei were women, and the masters of Hengshan were also women. Why can't women be in charge of the sect? If the name is not justified, then go ask my uncle to come out and confer the title on me. Quote. Uncle Master, comma. When everyone came to see Guoya, Ning Zhong raised his junqi and shouted, please come out and meet Master Feng. The sound was like thunder and the sound of bells spread throughout the back mountain. Everyone was even more surprised that Ning Zongzi's true energy was so strong. You little girl, how do you know I'm here and that your qi is so strong? At this time, a figure walked out in the air. After a moment, Feng Qingyang saw that the Dugu 9 swords he had learned was directly broken by Ning Zongzi's extremely arrogant strength and swordsmanship. Impossible, how could your body without cultivating physical skills be in such a state? My sword can't actually pierce it. Break your skin. I have the blessing of the divine turtle. Master Feng, according to what we said in our previous bet, you have lost now. Ning Zhong was panting. The Dugu 9 swords were indeed powerful. If it weren't for her extremely tyrannical strength, she really wouldn't be able to defeat Feng Qingyang with just her sword skills and qi. But the body strengthened by the black turtle particles was no longer human. Not even the junqi combined with the fine steel sword could pierce her body. It just meant that the people who needed to be dealt with before did not need Ning Zong's to use such methods. The blessing of the divine turtle. Did you create the huge turtle before? Although Feng Qingyang lives in Sigyu Cliff, the turtle also alarmed him that time. He felt a terrifying pressure on that aura, as if he was facing the sky. Although it was only for a moment, it made his heart tremble. He searched for a long time, but found nothing. Naturally. Otherwise, how could I have grown to such an extent? So you just want to bridge Huashan. Huashan Mountain is the founder's foundation. The internal fighting between the two sword chi sects continues to consume Huashan Mountain's foundation. There are also foreign enemies trying to annex the founder's foundation. It is my duty to heal Huashan Mountain and bring Huashan Mountain back to its peak. The two sword chi sects have killed and wounded each other, and they have already had a blood feud. Is it just you? It's just me. My strength is enough to suppress all dissatisfaction in Huashan. Even if you are super powerful now, your tyrannical behavior will eventually break out thousands of years from now. Then let's see it forever. Everyone was stunned by Ning Zongzi's words, eternal life. They are just practicing martial arts, not cultivating immortals. How can they live forever? Welcome the leader of the group. Suddenly, Ning Zong's clasped his fists and said towards the empty back mountain. Everyone was confused by Ning Zongzi's action. What group leader is coming? Just as their thoughts flashed across their minds, the sky and the earth suddenly began to change color. In front of their eyes, countless fluorescent lights appeared on the originally empty mountain, instantly illuminating the entire somewhat dim back mountain. Suddenly the dark back mountain became like daylight. In an instant, these fluorescent lights seemed to be attracted by an attraction and all gathered together. It turned into a giant turtle that none of them could see in its entirety in the gap between the back mountain and other peaks. Instantly, it's like there is a huge mountain towering into the clouds next to Washan, except that this huge mountain looks like a turtle. No need to be polite. Shen Fei's voice was like a bell. Yu Bukchun reacted quickly and immediately clasped his fists in salute and said, "I have seen the immortal. I've seen the immortal." The same was true for the rest of the people, even Feng Qingyang. With this breath, he felt as if his whole body was being pressed by terrifying pressure. Feng Qingyang didn't even dare to breathe, holding his breath to avoid disturbing Shen Fei in front of him. "Just deal with the matter. If you feel any changes later, don't panic." "Yes." Ning Zhang nodded. Shen Fei's soul instantly rushed towards the deepest part of this smiling world, and a slightly familiar aura of the origin of the world appeared in his soul. Yishan world. Single quote. Shen Fei was a little surprised. The origin of the world of Xiaoao world was actually similar to that of Yishan world, but it was much weaker. This is certainly unlikely to be the same world. Projection. Single quote. Shen Fei thought of a concept, as if there were many similar worlds in the universe, such as the prehistoric world he was in. It definitely couldn't be the supreme prehistoric world he knew. At most, it is a prehistoric world with the supreme prehistoric world as a projection, which is just a relatively powerful prehistoric world. The world also has a desire to evolve. For example, after some worlds give birth to the consciousness of heaven, they will begin to move closer to some more powerful worlds, or they will be radiated by some extremely powerful world forces and move towards the highest world. It's like why he didn't put things from the prehistoric world into his inner world in the first place. If you are too influenced by the prehistoric world, your own world will also evolve towards the prehistoric world. It's not that the prehistoric era was not strong. But the problem is that if he is affected by the prehistoric world in which he lives, it will be difficult to escape from the shackles of the prehistoric world. Shen Fei himself has a chat group of all worlds, constantly absorbing the systems and essence of other worlds. In the future, the potential for growth in the inner world will definitely be stronger than that of the prehistoric world. I don't know what world influenced the evolution of these martial arts worlds. This thought only flashed through Shen Fei's mind for a while, and then was forgotten by Shen Fei, who didn't care what he was doing. The power of the soul forcefully entered the origin of the world, which was even more immature than the Yishan world. Soon, within the pure and flawless world origin, there are traces of Shen Fei. Shen Fei's soul instantly entered the origin of the world of Xiaoao world, and the consciousness of heaven was born from Shen Fei's soul to take over the world. The history of Xiaoao world from its birth to its development to the present appeared before his eyes. Quickly use your own power and the origin of this world to condense into the gate of Tai, connecting the smiling world and the inner world. Ancient times. Shen Fei opened the gate of Tai, and instantly his mind entered a higher dimensional state, looking at the light group that was pulled from other levels or the Sea of Chaos. Among these worlds, the light group belonging to the smiling world is the weakest. Just when it was about to be captured like other worlds and become one of the subsidiary worlds surrounding the inner world, suddenly a suction force erupted from the Yishan world that was originally rotating around the inner world. Then he was ready to revolve around the inner world, Xiaoao world, and crash into the Yishan world in an instant. The Yishan world, which was originally exuding bright light, suddenly shone brightly. Single quote. The spirits of the two worlds suddenly intertwined, and Shen Fei was a little stunned. What is this? This was the first time he had seen this situation. World fusion. Is this going to become a mixed martial arts world? The two worlds of heaven were intertwined and instantly transformed into a larger consciousness of heaven. Because these two worlds intercept a certain period of time in a huge world. Shen Fei thought it was a different time period in the same world at first, but found that after Zhang Sanfeng made changes, it would not affect the world of Xiaoao. And Huang Rong's actions will not affect Zhang Sanfeng's experience. It's more like two worlds. But because Yishan world and Xiaoao world have now become affiliated worlds of Shen Fei, the way of heaven has become the same way of heaven, which is Shen Fei's soul. With similar auras and the only way of heaven, fusion occurred. It has become a mixed martial arts world. The great turtle of ancient times, at Zhong Sanfang, at Ningzong's. Something special must have happened just now, did you feel it? Zhong Sanfang. What happened just now was done by the group leader. There are many more memories in my memory just now, and I have several more generations of disciples. Ningzong's. Yes, there are suddenly several surviving masters in my memory, but they are not very powerful, so I am still in charge of the Washan sect. Ancient giant turtle. When it was pulling the world just now, the Shaoao world merged into the Yishan world. In other words, you are now a fusion of two worlds, except for the two of you. The memories of the rest of the people should have changed. Like the sects that exist in both worlds, they should have combined and become stronger. As for the dynasties, the situation of Northern Yuan and Southern Ming has now emerged. You still need to explore the specific situation, so I will not go into details one by one. Zhong Sanfang. In other words, our two worlds can directly meet each other. Ancient giant turtle. Yeah. If you go to Washan sect now, you should be able to find Ningzong's. Huang Rong. Then won't I also be able to see Master Zhong then? Prehistoric giant turtle. I'm not sure about this, because there is actually a time period between your world and Zhong Zhenren's world. I don't know if the world of condor shooting would be integrated without that time period. Zhong Sanfang. I see, it's true that Hero Yang hasn't appeared yet, so that's probably the problem. Ancient giant turtle. It depends on whether the chat group can bring in a character from that world. Huang Rong. Okay. Feng Shaoshan, group leader's lackey, at Huang Rong, please act quickly. Logically speaking, the dagger in Guo Jing's hand or the viper he sucked may be the original thing. Huang Rong. I'm trying my best. After Shen Fei reminded Zhong Sanfang and Ningzong's, he did not expect such a thing to happen. And this effect should be 1 + 1 greater than 2, because he found that the fusion of the two worlds improved him more than the two separate worlds. The consciousness of heavenly Tao in Yishan world is much more enlightened than before. In this case, it would be pretty good if a series of worlds like Yishan world appear and continue to merge into one big world. And since this series can be integrated, can the rest be integrated as well? Shen Fei was thinking in his mind, but unfortunately the recruitment of members in the chat group was still random. Otherwise, he would have been able to directly select targets. Putting aside these thoughts, he continued to superimpose eternal immortality on his body. During this period, he also clearly felt that the secret of heaven was indeed getting more and more confused. Moreover, the dead energy, resentment, and evil spirits in the seawater are also gradually increasing. It seems that the workload of the Dragon Clan will be greater, and the North Sea will not be peaceful either. That guy Kunpeng began to recruit various sea tribes in the North Sea, but he was smart and didn't touch those related to the Dragon tribe, or in other words, he stayed away from them. As time passed slowly, many negative auras in the seawater continued to increase. Even Shen Fei was a little affected and began to use Guishu to absorb the negative auras in the seawater to obliterate and eliminate them. Then spitting it out can be regarded as protecting one's own territory. Suddenly, Shen Fei opened his eyes under the sea. Trouble is coming. But the feeling of the breath is not that of those miscellaneous feathered birds, nor is it those of those mindless barbarians. There is only one possibility, someone from Duke Dongwang is coming. Guiyuan, come and meet me. You once killed my Zifu monk, why don't you come out and give me an explanation? A domineering and arrogant shout echoed throughout Beihai in an instant. King Pan stepped lightly on the sea water, and the sharp shout just now came from his mouth. He is also a guest in Zishao Palace, so he naturally knows who Guiyuan is. But his thoughts are different from those of Queen Mother Shi. In his view, no matter what path you take, if you don't make it through, you are still the same as Da Luo. At most, you are just a little more powerful. He has now become the leader of the 4 imperial guards of the Immortal Court, the Great Immortal in charge of Plague Gu. With the blessing of the Immortal Court's luck, he has been practicing rapidly, and with the help of his own accumulation and the merits of the Immortal Court, he can also use the innate spiritual treasure given by the Immortal Lord, the 5 Poison Furnace. He originally mastered the way of Gu, and refining Gu also relied on various poisons. The 5 Poison Furnace can allow poisons to continuously evolve, and it is even possible to produce poisons with a hint of innate Dao charm, which is suitable for him to use. He used this to kill the first corpse among the 3 corpses, the evil corpse. 5 Poison Taoist. After killing the evil corpse, he felt that his strength had greatly increased. In addition, he had heard that the immortal master personally went to invite Guiyuan, and even invited him as the head of the 4 emperors. Even so, Guiyuan refused. He came here to ask for advice, this time to prove to the immortal master that he was right in giving him the position of head of the 4 imperial guards, and that he was much better than Guiyuan. Guiyuan is just an arrogant and incompetent person. Moreover, some people in the immortal court who deduced the secrets discovered that there was a causal relationship between Guiyuan and the Zifu, the predecessor of the immortal court, and a monk died at the hands of Guiyuan. So after he reported to the immortal master, he immediately found him, and he would definitely bring Guiyuan back to the immortal court to be dealt with by the immortal master. He looked at the many immortals in the immortal court around him and said, "You all stay away. If a fight breaks out, it may affect you." Yes, the immortals in the immortal courtyard who were responsible for searching for traces of Guiyuan fled far away from this place to avoid being affected. "If you don't come out again, don't blame me for slaughtering the Shuangui clan to appease the spirits of my immortal court monks in heaven." Noisy. A cold shout resounded in the sky and the earth, and King Pan suddenly felt that the sky seemed to be dimming, and he instantly turned into a golden light and wanted to leave the place. But endless pressure fell on him instantly, and the space around him seemed to have solidified, keeping him where he was. King Pan looked up. It was like a huge mountain peak collapsed in front of him. Chaos Axe light flashed in the heart of the mountain-like claws. The space barrier was broken layer by layer under the claws, slamming towards him with endless pressure. In an instant, the power under this claw was as powerful as the creation of the world, and it caused countless waves on the entire sea before it fell. When King Pan saw this, the great Luo Dao fruit in his body flashed, and he suddenly turned into a golden toad tens of thousands of feet, like a mountain, and slapped his palm towards Guy's claws. Bang! Sound. Claws and palms face each other. Ah! King Pan suddenly let out a scream, and the entire golden toad's body was exploded by the terrifying force. The blood mist blooms. The Luo Daoguo escaped instantly and wanted to leave the place, but the next moment, the space solidified, and King Pan's Deluo Dao fruit stagnated for a moment. 13 beads flashed with immeasurable divine light, and they hit the Daluo Dao fruit fiercely. If they collided with each other, the consequences would be disastrous. And this time, a figure in purple robes came out, and something like an incense burner appeared in his hand and hit the 13 beads that turned into a roulette wheel. Bang! Sound. Endless mana ripples emerged in all directions, and the purple-robed middle-aged man retreated continuously. At this time, King Pan's Deluo Daoguo had already escaped, his magic power had gathered, and King Pan's figure reappeared, looking extremely pale. How is it possible that the power of Guiyuan Qi can reach such an extent? King Pan was frightened, and so were the immortals in the immortal court in the distance. You must know that King Pan's golden toad body is the most powerful among the 5 poisonous golden bodies, and even some Deluo cannot bear it. How could it be broken directly with just one move? Evil corpse clone. On the sea, a giant turtle like a continent emerged. Looking at the middle-aged man in purple robe, he had an aura similar to that of King Pan, but it was slightly different. Claws poked out of the sea again. Slapping hard at the 5 poison Taoist, King Pan roared, and countless GU worms burst out from his body, covering the sky and the earth, like an ocean spitting out, and there were even several flying shuttles of spiritual light. If this GU worm enters your body, no matter how big you are, you will be chewed into bones. King Pan sneered, but the next moment, Shen Fei didn't even put up any defense. He just let the poisonous insects crawl towards him, and his claws were already fiercely covering the 5 poison Taoist. Boom. Single quote. The evil corpse clone instantly shattered, and the 5 poison furnace flew back to King Pan. King Pan's face turned pale, but he looked at Shen Fei with a sneer. This guy is so confident that even if his GU worms are powerful, he will be able to catch them. Fall. Because there are several figures there who are the natal GU insects that he personally cultivated. Although there is no Deluo Dao fruit, there is a poisonous law that can harm Deluo. Dong dong. Single quote. A faint layer of tortoise-shell Qingyan appeared on Shen Fei's body, and the GU insects seemed to have hit some extremely hard iron wall and were forcibly stopped. King Pan instantly mobilized his magic power, and the sea-like poisonous insects began to bite the tortoise-shell Qingyan crazily, and there were many poisonous insects spitting venom. The sound of sizzling sounded in the air, and the space seemed to be corroded. A layer of skin. Boom boom boom. Single quote. Moment. Countless wind, rain, thunder and lightning emerged, like the wind and the remaining clouds. Countless GU insects continued to die under the wind, rain, thunder and lightning, and the next moment King Pan spit out countless GU insects again to fill the gap. He didn't believe that Guiyuan had so much mana. He had a large number of GU insects, and he was attacking from all directions. Guiyuan needs a huge amount of mana every moment if he wants to defend. Especially maintaining this kind of magical power that can defend against Daluo. He does not believe that Daluo has such powerful magic power. Too weak. An indifferent voice echoed throughout the world. Next moment, the Dinghai divine pearl that had just been knocked away by the 5 poison Taoists once again appeared with colorful light, reflecting the sky, and the power of several seas moved toward King Pan to suppress it. The figure of the 5 poison Taoist reappeared in the 5 poison furnace and rushed towards the Dinghai divine pearl. King Pan suddenly turned into a giant golden snake, with its fangs and claws spread out, and its head-like wings waving towards Shen Fei. The venom spurted out instantly and dropped a streak of charred blackness in the air. It was so toxic that there were countless corpses on the surrounding sea surface, all of which were killed by a little bit of the poisonous gas. But when the venom fell on the tortoise-shell Qingyan on that layer, it was directly blocked, and the sound of sizzling sounded wildly, but even so, there was still no change in the layer of Qingyan. A black shadow like the collapse of a huge mountain appeared again, but this time it was not a claw, but a Xuanzang monument. The laws in King Pan's body spurted out, mana emerged, and his already huge body rose again, and a snake's tail blasted towards the Xuanzang monument. Boom. Single quote. The sky trembled, the space shattered, and endless mana ripples swept around like huge waves. King Pan felt the boundless weight and force, and instantly flew backwards, leaving spots of blood in the air and scattering around, and his golden body was also smashed with cracks. It's like a piece of glass that's about to break. King Pan looked at the bricks that were attacking again. Taoist Wudu came to his side instantly. 2 huge golden toads appeared and shot towards the Xuanzang monument. Endless waves exploded crazily, rolling up countless currents on the bottom of the sea, and the entire North Sea water veins were trembling. The 2 flew upside down at the same time, and at this time the roulette composed of the Dinghai divine pearl crashed towards Pan Wang. Boom. Single quote. King Pan was instantly knocked apart by the power of the 12 oceans, and screamed in the air. It was originally a middle-grade innate spiritual treasure, and it was most compatible with the heavy water spiritual bead. Although the function of the sea-fixing divine bead has not changed much. But the weight is a lot heavier. The entire golden toad's body was shattered again, revealing King Pan's Taoist figure. How could this Guiyuan be so strong? King Pan could no longer hide his horror. After killing the evil corpse, his mana and perception increased greatly. He thought he could deal with a big Luo easily. After all, no matter how strong Da Luo was, how could he deal with Quasi-Sage? But he found that he was wrong. Guiyuan's magic power and spiritual treasure are not weaker than his at all. The key is the turtle shell, which he has not broken yet. Moreover, his magical powers were so powerful that even after a few forced attacks, he felt pain in his body and his soul was in a trance. There are also several wounds on the body that shine with chaotic light. This wound cannot be extinguished even by his magic power. Where did Guiyuan learn such magical powers? And many innate saints from far away came to watch the battle because of the violent fluctuations. Not to mention Kunpeng and Beihai Dragon King, some innate saints from far away watched the battle with their souls. After all, this is the first time that the quasi-saint has taken action. Who would have known that when they saw this scene, King Pan, a quasi-sage, would actually be at a disadvantage at this moment? The innate divinity of many understandings is in constant communication. What's going on in Guiyuan? That magical power is so weird that even King Pan can't break through it. And that magical attack power, it looks a bit like the aura of chaos. How could Guiyuan master such magical power? There are also many spiritual treasures in the body, and magical power and supernatural powers are all the best. Is this the power of those who use their strength to prove the way? Kunpeng's face was even more gloomy. He naturally killed one of the 3 evil corpses. He was depressed by being suppressed by Guiyuan. He was thinking of finding an opportunity to regain his position, and even completely wiped out Guiyuan and put the corpse in his hand to death. The opportunity is available. Who knew that in the short time since returning to Yuan, there would be opportunities? The strength has increased to such an extent. Just the sight of the chaotic axe like light made his soul feel a little painful. Shen Fei did not stop. With his own defense, he could give up his own defense. The light of the chaotic axe appeared in his hand, fell on his claws, and blasted towards King Pan again. Under the claws, the space barriers collapsed layer by layer, and the power of Deluo Daoguo flashed through, blasting towards King Pan from the past, present, and future, as if the surroundings were turning into earth, wind, water, and fire. King Pan was shocked. His magical powers flashed in his hands, and infinite purple light seemed to shine on the heavens. The 5 innate poisons behind him all merged into his body. King Pan revealed his true body, with a long tail growing from the back of his toad body. There was a giant snake wrapped around its back, with a hard carapace attached to its body, and 2 spiders lying on its ears. Is this all you have? Shen Fei whispered. It seems that he still takes the quasi-sage too seriously. Some quasi-sages are not as strong as he imagined. The gap from Daluo to quasi-sage is not as big as Tai to Daluo. Or these quasi-sages have strong suppressive power over the rest of Daluo. After all, if you cut off a corpse, whether it is the understanding of the law or the magic power, you will even have an extra Taoist body that is not weaker than your own. But for him, it was far from it. King Pan swung his claws and blasted out again, and countless poisonous laws turned into a huge Jiyu body in the world. Boundless mana and laws were intertwined to welcome Shen Fei's bombardment in the past, present, and future. Boom boom boom. Single quote. There seemed to be an immeasurable shock, and King Pan flew backwards again. The power of nearly 10 ancient giant turtles was completely beyond his ability to contend with. Even if his magic power was intertwined with the law of poison, it was still shattering outside the light of the chaotic axe. And his law cannot suppress Shen Fei at all. Daluo's law suppresses extremely convenient crushing methods against Tai or those who are weaker than him, making him completely unable to mobilize the law. However, although every feeling of the law that Shen Fei understands is not as strong as him. But they blended together perfectly, and even their own laws were no match. Shen Fei's huge body exploded at a speed that no one watching the battle could have imagined, and he arrived in front of King Pan in an instant. King Pan had just stabilized his figure when he saw the figure that covered the sky and the sun. Boom! The Wudu Taoist who wanted to come to help was stopped by the Dinghai Divine Pearl and the Xuanzhong Monument for a moment, and it was like a huge sky and earth slamming towards King Pan. Boom! There was a huge vibration in the sky and the earth, and many innate saints saw that even King Pan, who had transformed into his true form, was completely shattered at this moment, revealing the Deluo Dao fruit. Deluo Daoguo flashed, and King Pan's soul was filled with a look of horror. Because he felt the killing intent in Shen Fei. You dare to kill me. I am the leader of the 4 emperors of the Immortal Court. If you kill me, the Immortal Master will kill you. Noisy. Shen Fei said lightly. Daluo Dao fruit emerged, and at this time the 5 poison Taoists broke through the blockade of the 2 spiritual treasures and rushed towards this side. If the main body is killed, even if he can survive, the chance of attaining the Dao is slim. Almost as small as possible. Because he was only one of the 3 corpses. If he wanted to achieve enlightenment, he had to find his anchor point in endless time and space. At that time, he didn't even know how old he was. And whether there is a chance of attaining enlightenment after rebirth is another matter. But the next moment, a tortoise shell floated in the air and turned into an infinite defensive barrier, forcibly blocking the 5 poison Taoists from a distance. This defensive barrier was surrounded by many mountains, and even if he wanted to break through, it would take some time. At this time, Shen Fei had already caught up with King Pan's Deluo Daoguo. He hesitated for a moment, whether to connect the soul of this King Pan into the immortal killing gourd, but gave up. The law understood by this King Pan was the law of poison. When the time comes, the immortal killing gourd will be gone and it will become the Jiyu poison gourd. He has no interest in poison. He doesn't like the war of attrition. He likes the feeling of killing with one move. So let's kill him. Boom. Single quote. Immediately, the claws pressed on King Pan's Daluo Dao fruit, and something in the world seemed to be broken. The heaven and earth shook, and countless monks practicing Gu and poison cultivation suddenly noticed that some obstacles in front seemed to have been cleared away. The heaven and earth screamed, Daluo fell, and the avenue shook. Countless blood rains emerged, all the innate sacred hearts trembled, King Pan really fell. Chapter 91. King Pan is not one of those ordinary Daluo, he is a guest from Zishao sect. Although there are few opportunities, his understanding and knowledge are also considered to be excellent among the many innate saints in the ancient times. It is achieved by mixing the first innate poison gas with an innate poison. The two cooperated and walked out of their own Gu path. Even if some Daluo are exposed to his Gu insect poison, the Daluo Dao fruit will be contaminated by the poison in an instant, and he will die without knowing what happened. Now it has actually fallen. Even if there is a chance for Daluo to be resurrected, you don't know when it will be. When more and more people start fighting with you, it will become harder to find a way. Shen Fei looked at the 5 poison Taoists who wanted to escape, but the 2 spiritual treasures had been waiting for a long time. Shen Fei had never understood the way of the 3 corpses. He didn't know what the magic of this way was, but he just killed them all. Taoist Wudu who wanted to escape was stopped instantly. With the continuous bombardment, the body of Taoist Wudu continued to break, and finally he let out a scream, and a furnace with a statue of Wudu on the body fell into Shen Fei's hands. Shen Fei glanced at the surrounding souls, and the people from the immortal courtyard who came with King Pan had already escaped. He was too lazy to chase them, so as not to add karma, and started to use the laws of creation and souls to be affected by the aftermath. The creatures in the sea that were killed were resurrected. Eliminate all the resentment, death energy, etc. around him, and turn it into a ray of light that falls into the sea. The many innate sacred souls watching the battle began to collide and communicate. That Guiyuan's defense is too overbearing. Even the poison of fellow Taoist Pan Wang can't break through his defense. And with that strength, it seems that even those barbarians from the Wu clan can't compare to him. And that law, I actually saw several laws intertwined together, perfect, and the path taken by so many laws is extremely powerful. Many innate saints began to analyze the reasons why Guiyuan could win. These many souls have returned to their respective places, and they have finally seen the strength of Guiyuan mentioned by Daozu. It can only be said that his cultivation level is still insufficient, but his magic power, supernatural powers, and spiritual treasures are all the best, and many guests of Zishao Palace cannot compare with him. Kunlun Mountains. Sanqing sat in the image of 3 talents, with a red flower, a white lotus root, and a green lotus leaf floating above their heads. The breaths of the 3 were intertwined, and the shadow of a lotus floated faintly in the center of the 3 of them. Yu Qing opened his eyes and marveled. They had already broken through the quasi-sage, and even started to approach the 2 corpse quasi-sages infinitely. Naturally, they didn't take Pan Wang too seriously, who used the lowest innate spiritual treasure to kill corpses. It is even possible that some time later, when the way of quasi-sages spreads, some Daluo who have not gone to Zishao Palace will encounter opportunities and break through to quasi-sages. But he is still a quasi-sage after all. How could Guiyuan be solved so easily? The last time he saw Guiyuan in Buzhou Mountain, he looked down upon his Tai Golden Immortal at first, but when he saw him fighting Daluo fiercely, Tai was not at a disadvantage at all, and even used his extremely arrogant strength to defeat him. Tai was beaten so hard that he was dizzy. I learned that his heals were ancient, but it was only limited by destiny, otherwise he would still be a top-notch giant. I reluctantly agreed in my heart, and now that I have seen someone who can actually kill Pan King, even the most inferior quasi-sage is still a quasi-sage. They have all gone through the stage of killing 3 corpses. A corpse is the easiest to kill. Most of the Zishao Palace guests who are stuck at the peak of Daluo can still kill it as long as they have the innate spiritual treasure in their hands and go back to understand after hearing it for the second time. After beheading the corpses, both your understanding of the law and your mana will greatly increase. Depending on the level of the spiritual treasure you use to entrust the 3 corpses, it may double or even several times. But even so, King Pan still fell. Yuanshi's state of mind changed again and again. Although he is arrogant in his heart, he is also a person who, seeks the truth, and will never be arrogant easily. If there is an opportunity to discuss the truth with Guiyuan, it may be of great benefit. The key is Guiyuan's immeasurable magical power. The defensive magical power is somewhat similar in my inherited memory. It seems to have traces of the Chaos Demon God and the Chaos Goldenau of the defensive avenue. Moreover, the claw he used to cut through the law was not only extremely powerful, but also the key was the chaotic light of the axe. Quote. Tai Ching said calmly. Shengqing next to him was a little confused. That seems to be the legacy of Pengu. Is he also Pengu Zhengzong? Quote. No, I'm afraid he has received some inheritance, from which he has figured out the offensive magical power of the great god Pengu. There is no need to panic if we face each other. We also have the Xuanwang exquisite pagoda of heaven and earth, which can also be stopped by the second brother's Qingyan in the heavens. Quote. Tai Ching's voice was calm and he explained a few words. Furthermore, Guiyuan's path is to prove the Tao through strength. Whether you can achieve Hunyuan is another question. Just practice and ran. Immortal Court. Duke Dongwang was furious in the Immortal Court. Guiyuan. King Pan was the most powerful force in their Immortal Court and the leader of the 4 Imperial Guards, and he just fell like this. This is a quasi-sage. Even a quasi-sage who uses low-grade innate spiritual treasures to kill corpses is still a quasi-sage. Immortal Lord, calm down. The Queen Mother of the West frowned, and for the first time her beautiful face lost the look of wisdom she had before. Mainly because it wasn't long before she learned that King Pan had actually gone to look for Gui Yuan. King Pan didn't even talk to her, he just told Duke Dong and went immediately. Although she had invited Pan Wang back, the power of the Immortal Court still belonged to Duke Dong after all. In addition, King Pan was given a spiritual treasure by Duke Dong, and his heart turned towards him. Although the Queen Mother of the West complained a little that Prince Dong should have discussed this matter with her earlier, at this point she could only think of ways to minimize the impact of this matter. Immortal Lord, we should immediately take our things and go to apologize. Apologize? You ask me to apologize? I am the head of the male immortals appointed by the Tao ancestor. Duke Dong interrupted the Queen Mother of the West in a cold voice. Now there are many strong players in the Immortal Court. Although King Pan is the head of the 4 emperors, he is also the leader of the 4 emperors. For the sake of his hard work and great achievements. It's not that our fairy court is empty. Immortal Court is no longer what it used to be. Do I still need to apologize? Where can I put my face? Have you ever seen Emperor Jun and Tai go to apologize? At the beginning, he killed our Zifu monks. I mean, the conditions offered before were so favorable. Why didn't he join? He must have had something in his heart and was afraid of being discovered by us. In terms of strength and logic, it is impossible for me to apologize. Quote. The Queen Mother of the West sighed in her heart when she saw the Duke of the East with such an expression. During this period, because Taozu appointed the head of the male immortals and her as the head of the female immortals, there was an endless stream of monks joining the Immortal Court. Especially those masters and races who were chased and fled by the monsters all joined the Immortal Court. Even the Dragon Clan, the former overlord of the East China Sea, presented gifts to the Immortal Court, which seemed to give the Immortal Lord some misconceptions. With one order, thousands of people followed. I feel that I have truly become the master of the ancient world in a substantial sense, and the tyranny in my heart becomes more and more serious. And because of the pressure from Demon Ting, he has to be like Demon Ting in everything, or even surpass him. If the strength is strong, something like Tai Yixing in Demon Court will make the strength grow very quickly. But Immortal Court does not have this foundation and strength, so it is easy to make too many enemies, and haste leads to waste. But today's Immortal Master is no longer as good at listening to people's words as before, and he no longer considers her words carefully. I'm going to practice first. The Queen Mother of the West lost her sight in front of the Prince of the East. Prince Dong didn't pay attention to Queen Mother's eyes' departure, and his eyes became a little sinister. Return to Yuan. Which clan? Immortal Court, Demon Court. I have offended all 3 major forces in the ancient times. After returning to the bottom of the sea, Shen Fei thought about it for a while. All 3 major forces in the ancient world were offended. But sometimes you can't help it. Why is the Great Calamity called the Great Calamity? It doesn't mean that you can just ignore it if you want. There are always ways to involve you in various causes and effects. Calamity is the reckoning of various causes and effects, those with high blessings. However, after this battle, they had to think twice before killing him. His second level of eternal immortality was about to be added up. By then, with 2 levels of eternal immortality, at least Daluo and even some one-corpse quasi-sages, attacks would be ignored by him. A quasi-sage like King Pan who relies on countless GU insects to carry out attrition attacks cannot break through his defense at all. Unless he has a spiritual treasure that can forcefully attack in his hands, he is inherently invincible. Just a small episode. First put away the 5 poison furnaces. He will not refine this. Then he will see if there is a chance to find some people to make an exchange. The way of poisonous poison is not suitable for him. However, Shen Fei felt a little sense of urgency, honestly speaking, for a character like Pan Wang. In the late stage of Tai, he was able to reach the Daluo realm. His Dao body was broken and his soul was in chaos. With 2 slaps from Shen Fei, his body was destroyed and his soul was eliminated. But now he can be said to have used all possible means to win. He looks relaxed and contented, but he has used both of his handy spiritual treasures, and the prehistoric tortoise shell is used to stop the enemy. Coupled with the newly comprehended, eternal immortal body, and the light of the chaos axe, King Pan was. A Pan King is like this. What if the demon clan or witch clan attacks? Their quasi-sage will be much more powerful than a Pan King. And not only King Pan, but also Immortal Court. At least Dongwangong must be much stronger than Panwang. After all, in terms of heal, Panwang can't compare to Dongwangong even if he pats the horse. Although Shen Fei knew that this guy was easily killed by Tai Yi and Di Jun. But it doesn't mean that he is weak. After all, the people in front of him were Tai Yi and Di Jun. These 2 brothers joined forces, and there were very few people who could withstand it in the wild world. Just when Shen Fei was about to continue practicing, a soft voice came from outside. Please also meet fellow Taoist Guiyuan. Shen Fei, who had just closed his eyes, opened them instantly, and a trace of anger flashed in his eyes. These guys are not done yet, and they won't let anyone practice anymore. Shen Fei's soul came out. Then he saw a graceful, cool and noble goddess stepping on the sea, with infinite fairy light floating around. It was she who was transmitting messages to Shen Fei just now. Western Queen, are you looking for a place? The movement was quite fast. Shen Fei lifted up the Zanzhong monument. A huge monument appeared on the sea in an instant. Just as he was about to slap the Queen Mother of the West, an alms bowl appeared, and immeasurable pure water emerged, and immeasurable water light burst out to cover Zanzhong. The monument blocked it. Fellow Taoist, I'm not here to fight, but I'm here to apologize. Queen Mother's eyes' originally graceful expression was also shocked. Fellow Taoist Guiyuan slapped her in the face without saying a word. He and Shanting didn't have that much hatred. She quickly told her why she came, although to be honest she wasn't very afraid of Guiyuan. I just feel that there is no need to tie up the cause and effect with Guiyuan. A flash of light flashed, and Shen Fei's Taoist body emerged. He stared at Queen Mother Shi and said calmly, "What apology?" As soon as King Pan Wang died, the latter came to apologize. Shen Fei must not have believed it at first, but now it seemed that the Queen Mother of the West did not have any hostility. Shen Fekai believed it for now. Queen Mother Shi looked a little helpless. I have already made it clear to the Immortal Master that if the fellow Taoist is unwilling to join the Immortal Court, we can also form a good relationship, but, alas, and I really don't know about King Pan. Otherwise I would definitely have stopped her. Quote, "It's okay, he's dead," Shen Fei said lightly, his eyes flashing with solemnity. It seems that King Pan cannot be regarded as the strength of all quasi-sages. At least the strength of Queen Mother of the West is more powerful than he imagined. When Queen Mother Shi saw Guiyuan's attitude, she knew that Shanting's heart had plummeted. This can be regarded as an apology to fellow Taoist Guiyuan. It can be considered as compensation for disturbing fellow Taoist Pan Wang's reckless actions. Queen Mother Shi turned over her hand and took out a box of innate spiritual jade and handed it to Shen Fei and said, "There is no reward for no merit. King Pan has already paid the price for his reckless actions. I have nothing to say to you in the Immortal Court. We are friends with cause and effect. You can come if you want to cause trouble. Let me first ask you how many Daluo and quasi-sages are left who can die." Quote, Shen Fei didn't take it. If he did, it meant there was a cause and effect. He didn't want to form any good relationship with Xian Ting. The fate of Shanting is not good, and he doesn't need to be greedy for luck to join the force. To be honest, even if he had an affair with Tai, it's embarrassing for him, but if he says he wants to join the demon clan, Dijun and Tai Yi will definitely welcome him, but it's just not necessary. Although the more he understands the current catastrophe, the more he knows. Dong Wanggong took the form of one of the three Yangs, and he was born to be an emperor just like Emperor Jun. He and Emperor Jun were born to have a Taoist dispute, and the immortal court did not mean that Hong Jun did it deliberately. But there can only be one born emperor. Dong Wanggong and Dijun represent Xiaoyang and the sun respectively. There are no 2 days in the sky. They must decide the winner. Originally, heaven would not interfere, but unfortunately, Dijun had a younger brother who was born with the chaos clock in his arms, and Prince Dong lost the battle innately. That's why Hong Jun spoke out to balance the forces between the two. In the end, it all depends on who wins to decide whether this catastrophe is the catastrophe of the Lich or the catastrophe of the immortal witch. But based on what Shen Fei knew, justice was still inferior to fists in the end. The innate treasure is still too arrogant, especially Tai, who has broken through to the quasi-sage and killed 3 corpses with the Chaos Bell, can't imagine how powerful it is. This is not on behalf of the immortal court, but on my own apology for not stopping King Pan. The Queen Mother of the West seemed to have been prepared and changed her words. Shen Fei was a little surprised. You are the immortal mother of the immortal court, the head of the female immortals. You are one with the fate of the immortal court, but now you are separated separately. This Queen Mother of the West is interesting. The Queen Mother of the West was helpless, now I have long been a mascot in the immortal court. Although we swore to rule the immortal court together at the beginning, the immortal lord prefers to hold the power alone. And I just value the fortune of immortal court to help me practice. I was working hard at first, but then immortal court. Queen Mother she seemed to feel that she had complained too much, so she stopped talking and said with a smile, I made my fellow Taoist laugh. This is my own apology. I have nothing to ask for from you, so please accept it. Shen Fei took a deep look at Queen Mother Shi. At present, it seems that Queen Mother Shi is indispensable for the development of Shanting to such an extent. Let Shanting go through the saddest period, and then be excluded from the center of power by Dong Wanggong, and enjoy his luck and merit. Shen Fei took it now. The Queen Mother of the West said that this was it, and she would be going too far if she didn't take it. This spiritual jade should be mixed with something that isolates the soul. When he took the jade box, Yuenshin couldn't even see what was inside. After Shen Fei opened it, even his eyes couldn't help but tremble. This was a bit generous. The inner space within this innate spiritual jade, the first thing that emerged was a small lake. The water surface was rippled, reflecting the 3 colors of gold, silver, and purple. 3 light divine water. The 3 divine waters are golden sunlight divine water, silver moonlight divine water, and purple starlight divine water. If separated, each one will be extremely poisonous. Sunlight divine water consumes essence, blood, flesh and blood and damages essence. Moonlight divine water corrodes the soul of the soul and damages the soul. Starlight divine water is extremely poisonous and can swallow people's true spiritual consciousness and directly damage their true spirit. But things must be reversed. Once the 3 are combined into one, it will be the first holy healing medicine in the world. It can remove all poisons and overcome all so-called incurable poisons. It can also treat all wounds and diseases, and can even make the flesh and bones white and the living dead. And Nuwa used this thing to create humans. Now there is also Shi soil, and there is also 3 light divine water. Chen Fei suddenly thought that he would not be able to create humans in the inner world. He wanted to create humans in the ancient world, but he was afraid that Nuwa would slap him to death in the future. A saint is a destined saint, and the merit of creating a human being is a critical stage. It seems that no one will rush to establish the interpretation of the teaching. The merit of the interception of the teaching is this major turning point, once it is disturbed. Tiandao, Hongjun, and even future saints will take action. I heard that fellow Taoist is practicing the law of water. This thing should be suitable for fellow Taoist. Queen Mother she said with a smile. Shen Fei continued to look at the jade box, and something floated out of it again, like a bud, exuding the rich fragrance of jade. Its shape is like a tree bud, with 9 leaves on it. It is shaped like a finger, and there are 2, immortal, Taoist inscriptions looming on the branches and leaves. This is. A suspicion flashed through Shen Fei's mind, and Queen Mother Shi quickly answered it. This is the spiritual root that accompanies me and is called the elixir of death. Although it contains the laws of creation, the leaves can keep the immortal body immortal, the branches can keep the soul immortal, and the roots can keep the true spirit indestructible. This is one of the first sub-strains born. The effect can be applied to Deluo. Please don't dislike it, fellow Taoists. Quote. The elixir. Shen Fei was a little surprised. He didn't expect that this really existed, and the thing in his hand had already become a high-grade innate spiritual root. From this point of view, the elixir itself in the hands of the Queen Mother of the West is likely to be the best innate spiritual root, or the top-grade innate spiritual root. After all, she is also the top female fairy in the ancient world, so she must have some treasures. It's just rarely revealed. Although this thing doesn't sound very good compared to those that increase mana and comprehend the Great Road, it is equivalent to having an extra life. This kind of immortality does not mean immortality. It allows you to survive fatal injuries. Life extension is only the weakest ability. Fellow Taoist, you're welcome. This thing is also very effective for Shen Fei. Of course, it is not the ability to die, but the law of creation contained in it. The vines in his inner world are half dead, and he is thinking about the 2 spiritual roots. 1 death and 1 life. And the laws that exist inside are the same, can they cooperate with each other? Fellow Taoist, you're welcome. Shen Fei looked at the smiling Queen Mother of the West. She had to say that the Queen Mother of the West was very majestic. The Queen Mother of the West is better at dancing than the Prince of the East and has excellent vision. It's no wonder that when the fairy court was destroyed and Duke Dongwang was forced to self-destruct, she was able to take care of herself. Even in various manifestations before, she was still alive and well. This is the means. Shen Fei put these 2 things away and stretched out his hand to avoid hitting the smiling man, especially since the Queen Mother of the West had brought so many treasures. Seeing her friendly attitude, Shen Fei would naturally stop being cold-faced. It just so happens, how about you, fellow Taoist, come to my dojo to have a look and talk about Taoism. Good. When Queen Mother Shi heard this, the smile on her face became even bigger. It can be said that inviting her to discuss the topic was a relatively friendly act. After all, how can you invite someone to discuss Taoism with someone you want to kill when you see him? The innate formation disappeared. A fairy island appeared in front of the Queen Mother of the West. The Queen Mother of the West was a little surprised. The dojo where Guiyuan was located had extraordinary charm and was not weaker than the Sanxian Islands. This name is Janao Island, and it has some similarities with me. Queen Mother Shi and Shen Fei entered together, and the innate formation enveloped them. Queen Mother Shi felt the rich chaotic aura around her, and said with a smile, I didn't expect there to be such a magical place in Beihai. There are spiritual roots everywhere in the surrounding area. Although there are no top-grade or top-grade spiritual roots, there are many middle-grade and low-grade ones. The key is that she discovered that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth swallowed in from the outside world will be transformed into a higher quality chaotic spiritual energy. This is not the land of the North Sea, but the East China Sea. I just moved it here. Moved here. The Queen Mother of the West was stunned when she heard that she had moved from the land of the East China Sea. She had been in West Kunlun before, but recently she stayed in the Sanxian Islands because of the affairs of the fairy court. Why does Prince Dongwang have this island in the East China Sea? Queen Mother Shi quickly thought about it and shut up. Guiyuan and the Zifu monks formed a causal relationship. It couldn't be because of Janao Island. And what kind of strength does it take to move from the East China Sea to the North Sea all of a sudden? Shen Fei just smiled and said nothing. Let's go to my Guiyuan palace to discuss the Tao. The 2 sat opposite each other. At this moment, there was actually no difference between men and women in the ancient world. Some innate saints were able to distinguish their own yin and yang when they were born. It is just that many of them will naturally transform according to the yin and yang in the body without any interference. So there is no such thing as a so-called lonely man and a widow. They are all fellow Taoists. The difference between men and women will only appear slowly in the future. I cultivate the way of Shaoyan. Shaoyan is the third of the four images of heaven and earth. There is more yin and less yang, so sincerity is called Shaoyan. The way of Shaoyan is where yin and yang take over. The Queen Mother of the West revealed her Tao fruit. She is the most wonderful qi of the western flowers in heaven and earth, also called the Shaoyan qi, which corresponds to the Shaoyang qi of the East Prince, so Hongjun turned her into the head of the female immortal. If yang is the first male, yin is naturally the first of women. Shen Fei was quickly immersed in it, especially since the Queen Mother of the West was already a quasi-sage. Among the three flowers behind her Deluo Dao fruit, the qi flower sat cross-legged with a female fairy similar to her. As the Queen Mother of the West spoke, Shen Fei understood more and more about the Tao of Shaoyan. Shaoyan is the third of the four signs of yin and yang in the heaven and earth, and corresponds to the golden wood, fire, gold, and water. This is why the Queen Mother of the West is also called the Golden Mother. Shaoyan is more yin than yang, the yang of Shaoyan is Li, and the yin of Shaoyan is Zhen. The Queen Mother of the West is also good at the way of thunder and fire. Therefore, the Shaoyan way of the Queen Mother of the West combines the laws of yin, the law of metal, the law of fire, and the law of thunder to form the Shaoyan fruit. Shen Fei has studied 4 of the laws, and naturally gained a lot. You have listened to the Tao of Shaoyan, understood the rhythm of it, and tried to understand the Tao of Shaoyan. The heaven and earth are divided into 4 phenomena, yin and yang. You have an understanding of the law of yin and yang. You use Shao Yin to push Tai Yin. The yin pole is born and yang is born, and the sun is born. The yang disappears and Shao Yang is born. The 4 images rotate, which is the 4 images. The 4 images can be reversed into yin and yang. You have an understanding of the way of Shaoyan. The 4 images correspond to the 4 images of the inner world. Shaoyan is autumn, autumn is the way of killing, and the way of thunder and fire. You try to use this to understand the magical power of attack, Fire Lord Thunder Emperor Fist. After Queen Mother Shi finished speaking about her Shaoyan way, she did not stop. Instead, she continued to talk about her insights into the 3 corpses way, which was passed down by Hongjun. He will not prevent the innate saints who listen to the teaching from spreading the doctrine of the 3 corpses. Because if you have practiced the way of the 3 corpses but have not walked out of your own way, it will be difficult to pose any threat to Hongjun. As for the saying that the Dharma is not transmitted to the 6 ears, there is another explanation. Shen Fei didn't say that he chose not to listen because this was Hongjun's path. Hongjun could become the first saint, feel the heaven and earth, and understand the method of harmony. It can be said that Hongjun created the way of sainthood. Originally, there was no such thing as harmony. Hongjun could become the first saint. He had great perseverance, great feet, and great opportunities. At most, he was a little shameless, digging 3 feet into the ground without leaving a mouthful of soup for future generations. But you say that if you don't learn his ways, it will be wasted. The way of the 3 corpses is to kill the 3 corpses outside the body, and it is conducive to being consistent with the way. The Queen Mother of the West knew that Shen Fei had not gone to Zishao Palace to listen to the sermon, so she still told all the Tao of the 3 corpses that she had realized. Although Hongjun had told the Tao of the 3 corpses in full, how much could he understand from it? It also depends on your own opportunities and understanding. The amount and direction of everyone's understanding is not consistent. Use Shaoyan, Taiyin, and Ziyin to transform the ultimate form of yin, and then reversely push yin and yang to form Hunyuan. Shen Fei raised his eyebrows. This was the way of the 3 corpses that Queen Mother Shi had realized. The way of the 3 corpses was actually an extremely general path. It was not just about killing the 3 corpses. If you don't have the way to combine yourself, the way of the 3 corpses will not work in front of you. You have listened to the teachings of the 3 corpses, the 3 yins gather together, the ultimate yin. You understand the method that conforms to the way of heaven. You take his understanding of the way of heaven and use the way of the 3 corpses to form a method that conforms to the way. Shen Fei was thinking about the way of the 3 corpses. It was definitely impossible for him to practice this way himself, but he had another idea. The way of the 3 corpses should actually be called the method of combining the body with the Tao. Otherwise, why should you remove your thoughts of good and evil from outside your body and let yourself not be disturbed? This is to conform to the way of heaven with no desires and no pursuits. Killing the 3 corpses will not make him become that kind of heartless person. It just means that when the 3 corpses leave the body, they will get closer to the feeling of, the world is unkind and treat all things as stupid dogs, and understand the laws of the world. Based on this method alone, Hongjun can indeed be called the Taoist ancestor. Shen Fei doesn't know how to practice, this is not his path, but he can practice in other worlds, and more importantly, some worlds like Duluo world and Yishan world can instantly use their soul to invade the origin of the world and turn it into the consciousness of heaven. Like mystery, struggle, perfection, swallowing up these worlds. Just relying on the group members to help him find the origin of the world, and then relying on the incarnation to analyze the laws of the world is too slow. If the avatar practices the method of killing 3 corpses, it will directly conform to the way of heaven. Even like Hongjun, who is in line with the way of heaven, he directly finds an opportunity to replace him. You have comprehended the great supernatural power, the body is in harmony with the Tao. Okay. Shen Fei was overjoyed. Hongjun, the old boy, wouldn't let him learn it, right? He learned it from somewhere else. Even if this teaching was passed down by Hongjun, even if he owed karma, he still owed it to the Queen Mother of the West. Moreover, I didn't just listen to the pure way of the 3 corpses, I realized it myself. That has nothing to do with Hongjun. After Queen Mother Shi finished talking about the way of the 3 corpses, Shen Fei began to talk about his own way of the world. Queen Mother Shi heard that Shen Fei used 9 laws to condense the Deluo Dao fruit and then promote the development of the world. Then you can comprehend various laws from everywhere, such as yin and yang and the 5 elements, wind, rain, thunder and lightning, soul creation, space defense, etc. All kinds of great avenues are at your fingertips, and they are not just a taste of them, they all have their own insights. His eyes were even more surprised. Is this proof of Tao through force? Even her young vagina fruit is mainly based on the law of yin and the law of gold, supplemented by the law of thunder and the law of fire, which makes it difficult for her to understand. It was only with the help of Shanting's luck that Shen Fei made such rapid progress, but Shen Fei mainly focused on the 9 laws and perfectly integrated them. No wonder he was able to kill King Pan, and King Pan died unjustly. Naturally, the Queen Mother of the West also had some insights. In her opinion, Gui Yuan took a completely different path from the innate saints in the prehistoric times. Many innate saints followed the path of less but better. Gui Yuan is taking a path that is both multifaceted and broad. It is true that this method has not been tried before, but even Da Luo cannot break through. After all, breaking through Da Luo requires condensing Dao fruit. This requires you to have a certain understanding of the law and find your own path. But Shen Fei just merged and found his own path. But what makes Queen Mother Shi very confused is that the method of opening up the world should only be opened by mastering Shen Fei's world's path and fruit, but it is difficult to understand the world's path and fruit without opening up the world. In other words, this is actually a paradox. The Queen Mother of the West can only attribute it to another chance. After Shen Fei finished speaking, Queen Mother Zai's eyes were full of wonder. Fellow Taoist is really a genius. You must know that the Queen Mother of the West is the top innate saint in the world, and her understanding is amazing. But now that Gui Yuan in front of her is called a genius, you can see her surprise. She didn't expect that Gui Yuan could actually know so many laws, even she felt a little bit familiar with them. Fellow Taoist, you're welcome, Shen Fei said with a smile. This time he also gained a lot. In addition to the treasures from Queen Mother Zai's apology, he also had the method of combining body and Tao, which would greatly speed up Shen Fei's ability to lead the rest of the world. Shen Fei thought for a while, then turned over his hand and took out a piece of tortoise shell and handed it to Queen Mother Shi. This is me taking off the tortoise shell. Although I have no power, I can feel the magic power poured into it. If you have any questions, you can contact me here. Quote. Queen Mother Shi did not shirk, then thank you fellow Taoist. There is also some joy in my heart, which can be regarded as a good relationship with Gui Yuan. If it had been like this all along, why would it have ended up like this? After saying that, Queen Mother Shi said, I still have some things to deal with, so I'll leave first. After all, you know. She didn't say it clearly, but needless to say, it must be the matter of Shanting. Although the power of the Immortal Court is now under the control of the East Prince, it is not okay if the Queen Mother of the West never appears. As long as you're busy. Shen Fei opened the door of the innate formation and let her leave. After the Queen Mother of the West left, Shen Fei exclaimed, "You are really a wonderful person." And just then, his mind was slightly touched. Someone was looking for him in the group chat. Alger. At the Ancient Giant Turtle, group leader, I found several pages of Emperor Russell's diary that should be authentic. Can you see if they are original? Alger sent an exclusive red envelope to the Ancient Giant Turtle. Several pages of paper appeared in Shen Fei's hand, Russell's diary. Russell, formerly known as Huang Dao. The so-called travelers, but in essence the mysterious world is actually the Earth. After the former, primary creator, awakened one day, the original Earth civilization was destroyed, and only some of the remaining humans on Earth turned into cocoons in Source Castle. It wasn't until the intelligent creatures appeared again that the cocoon inside began to break. The first among them is the goddess of the night, the second is Russell, and the third is naturally Klein. Russell is earlier than Klein. He thought he was a time traveler at first, until it was slowly revealed later, the truth. Under the guidance of Russell, Klein also embarked on the path of finding the truth. When he knew the truth, he almost went crazy. Russell's diary played a big role in Klein's growth, so there is some origin of the world, but not much. But that's enough. The mysterious world is not a low-level world like Yishan world. It can be pulled in instantly. It can only be drawn slowly. It happens to be a chance to try the newly understood method of combining the Tao. Ancient Giant Turtle. It is the original thing. The Ancient Giant Turtle sent an exclusive red envelope to Alger. Ancient Giant Turtle. I haven't been out for a while. No one should have died. Feng Shaoshan, group leader's lackey. Thank you, group leader, for your concern. However, group leader, this dive has indeed taken a long time. I have already caught the Shrek 7 devils. The Star Luo Empire was also officially destroyed. The Tiando Empire became the sole overlord of the Duluo continent, and the Wuhun Palace came under the Turtle Palace. Hey Xiaohu, why don't you kill him then? What do you do with such disgusting people? Feng Shaoshan, the lackey of the group leader, I have chosen the day for the execution, but it is just a small matter. After a while, I will go and capture the soul beasts in the Stardo Forest building so that I can build the foundation. Just in time to act with Master Zhang, Ning Nuxia also came to our world to awaken her martial spirit. Ning Zong's. The martial soul is indeed very magical, but what I awakened is also the ancient black turtle martial soul, unlike Master Zhang who has his own unique martial soul. Ancient Giant Turtle. Master Zhang awakened a special martial spirit because he walked his own path. My power is just a catalyst. Ancient Giant Turtle. At Alger, I'm almost here. Alger. Okay. Mysterious world. Alger on the ship received the red envelope sent by Shen Fei. In an instant, extremely terrifying power surged out of his body, and he quickly digested the Wind Blessed One potion that he had just swallowed in an instant. As he continued to improve his Xuan Wukong and tempered it into wisps of true energy, the true energy in his Dantian was rapidly growing, and his physical body was also constantly strengthening. He even felt that the wind pressure he could control was also strengthening crazily. His strength was strengthened in all aspects. Is this the power of the group leader? Alger was horrified, knowing that this was only a very small amount of power from the group leader, but it made him feel that even if he was already at sequence 6, the enhancements he had received after taking magic potions 4 times were not as good as this one. I wish I could have found Emperor Russell's diary earlier. I'm afraid that with the power of the group leader, the so-called rules of acting can be ignored. It's a pity that I don't have the magic potion of the Ocean Singer, otherwise I should be able to quickly digest the power of the Ocean Singer if I swallow it. A thought flashed through Alger's mind. However, this cannot be said. If he hadn't been promoted to the Wind Blessed, he wouldn't have been able to get the Russell diary. The surging power has gradually disappeared, but Alger knows that the enhanced power has not been completely digested, but according to Zhang Zhenren and others, these remaining powers should be hidden throughout the body until they can continue to be strengthened. Or you can actively use these powers to strengthen yourself, such as exercises or magic potions. Alger felt that he could kill his previous self with one punch. What a bullshit origin castle. Although Klein did repay them in the future, he had to say that he had paid them for nothing in the front. After seeing what Shen Fei posted in the group, he quickly replied with a message. He felt a lot more relaxed. If there was a group leader, he would feel more at ease. Although they all said that the group leader would not interfere with the development of the world, the group leader would still protect them. Be alert all around. Alger walked out of the boat and summoned the crew to guard the surroundings. He wanted to greet the group leader. Although the crew members didn't know why the captain was on alert, they quickly moved towards the surrounding protection. Alger stood at the stern of the boat and waited quietly. Next moment, several pieces of light yellow paper appeared out of thin air, and countless seawater was rolled by invisible forces, condensing around the paper, and finally turned into a dark and huge turtle, with countless rugged shells like mountain peaks on the tortoise shell. It fell into the water with a boom, and exploded into countless waves, shaking the surroundings as the Blue Avenger kept swaying. Fortunately, the Blue Avenger itself is an extraordinary thing and has the ability to stabilize the ship in the waves. After acquiring this ship, the crew used it more to search for treasures. Gulong. The crew members on the side of the ship swallowed when they saw such a huge turtle. Captain, is this giant turtle bigger than the legendary dragon? Seeing the captain's expression, they seemed to have expected this. Lord. Alger put his right hand on his chest and bowed slightly to the approaching giant turtle. Yes, you go and do your business. I will follow you on the back of the boat during this time. As soon as Shen Fei's soul came to this world, he felt that this world was special. The whole world was spreading a chaotic rhythm, but order was maintained amidst the chaos. The chaos here should be what the world calls pollution. Shen Fei's eyes fell on the Blue Avenger. Alger also had this kind of chaos, but it was still within a controllable range. The rest of them had no such confusion. Is this the essence of sequence potions? Shen Fei came to this world in person, and after being exposed to the laws of this world, he had a deeper understanding of the chaos of this world. It's a bit like the perfect power of darkness. In fact, there is no difference between chaos and order to Shen Fei, they are both a kind of Tao. Order and chaos are the two sides of yin and yang. It just means that many worlds belong to the stage of order. According to the Buddhist teachings of previous lives, the development process of a world is formation, residence, destruction and emptiness, where residence returns to order and destruction leads to chaos. Therefore, it is often the world that is in the midst of a great calamity that may cause chaos, which is related to the way to the end. Because chaos is often the harbinger of the end, and it will only appear for a short time. Therefore, it is difficult for Shen Fei to find a world where he can understand the way of chaos. This mystery is special. There are very few worlds that maintain order in chaos. This world should allow him to gain a lot, and even allow his inner world to develop to a higher level. Moreover, the mysterious world is just right for him to try the magical power of combining the body with the Tao, and the key is that this world happens to have 3 pillars, which is consistent with the 3 corpses. The extraordinary path involves swallowing magic potions and digesting them. As long as he has enough magic potions in his hands, Shen Fei can even advance like crazy. Digesting magic potions is not difficult for him at all. Playing the code is nothing more than adapting oneself to the properties of the potion itself, allowing it to master the special abilities of the sequence pointed to by the potion. What is acting? In fact, it means getting close to the existence that you want to gain the power from. And Shen Fei's magical power of fitting the body with the Tao is the highest level of acting, pretending to be the Tao of heaven. In this universe, one should be close to the primary creator, so this magical power is the strongest performance. Alger, do you still have the magic potion on you? Shen Fei sent a message to Alger. Originally, Alger was piloting the Blue Avenger. Originally, he was not in a hurry to find the extraordinary formula of the Ocean Singer. After all, he had just swallowed the Wind Blessed at that time. Even if he already knew how to digest the Wind Blessed One potion, it would still take some time. The key was that Zhou Mingrui's trumpet world had not yet joined the Tarot Society. There are few ways for him to obtain the Ocean Singers. As for the Church of Storms, he doesn't dare to go back to the church now to avoid being discovered that he is already a Wind Blessed One. Not to mention getting the recipe for Ocean Singer from the church. So he was not in a hurry and waited until he found a way. who knew that the group leader's gift made him digest it instantly. If he wanted to improve his strength faster, he would need to be more attentive. While thinking about how to get the ocean singer, he was interrupted by Shen Fei's voice transmission. "Ah, no, but if the group leader needs it, I can help. I still have some materials on me." Although Alger didn't know what Shen Fei was using it for, he knew that the group leader's thighs would definitely hold tight to the black turtle particles Shen Fei gave him not long ago. Only by relying on group chats could he become a true god, or even become the Old One. And if the group leader hugs his thighs tightly, this probability will be greatly increased. "Well, prepare a copy for me from low sequence to the wind blessed in your hand." "Good," Alger quickly agreed, regardless of the fact that the materials inside would be extremely precious if placed in the kingdom, and many of them had to be obtained through his own life and death. But the black turtle particles given by the group leader are enough to fill in a lot. In addition, if he were not the group leader, he would have been confused about the world and his own development. Now he knows his original fate from the memories uploaded by the group leader. He can lay out more calmly. When he first joined the group, he didn't give the formula to Shen Fei to redeem points because he lacked startup funds, but now it's time for him to return the favor. Shen Fei was carefully trying to figure out the fitting the body with the Tao, and the remaining laws in the sea. If he wants to control the Lord of Mysteries, fitting his body with his Tao is his fastest and most suitable method. The 3 corpses correspond to the 3 pillars, and the last 3 pillars merge into the original creator. That's why he asked Alger to give him the potion. The first corpse, the corpse of God. The pillar of God requires the uniqueness of the 5 sequences of Dreamer, White Tower, Tyrant, Sun, and Hanged Man plus the Sea of Chaos to be combined. Shen Fei will naturally not seize the opportunity of the group members. In fact, even if he obtains the uniqueness, he only needs to figure out its essence and blend it into his own, God's corpse. These are things for later. A few days later, Alger stopped the Blue Avenger, came to the stern of the ship, and shouted loudly, "Group leader, I have prepared it." Behind the stern of the boat, the entire sea surface seemed to be floating up, like a series of islands rising from the bottom of the sea. The sea water flowed back to the sea along the rugged turtle shell, like a waterfall. "Just throw it to me." Alger did not hesitate and threw several potions in his hand, all of which were of great value, at Shen Fei. Shen Fei opened his mouth wide and swallowed all the potions thrown by Alger like a black hole. A trace of chaos and orderly power emerged in Shen Fei's incarnation. These powers seemed to have the same origin but were somewhat different. For the rest of the world, if someone like Shen Fei directly swallows 4 sequences of potions, there will only be one end. That is to directly lose control and die. But Shen Fei has studied these 4 sequences for a long time, and has clearly grasped the power of these 4 sequences. The path to the sequences is actually more like a puzzle in the low and mid sequences, and he has to first bless certain abilities on himself. So in low sequences, you will find that the correlation between sequence 9 and sequence 8 is actually not big. Until sequence 7 began to gradually integrate the abilities of the previous low sequences, and then continued to improve. Finally, when reaching high sequence, those sequence abilities were completely integrated and even sublimated. Shen Fei, who had mastered the essence of these 4 sequences, instantly put the power in his body together. Alger looked at Shen Fei with some curiosity. Could it be that the group leader also planned to take the path of a tyrant? If the group leader takes this path, how can he be promoted to a true god? However, with the group leader's pattern, he is definitely not a true god, but the legendary Old One. It would be good to become the king of angels under the group leader by then. It would definitely be much better to follow the group leader than to follow Klein. While Alger's thoughts were swirling complicatedly, he suddenly saw streaks of bright light suddenly appearing on the huge giant turtle. Countless winds were blowing from all around, and even countless hurricanes were whipped up. Alger was a little surprised. Wasn't this a vision that occurred when he swallowed the wind-blessed potion? And the next moment, everything was calm. Suddenly, Alger saw a figure walking across the water. The wind and waves were all his subjects. He jumped up from the water and landed on Alger's boat. Alger was a little surprised and asked cautiously, "Group leader?" Shen Fei God's corpse, nodded. Using the method of body and Tao, cut out the 3 sources. This corpse of God can continue to accommodate the God's way of the 3 old days, and finally incarnate into the God of the 3 old days. Moreover, with the great magical power of body and Tao, Shen Fei and the 3 corpses can completely avoid the so-called acting in the price. As long as he has extraordinary characteristics, he can continue to advance. This is also the bug of the great magic power. Because when using this magical power, Shen Fei is actually close to the most essence of this world, the original creator. This is also acting, but it directly acts as the source of this universe, thereby completely digesting the potion at an extremely terrifying speed. As for the existence of this ability, potions are not actually the fastest to advance. The fastest way to advance should be high sequence extraordinary characteristics. Do you know where the Ocean Singer's extraordinary properties can be found? If it were just for extraordinary characteristics, almost everywhere there are bishops there would be punishment substitutes, but if the punishment substitutes were to be killed, the Church of Storms would definitely hunt them down. There is another copy, which is in The Travels of Gessel. Quote, Grossel's Travels. Shen Fei touched his chin. Now that the giant turtle's real body has fallen into the chaos of understanding the world, he naturally also knows what Grossel's Travels is. Later, Klein obtained the Ocean Singer formula and the extraordinary ability of the Ocean Singer characteristic. But there is no certainty about this thing. The main reason is that they may not have Klein's luck and the arranged fate. Alger saw Shen Fei thinking, and suddenly Shen Fei asked, "What is the sequence of your exposure to the Church of Storms now?" Navigator, I got the recipe for Wind Blessed One from somewhere else. If Bansi is reported, do you think there will be a chance to get the formula of Ocean Singer? Bansi. Alger frowned. How could he have forgotten this thing? In the original fate, it should have been Klein who told him the news and asked him to report it. You can indeed try it. Well, there is the Red Angel evil spirit family in that place, and we can just go and kill the fallen bishop. This is to add to your credit, and then report the Red Angel family to the situation based on the situation. At least then you will say that someone helped you kill the fallen bishop. Quote. Shen Fei's words made Alger deduce it in his mind, and it seemed that this could indeed be the case. Get out, Bansi. After making up his mind, he might not have been able to deal with the fallen bishop before, but now he is joined by the group leader. Moreover, he is much stronger than the normal wind-blessed ones, and he can definitely deal with the fallen bishop. By the way, I will use my skills to exchange the rest of the audience sequence and mind reader sequence potions with you. Shen Fei said. But the group leader, you can only take 1 sequence of potions at a low sequence. Shen Fei just smiled and didn't answer. Alger thought of the power of the group leader, which should have no impact on the group leader who was like the essence of a true god. Okay, in fact, I still have the psychiatrist's formula in my hand. I got it from chasing down a person from the Psychological Alchemy Society. It's just that the 2 potion ingredients are more difficult to get. There's no hurry about that. Shen Fei said with a smile that the audience sequence was also one of the sequences in the past of God, which could just enhance the strength of his corpse of God. The audience sequence is rather special. It may not have any effect at low sequences, but subsequent sequences should involve fate or the law of cause and effect. Like Adam, his power can even make the historical process develop in the direction he wants. The audience sequence corresponds to the omnipotence of the spiritual realm in omniscience and omnipotence, and is mutually exclusive with the tyrant path representing the material realm. Good. Alger nodded. He still had some of these 2 potion ingredients on his ship. This was why he liked to go to sea. Although going to sea was very dangerous, he could gain a lot. A few days later, 2 potions were made. The second formula and the third formula were actually collected by him with the help of Miss Justice. Audrey was a noble and could exchange many things. It's a pity that the son of the Tarot Club hasn't come in yet. It will take some time, otherwise we can get a lot of materials about extraordinary creatures from him. Lord, this is the technique I have deduced for you during this period. According to your Xuanwu Kung Fu derivation, in addition to increasing the speed of refining, it can also enhance your control of wind pressure and better exert the power in your body. Quote. Shen Fei flicked his fingers and disappeared between Alger's eyebrows. His current body was also a wind blessed, so naturally he already fully understood the wind blessed. It is also very simple to research techniques that can make better use of its power. Alger felt that the Xuanwuqi in his mind was more suitable for him, and the Xuanwuqi in his body began to flow along another route. There are also some routes to control wind pressure and so on. Thank you, group leader. It's just a normal transaction. Shen Fei said with a smile, took 2 bottles of magic potion from Alger's hand and swallowed them directly. The power in the 2 original potions collided with the power of the tyrant path that already existed in Shen Fei's body. But they blended together in an instant, as if they were one. The 2 potions of the audience pathway spread from the body to the brain, and even penetrate into the soul and other spiritual realms. I may need to trouble you to collect the rest of the potions in the future. I can also use points to exchange them with you. Of course, if there is trouble, I will also take action. Although he also knew the original work, the mysterious worldview was relatively large and complex, and there were many secrets that Shen Fei could not learn from the original work. Because the original work is from Klein's perspective, Shen Fei didn't bother to delve into it. The mysterious world was indeed one of his goals, but it was impossible for him to devote all his attention to the mysterious world. Group leader, don't worry. Alger opened his eyes and nodded sharply. Now he was more confident in dealing with the fallen bishop. This set of techniques alone increased his strength by at least 2 levels. Time flows slowly. An island appeared in front of the 2 of them, and the Blue Avenger entered the harbor. This is Bansi Port. It has been colonized by the kingdom for more than 300 years and has been an important port on the main trade routes for hundreds of years. Except for 2 special customs, there shouldn't be much danger, especially since there is also a Church of the Storm Church and a bishop here. Each of the crew members got Alger's permission and ran off the ship in joy. There was no need to leave anyone on board, because the flag sail of the Blue Avenger was hung with the emblem of the Church of Storms. This means that the owner of this ship is a member of the Church of Storms, and even pirates would not dare to rob the Church of Storms ships on the sea. We came here a while earlier than in the original work, so there shouldn't be any problems. Alger asked softly. Don't worry, there will be no problem. Moreover, the Medici family probably still has the complete sequence of the Hunter Path, and there may even be the extraordinary characteristics of Sequence 2. It's worth exploring. Even if we don't offend the Medici family, we just need to get some information and evidence and report it to the Church of Storms. Quote. Shen Fei touched his chin. The things behind this group of people are not simple. There is even pollution from the source of the city of disaster. Good. The 2 walked down the Bansi port, which seemed ordinary but was actually full of secrets. After the 2 of them walked out of Bansi port, they walked straight towards the Church of Storms. During the day, Bansi port was quite normal and there seemed to be people coming and going, and there were gentlemen and ladies passing by from time to time. They all looked solemn and had delicate facial features. It smells of blood. It seems that the Medici family has indeed reappeared. Shen Fei walked beside Alger and said calmly, the former god of weather was a descendant of the Medici family, Sequence 2 of the Red Priest Path. After the god of weather was killed by the Church of Storms, there were still various kinds of confusion. Weird weather. It may be that the power of Sequence 2 is still affecting this area, or the Church of Storms moved in here and slowly suppressed the strange influence here, but now it has reappeared. Needless to say, someone must be up to something. Alger's face looked a little solemn, mainly because there was a Red Angel family in Bansi port. Although there was definitely no Sequence 2 anymore, there was probably a high sequence. Miller must have become their lackey. He was worried that killing Miller would alert. Shen Fei looked at Alger's face and said, don't worry, since the Medici family didn't show up when Klein tried to kill Miller, the cultists should be using them to divert attention. If it weren't for Klein, how could the news that this team has a Medici spread out? Maybe even the Pope of the Church of Storms didn't know that there were descendants of the Medici family here. Quote. Shen Fei was thinking about the plan inside, but his corpse of God was cut out based on his real body. The real body was only cut out using Russell's diary, and it could only carry the original power. The strength is too weak. The transition from low sequence to medium sequence is a qualitative change, and the transition from medium sequence to high sequence is another qualitative change. And it's almost like reaching the sky in one step, and the power he masters is extremely miraculous. If Medici still has high sequence extraordinary beings, it might be more difficult to deal with. The two of them walked to the streets of Banksea Port, with a slight roar of wind all around. This Banksea had once lost a sequence too, and the impact of its power was normal. Shen Fei's mind was wandering and he suddenly asked, "When is your next tarot club gathering?" "Tomorrow." "Then wait until your tarot skills are opened and then go find the fallen bishop." Shen Fei continued. "I need more diaries, so just pretend that there is a true god behind you. You should know how to frighten Klein. By then your status in the tarot society will also improve." Quote. Shen Fei was thinking about it. Now he had a deeper understanding of the mysterious world. In terms of the saint level, it is almost the immortal level. If he had more world origins and could bring more power, he should be able to kill him. Now the real body can only deal with sequence 5. The beginning of this mysterious world should be a Hunyuan Deluo, and it is a Hunyuan who follows the way of the world. The path he took was very similar to his, but he died for some unknown reason. The Tao fruit split into 4 parts, which are the 4 pillars. It was originally supposed to be 3 pillars, but the city of disaster and the river of eternal darkness will merge into the 4th pillar at the end of the world. If I can gather the 4 pillars, I should be able to spy on the Hunyuan Tao fruit. This is a Hunyuan Tao fruit, so some thought is still needed. Single quote. When Alger heard what Shen Fei said, he hesitated and nodded, "Okay." Compared to the Tarot Society, the chat group definitely brings better results, and what you gain by joining the chat group is not just recipes and materials. There is also the possibility of becoming an angel, or even a true god, or even the old one when the time comes. And the group leader is probably still a more powerful being than in the old days of their world, so they must hold on tight. If you follow Klein, you will only be a sequence 3 at most, and the gap is completely different. Then where are we going now? Go and see the Green Lemon restaurant in the original work. The gentlemen and nobles who appeared in the original work are either existences related to Medici, or they are existences contaminated by the source material, City of Disaster. In the Green Lemon restaurant, as expected, Shen Fei also saw the gentlemen and ladies who were eating blood. After Alger and Shen Fei came in, their eyes fell on them. Then I saw them lowering their heads, picking up a spoon, and scooping dark red blood clots with several spices in the porcelain bowl into their mouths. Their lips were stained with blood red, and their faces looked quite pale under the light of the crystal chandelier. "A room," Alger said. "Although this is a restaurant, it also has a room for people to rest." As for why they wanted a room for one person, Shen Fei said he wanted to see how they entered the Source Castle. Okay. As he went upstairs, he also glanced at these gentlemen. He also thought of what Shen Fei was thinking. After the two of them went up to the room, Alger was waiting quietly. And Shen Fei's mind is communicating with his true body. His corpse of God was cut out according to the worldview of the mysterious world, and it fits the mysterious power system. But his greatest strength lies in his true form. After they arrived at Banksea Port, Shen Fei felt that the entire city was indeed filled with a special Tao charm. The Tao of disaster combined with the power of chaos was affecting the entire city. The source of this disaster should be the City of Disaster. If you put a big fat piece of meat in front of me, you have to bite off a piece. Shen Fei murmured. The key is, if he can reach sequence 2 or sequence 3, then if he is allowed to comprehend the Taoist rhyme leaked from the City of Disaster, it will really be possible to deduce sequence 1. Soon, night fell, and the howling wind outside the restaurant continued to blow, and it got louder and louder. The most important thing was that it was foggy. Although it was not as invisible as in the original work, it was still a thick fog. However, Shen Fei was paying attention to Alger wholeheartedly. He wanted to see how Alger entered Origin Castle. In an instant, Alger's whole body flashed with red light, and Shen Fei soon noticed something strange. Alger didn't disappear. It was a bit like falling asleep, but part of his body was removed. Even a small part. Origin Castle is located on the mysterious spiritual world, so what is entering is actually the spiritual body, or the soul. Shen Fei raised his eyebrows. If this is the case, it seems that he can actually follow the coordinates of Alger's entry and enter the Source Castle with his true soul. Others can't do it, but the law of space is one of the 9 laws that Shen Fei majors in. The perception of space is an old thing in this world. It's just that he doesn't know if his strength can support him to enter it. You can give it a try, and it can be considered as a way to find out the details of Klein. If he wants to kill the 3 corpses, he must get the source castle. I got married 2 days ago, so the update will be a little slow, and then it will slowly resume. Alger only felt his eyes blurred. He came to Source Castle again and raised his eyebrows at Alger, because this time besides him and Miss Justice, there was one more person. Sun, single quote. Sure enough, the great being above the gray mist spoke with that ever-steady voice. This is the new member, named Sun. Alger breathed out. Although he knew the original work changed when he knew the plot and changed his own destiny. He could only know the extent of Klein's development according to the original work from Audrey's transactions and what she told in every meeting. At least his speed is countless times faster than before. In other words, Klein has just digested the Diviner not long ago, but he already has the sequence 4 Feet Darkless 1 in hand. If he can get it, he can get a lot of points by trading with the group leader. Points are also a good thing. After everyone said hello to each other, Audrey's brisk voice sounded. Mr. Fool, I have collected 2 more pages of Emperor Russell's diary. Regarding Russell's diary, Alpha lit up slightly. Sure enough, he was still blessed. It just so happened that today the group leader asked for Russell's diary, and Miss Audrey also got it. Miss Justice, what do you need? Audrey's eyes suddenly lit up, but she pretended to be reserved and answered. As you know, I am about to finish digesting the audience potion, and I hope to get the recipe for the mind reader potion earlier so that I can prepare the materials in advance. Well, I know that the content of these 2 pages of the diary is not much, and it may not match the value of the mind reader formula. I will give you another page, and I will pay you an additional amount of money. Before Alger could wait for the Sun to speak, he said, I have it. Silver City has almost a complete pipeline of dreamers, and they will have to gradually exchange them when the time comes. Alger, who has experienced the power of the group leader, has now shifted his focus from Source Castle to group chat. Yuan Castle just allows him to develop better in group chat. Mr. Hanged Man, what do you need? If you're talking about psychoanalyst as a precursor to mind reader, then I have one too, said the Sun, who just came in. Audrey originally thought that this thing would be difficult to obtain, but she didn't expect that both the Hanged Man and the Sun were available. This made him a little embarrassed. She asked, if it's Mr. Hanged Man, what do you need? Russell's diary, just 2 pages. But you may want to send it somewhere. As soon as these words came out, the eyes of Audrey, who was hiding in the gray fog, condensed, and so did Klein, who was hiding above the gray fog. Because in the Tarot Club, this is the first time that the Hanged Man asked for Russell's diary. Although Russell's diary is everywhere, most of it is in various translations, all trying to figure out the man who established the Supreme Dynasty. What is the diary of? Is there a true way to become a god? But for so many years, no one has deciphered what these diaries are about. Mr. Fool said before that he wanted to collect Russell's diary, but he didn't expect Mr. the Hanged Man to also need this thing. Could it be that he has already deciphered it? Audrey did not make a decision immediately, but looked at the Sun. What about you, Mr. Sun? Initial sequence of the Sun pathway. Audrey had never heard of it. If she wanted to exchange, she could only exchange with Mr. Hanged Man, but the Russell diaries she had collected before were all traded to Mr. Fool. In the Tarot Club, it can be said that Russell's diary is a tribute to the great existence of Mr. Fool. It just means that Mr. Fool, who believes in fairness, will choose to exchange with it. She was worried that her transaction with Mr. the Hanged Man would offend Mr. Fool. Although Mr. Fool might not care too much, such behavior that offended the Supreme Being was naturally rare. Big shot, Klein has just come to his senses. Why did the Hanged Man start collecting Russell's diary? Logically speaking, this diary was recorded in Chinese. How could a non-traveler know this? Could it be that this Hanged Man is a time traveler? Or is it just a hobby? Klein was a little wary for a moment. Even though he could bring out so many things, he was only a fortune teller, not even a sequence 9 with any combat effectiveness. Being cautious by nature, he didn't want to talk at first, so he decided to stop talking during this meeting and let the Hanged Man take it away. He even made up his mind not to involve the Hanged Man. But this way his great image will be undermined, and Russell's diary is also what he needs. Klein felt a little numb. He could only say, I have the sequence of the singer in my hand. If Miss Justice wants to trade with Mr. Sun, this can be regarded as the reward for Russell's diary. When Audrey heard this, she felt relieved. This way, she wouldn't have to worry about offending Mr. Fool, and she could also get the mind reader sequence potion. He looked at the Hanged Man and said with a smile, Mr. Hanged Man, it's not too much to take care of the newcomer. If you are interested next time, I can also help you collect the things you need. Alger naturally knew Audrey's psychology, and turned to look at Klein. Mr. Fool, the being behind me asked me to say hello to you. As soon as these words came out, everyone present, including Klein, was stunned. There was even more turmoil in my heart. What does it mean to say hello to you? Having just experienced looking directly into the eternal burning sun, he already had PTSD from this kind of existence. He originally thought that the Hanged Man was the Hanged Man path, and that behind it was the true creator. But during the meeting during this period, he found that the Hanged Man was more like the tyrant path. The being behind him could be the Lord of Storms. No matter which one it is, it's hard to resist. He said that he also needs Russell's diary more. That's when the entire Source Castle began to shake, and the gray mist shook. The gray mist that had just recovered began to shake again at this time. Klein was going crazy. He had just been killed by the eternal blazing sun, not long ago. Coming again now. Mr. Fool, what happened? Audrey also felt the shaking and could only hold onto the armrests of the seat tightly. This was something that had never happened before. The Sun, who just joined, was also a little panicked. At this time, a giant turtle appeared behind the Hanged Man, but disappeared the next moment, and the swaying gray fog space once again returned to its previous silence. But just a glimpse made everyone even more stunned. Klein took a deep breath and looked at the chaos around him. This time it was even more exaggerated than the time in Eternal Blazing Sun, but he saw the horrified Audrey and Derek. If this is not dealt with, His Majesty will be wiped out. Klein stared at the Hanged Man and said calmly, this is not an act of greeting. Alger actually didn't expect this change. At that time, the group leader asked him to bluff Klein. He was still thinking about how to bluff Klein. He planned to use the information gap to bluff Klein. I was indeed frightened at that time. After all, he had to collect Russell's diary and add a sentence of his own. A cautious person like Klein would be called cautious at best and suspicious at worst. The easiest thing for such people is to make up their minds. Of course, this actually has its disadvantages, which is why he hesitated when the group leader asked him to bluff Klein. Because this kind of pulling people is not done passively by Origin Castle, but requires Klein to do it. If Klein is frightened by him, it is very likely that he will not be able to participate in Origin Castle next time. He carefully considered his words to let Klein know the existence behind him, but not to force him to be too suspicious. Who knew something like this would happen suddenly? Although it was only for a moment, Yuan Castle was shaken so violently just now. Didn't the group leader say that his current strength is not that good? This is not so good. Single quote. What would have happened if it was okay? When he heard Klein's words, Alger was not in a hurry and said with a smile, Mr. Fool, this is just a trace of power behind me. It's already a greeting. The entire Tarot Society fell silent. When Klein heard Alger's words, his heart was shaken. Is this just a trace of power? Whether he believes it or not, there is indeed someone who has noticed him, so has the person behind him noticed his truest strength. Moreover, he still had to figure out who this being was. Klein, who originally thought about slowly increasing his strength through Source Castle, suddenly became extremely anxious. What if that being came to find him? This power is very familiar, but I can't remember it for a while. I wonder which old friend is making this kind of joke on me. Klein is testing the waters, but he still has to maintain his strong character. Under the blessing of the gray mist, Klein's voice remained as calm as ever, as if the fluctuation just now did not disturb him, but was rather teasing. When Alger heard Klein's words, even though he was as calm as he was, he burst out laughing in his heart. He hoped that when the showdown came, the fool could still hold his own. One of the most sociopathic behaviors is when you are pretending to be cool, but others know your true identity. Alger thought about it for a while and said, "Immortality born of extreme cold. It can support the heaven and earth immeasurably. The greatness of walking in the heavens and spreading blessings. You can honor him as the Lord of all realms." He did not say the real name. After all, whether it is the true God or the old one, there are actually many vests out there, and the abilities of some true gods still overlap. So he just mentioned his honorary name directly. Of course, he learned this honorary name from the group chat. He heard that the ancient North Sea was the coldest place, and also the race of the group leader. The group leader's body is infinitely huge, plus he is the group leader of the chat group, and he has also helped many group members. Naturally, he is also a great being who walks in the heavens and spreads blessings. None of them were wrong. As soon as the honorable name was said, the others were even more stunned. Honorable names are not used casually. If there is no such person, using honorable names indiscriminately will only lead to disaster. So there really is a god behind this, Hanged Man. Klein was also confused. This name, he couldn't remember which existence it belonged to, but he had to maintain the high level of character he had maintained before. Mr. Fool could only say lightly, "It turns out to be him." In that case, let Russell's diary be given to him. It seemed like he really knew this god in his words. Derek was a little anxious. "Mr. Fool. If this is the case, he won't be able to obtain the formula of the singer." Klein was silent. He actually wanted to give Derek the formula of the singer. After all, he had just obtained it from the Eternal Sun. Strengthening Derek would also allow him to know more information about the Silver City. But the problem is that fair dealing is a rule he has set, and he cannot break it by force. And he can't act extremely impatient, otherwise his strength will be gone. This is the embarrassment of the paper tiger, which has only appearance but no strength. If he had bluffed him before, it would have been smooth sailing, but now that someone seems to vaguely know his true identity, sometimes he can only retreat again and again. At this moment, Alger spoke, "I can find the formulas for the singer and the light prayer, but if it's a higher level, I might not be able to get it. But I believe Mr. Fool must have a way." Quote, Alger's words made Klein feel shuddered again. What kind of sequence is the existence behind Alger? Doesn't this sentence mean that he has a higher sequence potion formula of the sun pathway in his hand? But not long after he obtained this knowledge, how did the Lord of the Realms know it? Could it be that he is also in the Fool sequence? Good at divination, or the door sequence? Klein frowned, but did not ponder for a long time and said calmly, "Yes. Okay, I'll try my best to help you get it." Derek nodded. Their mortal enemy in the City of Silver was the giant dragon clan. They had quite a lot of potion materials like the dragon path. After the transaction is concluded, information is exchanged with each other. In order to maintain his superiority, Klein had to give out some shocking information. But Shen Fei from the outside world opened his eyes. Just now he discovered that Origin Castle's spontaneous defense seemed to have been destroyed once. This made his soul almost touch the core of Origin Castle, but the power to support his soul into the spiritual world was insufficient and was directly exhausted. Moreover, there is still some power in the depths of Source Castle to resist him, which should be the remaining power of Tianzun. After all, Tianzun still plans to be resurrected. Although it failed, it was not without gain. In the short moment of contact with Origin Castle, Shen Fei's understanding was aroused. Some knowledge is currently echoing in his mind. This world is very special. If you look directly at some unspeakable existence, it is easy to get some leaked knowledge. In fact, it is the Taoist rhyme transformed into something accurate and understandable. Naturally, it also existed in ancient times, which is the so-called Taoist rhyme. This is the principle when a person attains the Tao and chickens and dogs ascend to heaven. You have seen some of the Tao and fruit in this world, and you have gained some insights related to this Tao and fruit. You have understood a lot. You combine Bangzai's sealing power and Origin Castle's Daoyun to deduce the knowledge related to them, as well as some insights. Potion formulas for fortune tellers, clowns, and magicians. Apprentice, master trickster, astrologer's potion recipe. The thief, the trickster, the cryptographer's potion recipe. The 3 potion formulas of sequence 9, 8, and 7 are all in Shen Fei's mind, and the key is another kind of power, because he has collected the breath leaked from the City of Disaster in this class. The City of Disaster was sealed by the Heavenly Lord, and the Source Castle was the source of the Heavenly Lord, and contained part of the Heavenly Lord's power. With the help of the power inside, some seals that sealed the Western continent were deduced. If he cuts out the mysterious corpse, he can try to break a little bit of the seal. As for the pollution of the City of Disaster, it is nothing more than Dao Yun to him, and he can't wait for more such Dao Yun to appear. Not bad. Shen Fei waited for Alger to finish and see if there were any prepared materials on board the Blue Avenger. It would be a good time to cut out the mysterious corpse. The 3 corpses are used to correspond to the 3 pillars. God, the brood of the fallen, and mystery all represent the form and pillars of the mysterious world. The combination of using the true body to accommodate the City of Disaster and the river of eternal darkness represents bad, and the combination of the 3 becomes empty. It also symbolizes the reappearance of the original creator. The 5 paths of God, the 3 paths of mystery, and the 2 paths of Mother Goddess respectively cut out the corpse of God, the corpse of mystery, and the corpse of Mother Goddess. The 3rd path of eternal darkness, and the 2nd path of disaster are the true body's accommodation. Finally, the 3 corpses merged with him and became the original. This is Shen Fei's plan in the mysterious world. Shen Fei didn't have much idea about other ways. Then he would just see if there were any other ways to master them. The most basic ones were these 15. While Shen Fei was thinking about it, Alger, who had been sleeping, woke up and looked at Shen Fei with even more awe in his eyes. He didn't expect that Shen Fei had even invaded Origin Castle. You must know that the true god of destruction demonic wolf was also aware of Source Castle at that time, but could only be blocked out. Alger told about the news he got from the Tarot Society, and Shen Fei said, "Do you have these materials on your ship? Or buy them? Is this the Origin Castle 3-path potion formula?" Since Klein is the main perspective in mystery, Alger naturally knows about the magic potion of the Fool path, but the other 2 have only been mentioned briefly. Shen Fei could learn from it that the fool's behavior was normal, but that the mistake could only be obtained from the incident just now. Yes, we will collect them first if we can. With the addition of another corpse, we will be more able to deal with Bangzai's accident. It's not difficult. Bangxi is also a relatively famous port. If you look for it, you should be able to find the 8th and 9th sequences of these 3 paths in half a month. For the 7th sequence, you may need to go to the local mysterious the people gathered together. But this may alert the enemy. Alger touched his chin and said while listening to the potion formula. It goes without saying that the local gatherings of mystics are all under Medici's surveillance. 3 low-level sequences are enough. Plus the Russell diary that will be obtained by then. It will almost be enough to test the Medici family. Shen Fei nodded. Good. Alger was also a little excited. As a descendant of the King of Angels, even if the leader of the group leaked a little soup to him, he would be able to make a full bowl of it.